nationwide, and that is on Friday. So hang on. We'll get your info, and we'll set you up. So this was sad news. Carl Dean, Dolly Parton's devoted husband of nearly 60 years, who avoided the spotlight and inspired her timeless hit Jolene, passed away yesterday. He was 82 years old. He died in Nashville, Tennessee. Be laid to rest in a private ceremony with immediate family attending. Dolly wrote in a statement, excuse me, Carl and I spent many wonderful years together. Words can't do justice to the love we shared for over 60 years. Thank you for your prayers and sympathy. The family has asked for respect and privacy. No cause of death was announced. They met outside of the Wishy-Washy Laundromat.
Oh, my gosh.
The day she moved to Nashville at 18. So the day she gets into Musictown, USA.
She meets her husband of
18
decades.
18 years old and meets this man. She says, I was surprised, and I love this quote. She says, I was surprised and delighted that while he talked to me, he looked at my face. A rare thing for me. Parton described the meeting. She said, he seemed to be genuinely interested in finding out who I was and what I was about.
60 years.
See, well, by the way, you're talking about one of the most famous celebrities in the world, and the fact that he was able to, by design, maintain his anonymity for the most part is miraculous.
They married 2 years later on Memorial Day, 1966, in a small ceremony in Ringgold, Georgia. Dean was a businessman, having owned an asphalt paving business in Nashville. His parents, Virginia Bates Dean and Edgar Henry Dean, had 3 children. Parton referred to his mother as Mama Dean. Dean is survived by Parton and his 2 siblings, Sandra and Donnie.
Donnie Dean?
Do they not have any kids?
No, I don't think so.
I never knew that. So Dolly has no kids.
I've never heard her mention any. I know she's Miley Cyrus's godmother.
Yeah, I just assumed. Wow. So he inspired Parton's classic Jolene. She told NPR in 2008 that she wrote the song about a flirty bank teller who seemed to take an interest in Dean. She said, she got this terrible crush on my husband, and he just loved going to the bank because she paid him so much attention. And it was kind of like a running joke between us. And when I was saying, hell, you're spending a lot of time at the bank, I don't believe we've got that kind of money. So it's really an innocent song all around, she said, but it sounds like a dreadful one.
It does.
Parton
I love that song.
And Dean kept strict privacy around their relationship for decades. She told the Associated Press in 1984, a lot of people say that there's no Carl Dean. He's just somebody I made up to keep other people off me. She joked that she'd like to pose with him on the cover of a magazine so that people could at least know that I'm not married to a wart or something.
It's almost the same sort of situation with Loretta Lynn and her husband for many years. Mooney, that was his name, I guess. And he also stayed out of the public, eye.
In 2023, Parton told the AP, Dean helped to inspire her 2023 rock star album. She said, he's a big old rock and roller. And the song My Blue Tears, which was written when Parton was with the Porter Wagner Show in the late 1960s and early 70s, she said, is one of my husband's favorite songs that I ever wrote. And I thought, well, I better put that one of Carl's favorites of mine in here, meaning that album. So, by the way, Nick pulled this up. Yeah, while she never had any children, she and Dean helped raise several of her younger siblings in Nashville, leading her nieces and nephews to refer to them as Uncle Peepaw and Aunt Granny.
Uncle Peepaw.
Oh, that's sad news. Sad news. Wow. I have some other things that are not quite as sad, but this is a nice story. Timothée Chalamet may not have come away a winner of the Academy Awards, but he's still a winner in the eyes of someone from his past. When the actor appeared on the Academy Awards on the red carpet on Sunday, Access Hollywood showed him a video from Harry Schiffman, Chalamet's drama teacher at Fiorello H. LaGuardia High School of Music and Performing Arts in New York City. And in the video, he says, well, pal, you've earned your keep and the recognition of your artistry in bringing humanity to life with wit and passion and grace. Take it all in, feel it, and bring us more. And always remember, as Bob Dylan once said, keep a good head and always carry a light bulb. Blessings, pal. And Chalamet was visibly moved by that. And he said, amazing, thank you. That means the world. Thank you for organizing that.
If there was a teacher that would do the same for you, reach out. What teacher would mean the most from your past, if you were to get a message like that now with your career? Because I remember when Casey was at your school, I guess it was...
Mr. Becker.
Was that him?
Yeah.
Would that be the one?
I'd probably have to say so because I spent several years.
Yeah.
If you're in the band program... mostly you get filtered through teachers through different subjects. You'll go through several different teachers. But if you're in the band program, you usually have the same teacher for like 4 straight years.
Right.
And so they make a stronger
bigger impact
with you. So, probably Mr. Becker. And that was pretty cool. And he did offer up congratulations like that to me on where I am in life.
Yeah.
So that was pretty special.
That is cool. Yeah,
that was really nice.
I never had a teacher that long.
Yeah, that's the thing. Most people don't have you may have a coach for that long, and that might mean something to you.
I was, I was. I mean, I had some teachers that I liked, but none where you forge a relationship like you would over the course of a couple of years.
Yeah. And Access Hollywood has done that over the years, haven't they? That's a really cool thing that they'll do. Bring somebody important from their past on a special night like that.
And they've hit it a couple of times. They've never, I hated the rat bastard.
Right. All right, speaking of the Oscars, Conan O'Brien is welcome back to host anytime, according to Walt Disney TV's executive VP of unscripted and alternative entertainment, Rob Mills, talking to Variety about the success that the former late-night icon's first Oscar hosting gig brought. He shared that Conan absolutely nailed it. He described the night as a perfect blend of classic Oscar traditions, including a full orchestra, mixed with O'Brien's signature humor, calling it Conan's greatest hits. As for a potential return, he said that's really up to Conan, but we'd love to have him back. Mills said that the experience was a joy and a privilege.
You know, and if you stop and think about it, it can be a tough room, as they say. Letterman didn't do all that well hosting, but Conan came, and I guess he realized what he needed to bring, and I agree, he nailed it.
O'Brien's sharp wit and unpredictable comedy made for a fresh take on the show, earning comparisons to legendary hosts like Billy Crystal. So when Carla Sofia Gascon's old tweets resurfaced, one particular post of note targeted Selena Gomez years before the two co-starred in Amelia Perez.
Uh-oh.
Gascon's tweet about Gomez read, and I quote, "She's a rich rat who plays the poor bitch whenever she can and will never stop bothering her ex-boyfriend and his wife," in reference to the drama with Hailey Bieber back in 2022.
And they share a number of scenes in the movie. I mean, she's his ex-wife.
The actresses had not crossed paths since those tweets became public until the Academy Awards. Prior to the ceremony, Gascon approached Gomez and fiancé Benny Blanco, with Gomez rising to meet her and give her a kiss on the cheek, though some seem to think the exchange was understandably tense. So don't really know about all that. But yeah.
She said such flattering things.
Right. Michelle Trachtenberg may prove to still be a hot commodity in Hollywood after her passing. The actress had reportedly finished a screenplay before her untimely death and was inches from closing a deal when she died. Director-producer Casey Tebow told TMZ that Trachtenberg had written one of the best screenplays that he had ever read, Toy Monster, based on the book of the same name, and they had been close to landing studio support in the weeks before she passed away. The story follows the life of Jack Ryan, who left the job designing missiles for the Pentagon during the Cold War to become chief engineer for Mattel during the creation of the Barbie doll, Chatty Cathy, and Hot Wheels.
Sounds a little bit like Small Soldiers?
Yeah. Tebow says that he hopes to still get the film made while things are on pause for obvious reasons. But Jack Ryan, Jack Ryan,
that seems weird.
That does.
Yeah.
Just even switch it around, you're better off. Ryan and Jack.
Ryan and Jack might work. Yeah. So, well. So here's a follow-up to you. We make mistakes. Meghan Markle owned up to hers in an interview with People magazine yesterday, specifically regarding the problematic launch of her As Ever brand.
As Ever.
There are
Netflix. Sometimes when I'm around the house, I say to myself, As Ever. Join me, won't you?
She said yesterday, As Ever brand. There are tons of
Vin Diesel and I make popovers.
She said there are tons of twists and turns, even with the name. I was figuring it out in real time, she said. Last March, Markle announced their new project, American Riviera Orchard, only to have to rename the brand to As Ever due to trademark setbacks.
Come on.
Despite the bumps in the road, Markle plans to sell her signature jam, homewares, and other products on her new website, which is set to launch this spring. And she said, I appreciate everyone who gave me the grace to make mistakes and figure it out. and also to be forgiving with myself through that. And she said it's a learning curve.
I want to phrase this carefully. I don't feel bad for Meghan Markle because she has the world by the balls. But it does have to be a bit challenging to like find a path and have everything be completely scrutinized and
dead-ended.
Yeah,
every time.
I think she's just trying to do something with her time and her life and away from the royal family and all that kind of stuff. Yes, she has it easier than 99% of the people on the planet, but it's got to be an interesting and sometimes challenging world to navigate.
I agree. What I think she needs to do is stop trying to reset on the heels of the last failure. Take a longer pause.
Yeah, just
let it breathe.
Just fail for a bit?
then come back.
Okay.
So 5 months after it was reported that Valerie Bertinelli and boyfriend Mike Goodnaw had split, the actress is making her first public comments about the relationship. While not going into specifics about what caused the breakup, Bertinelli had nothing but kind words.
He's a jag-off.
For Goodnaw. No, she didn't say that. In an Instagram post alongside a pic of the two, she wrote, I met him in person a year ago today, and I am irreversibly changed by him for the better.
It was outside the Tasty Freeze.
She said, I know I am becoming a much stronger and more benevolent human for having met him and spent time with him. And she concluded the post with, thank you, Mike. We may no longer be a couple, but you'll always hold a very special place in my heart. Love
I
you.
will hate you all the time.
I hate you.
I hate you.
I hate you. I hate you more than anything in this damn world.
I do like when things can end amicably.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been able throughout my life keep exes as friends to some level, you know. I mean, it's let it go.
Yeah, so, but it's cool that after a fairly short amount of time that they're able to reach that point. On Sunday's episode of Alec Baldwin's reality show, The Baldwins, the actor reflected on how his bitter divorce from Kim Basinger negatively impacted his relationship with their daughter.
I hate her. I hate her.
I hate you. I hate...
The actor
You little pig.
called the public custody battle just insanity and admitted one of my most regrettable things about the whole thing was how it affected Ireland. You mean when you called her a little pig?
Yeah, you were thinking that through?
You're a little pig.
Did you clean your room, you little pig?
Alec
This little piggy went to market. This little piggy's you. Yeah, that was. Remember when I first heard that? That was an abrasive thing for a kid.
God, for your own
Daughter.
parent,
Yeah.
to call you a pig,
A little
especially
pig.
as a young lady,
Yeah.
you know, that's especially stinging. The word pig. Alec did note that he does have a good relationship now, however.
Because she could kick his ass.
Despite their past, Baldwin and Basinger have since mended their relationship, with Basinger saying that they now share a genuinely cordial bond. So at least that's good. Baldwin also shared that Ireland has been a loving older sister to his 7 children with Hilaria.
In the annals of Hollywood splits, the Kim Basinger Alec Baldwin split was one of the worst ever.
Yeah.
It was unbelievable.
Very ugly.
And she leaked that audio, didn't she, Kim?
She did.
The Ireland...
Yeah.
The daughter did, yeah.
I thought Kim did.
Oh, Kim did?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Both pigs.
Maybe. Sammy and Lola Sheen. They are the children of Denise Richards and Charlie Sheen. Apparently, they may have seen their fair share of sibling fights, but at the end of the day, they've always had each other's backs, and things are now okay, Sammy, the older sisters told Us Weekly. Revealing that after nearly a year of not following each other on social media, they've reconnected.
Freaking
now.
amazing.
Right?
Yeah.
Lola admitted it was terrible, but credited their new reality show, Denise Richards and Her Wild Things.
Ever since Mommy started showing her beaver to OnlyFans, things have really gotten better. That's really it.
Yeah.
Yeah, not only the beef on
Right, yeah.
on
Leave it to
OnlyFans,
Beaver.
but
Am I right?
their reality show is bringing them closer together. Denise Richards sees the show as a great bonding experience, adding that they have each other and
I mean, what's not to love?
Zippity doo dah.
Sometimes I forget what a jag off that guy is.
let's go down to a Charlie Sheen.
Man, it was epic.
rabbit hole for a moment because I've forgotten.
Yeah.
Are they still on? You having to pull them up?
It was radical.
One at a time, Case?
Yeah, I have the.
Can you get the surfer or the Mercury, surfboard? That was one of my favorites.
Jesus. Torpedo and Truth Tour.
So she said that they're all they have each other.
Pretending like I'm not bitching a total freaking rock star from Mars.
What the hell?
That's somebody who's so drugged up
And just so full of himself.
full of myself.
Yeah.
I've been riding it on a Mercury surfboard.
Absolutely.
Mercury
surfboard.
Yeah.
Like the silver freaking
If you
surf.
do the crime, you got to do the time.
She said they're doing all this press together for the first time.
Stitch of time saves 9.
I think that's
Rubber baby buggy bumpers.
Don't remember. Don't care.
just do
Jack
it.
Horner sat in the corner.
Then he moves on to ad slogans.
Right, yeah,
just
yeah,
do
yeah,
it.
yeah.
You
Just
borrow
do
my
it,
brain
yeah.
for 5 seconds and just be like, dude, can't handle it. Unplug this bastard. Yeah.
I'm loving it. It's finger looking good. Finger looking good. The good hands, people.
Could you do safe light repair?
Safe line repair. Freaking safe line repair.
No, that's stupid.
They're inside watching their daughter's recital and they replaced the windshield. Freaking amazing.
It took me a minute.
You're just in the house?
That's a commercial. There's some sort of family obligation, and Safe Light comes and repairs the windshield in the parking lot.
Kids
So
recital.
to get this straight, the family's inside watching their daughter's recital while Safe Light replaces the windshield. Freaking amazing.
Oh, my God.
All right, anyhow, the kids are doing well.
All right, yeah.
That's good stuff.
What is his physical? I always think of him as like a petri dish of.
Well, he was diagnosed with,
Yes,
AIDS,
I
right?
think he actually also had gonorrhea.
Did he?
Yeah,
Dude, he's
yeah.
had to have gone through
Yeah.
the whole laundry list.
A whole list.
I mean, he was
Yeah.
banging everything that moved.
That's
for a while.
ridiculous.
Freaking
Yeah.
awesome. What would happen was that my AIDS killed my gonorrhea, and then what happened was is the syphilis took the gonorrhea's coat off for the fight.
Oh, my God. My AIDS killed my gonorrhea.
Freaking amazing.
Gross.
All right, I have a couple other things to mention.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Fresh off of scoring.
Play that one more time.
AIDS. I have something else.
Okay.
Okay. Rack ball.
Okay.
Rack 'em.
Rack 'em. Rack ball. Rack 'em. Freaking rack balls.
Fresh off of scoring 5 Academy Awards on Sunday, Hulu has announced that Honora will be coming to the platform starting March 17th. The movie debuted in theaters last October, making $16 million and $41 million globally. 16 was in the U.S. Honora is a dramedy about a young sex worker who meets and impulsively marries the son of a Russian oligarch. And once the news reaches Russia, his parents set out to New York to get the marriage annulled. And, of course, it won Best Actress, Best Picture, Best Director, Best Editing, and Original Screenplay.
I've heard it likened to Pretty Woman.
Okay.
In a way,
I could see that.
And so I remember it was. I think it was the highlighted film at the Philadelphia Film Festival.
Okay.
Yeah.
Has Hulu acknowledged at all their F up on Sunday night?
Yes, I sent Preston an article.
Okay.
About their explanation of what happened.
It was a scheduling problem. The award show went long. The login stuff, it didn't really explain what the problem was, but it ended before several of the major awards were announced, and it was because they had it set up for a certain scheduled time. You know the history of the Oscars.
Yes.
You know that
come
it
on.
always will run long.
Leave a buffer.
Why set that
Yeah.
at all? Leave it wide open.
For me, it ended at 10:32, and that's when it cut out. And let it run at least until 11. Whatever.
Do you remember years ago? When there was TiVo before there were built-in DVRs, in your cable box and so on and so on and on. Standard practice would be to set a recording for the show in the schedule after the Oscars,
Yeah.
so that because it was always going to go over.
Even my DVR does that, because I DVR all of like the Eagles games, and I always go a half hour beyond the scheduled time.
All right, so listen to this. A whole new generation will get to experience the love and heartbreak of A Walk to Remember.
Oh.
That's one that rips your heart out.
That is a good one.
Yeah. The Nicholas Sparks novel and 2002 film starring Mandy Moore and Shane West is getting a reboot treatment. No word on casting or a director yet, as the film is in the early stages of development. The movie starred West as Landon Carter, a troubled teen who falls for a shy, overachieving classmate, Jamie Sullivan, played by Moore. The movie follows their relationship as Landon learns that Jamie is living with leukemia and her time is running out.
What does more damage to you, that or The Notebook?
Man, that's a tough one. They're both. I mean, that's what Nicholas Sparks does.
The reveal in The Notebook.
Yeah, that's hard to. But man,
I don't know that Walk to Remember one.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's
man.
another tug of the heartstrings.
Yeah, I won't give away what the walk is, but it's. I'm getting choked up thinking about it. Moving on.
All right.
A Crazy Rich Asians series is officially in the works at Max. Adele Lim, who co-wrote the 2018 hit film, will serve as showrunner, with John M. Chu back as the executive producer. Crazy Rich Asians author Kevin Kwan is also on board, continuing his role as executive producer for the show, like he did for the film adaptation. No word yet on whether the original cast will return, but fans are hoping for familiar faces.
I just watched that again.
That's great.
We had, I forget the guy's name, he's great, one of the actors. And
Jimmy O. Yang?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, Nick, thanks. And he was talking about how low the budget was and how they made it look so opulent.
What?
So, yeah, because they did smoke and mirrors. They did everything they could to pull out all the stops.
Wow.
But the budget was actually pretty low. But you watch that movie and it looks as opulent as can be.
The series will be based on Kwan's best-selling book trilogy, which includes China Rich Girlfriend and Rich People Problems. Lim, who also directed Joyride and wrote Raya and the Last Dragon, is currently working on Anne Hathaway's return to Disney in Princess Diaries 3. So a lot of stuff going on there. All right, so trying to see if we have time for any more. Now, we may as well get right to the clip, so let's go ahead and do that now. So, the new film, No Address, or No Address, I don't know how you want to pronounce it, shines a light on the homeless epidemic happening in Sacramento. And in this clip, Lucas Jade emphasizes the importance of this particular topic.
The whole point of making a fiction piece about it is to bring awareness to the issue and hopefully reach an audience that normally wouldn't have any business understanding or relating to these characters.
No very insensitive.
No Address is now in theaters. All right, here's our next clip. 6 years after Daredevil ended, the story is revisited with Marvel's new series, Daredevil Born Again. And in this clip, Charlie Cox jokes about life after this role.
When I'm walking off as Daredevil, I'm walking much slower. I'm creaky. My body is making more noises. And I'm needing more anti-inflammatories.
Daredevil Born Again premieres tonight. You'll find it on Disney Plus.
So excited.
Didn't know that he was British.
I didn't either.
I had no clue.
I did, and it makes it, when you watch his Matt Murdock American accent, that much more impressive, but you would have no hint whatsoever.
Yeah. All right, that is the entertainment report for you this morning, friend. So we are going to take ourselves a break. We are going to come back in a moment. A reminder that we do have your chance to win a Preston and Steve Show themed tattoo with our friends Floating World Tattoo and Piercing, 1729 South Street in Philadelphia. Text the word tattoo to 39333 and you'll automatically be in the running for that. You want to check out their artwork? Easy to do. FloatingWorldTattoos.com or check them out on Instagram at Floating World Tattoos. We'll come back in just a second, so hang for a moment, please.
Preston and Steve.
And I look at him and I go wide-eyed and I go, oh my God, roll down your window. And I'm doing the rolling motion. And he looks at me and he had no idea what I was talking about. He's
Well,
like,
actually, that looks a little bit like manual stimulation.
But you had your fist like this doing that.
I'm going to take care of you sexually.
Yes.
Usually people go like this.
Right, roll
with
down
with your
like,
index finger.
No.
It's like this.
It's like,
It's like-
Not like this.
Wait, I'm sorry. It's like,
that means roll your window.
roll down your window.
Nothing to do with your mouth.
Wait, Preston. Roll down your window.
oh,
Turn around and show
you'd
you.
have to be watching our studio cams right now to get it. Yeah.
Roll down your window. You guys are so inappropriate right now.
Casey's grabbing his ankles. He has his legs up in the air.
Roll down your window.
You need a whole fist to roll down the window, guys.
Roll down your...
Hey, guys. Hang on a second. Let me get
I didn't understand. I wanted you to roll down your window.
Oh, there's a Daily Rush video right there.
Where's the dildo? You can smack that on your face. Roll down the window.
Sorry, Marissa.
So he didn't get that?
I think I eventually put down the window a little bit, and I told him, and he kind of smiled and sped away.
Cars, this, if you go like this, a button pushing thing.
Yeah, no one's going to know what that is. Roll down your window.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay, sorry about that.
Okay, all right, moving along.
Arm vaginas.
What does that mean?
Okay.
God, they finally did this.
There has been a slow but steady rise of removal surgery for arm vaginas.
So are they making arm vaginas for replacement vaginas?
No.
How exactly does this work?
This is actually armpit folds within where people have these issues, and they call it the arm vagina.
Oh, I never...
Yep.
I didn't know that's what it was called.
Yeah.
So explain, I'm a little bit at a loss here.
It's like it's like armpit fat that hangs over when you wear like a tube top.
Oh, that looks like a
camel toe.
vajayjay.
Looks like a camel toe, right?
Just extra like fat and skin. It's not.
There are some though that happen to fall into a very vagina-esque looking flap, and those are the ones you got to correct early.
You got to get rid of that.
You got to get rid of those early. Other ones just look like, hey, they're a little roll of fat and a little, popping fresh, but you never would do that to an arm vagina.
The vagina flap. The surgeries performed vary
It
depending.
sounds like a bad 50s dance. Everybody's doing the vagina flap now. Come on, baby, do the vagina flap now. Swing your big arms like you have two vaginas.
Come on, baby, do the vagina flap now.
A little bit of lotion and he'll come right there.
Come on. Oh, we're done singing?
If you want to sing. I can't get that high.
Yeah.
The surgeries performed vary depending on the cause and extent of an arm vagina.
When they have those drastic weight losses and people, I don't honestly know surgically how they can remove that without it killing the person. You see, like, there was one guy who had, it looked like he was melting how loose his skin was. If they talk about a tummy tuck as being invasive, how the hell do you do that?
They also use mini liposuction and the removal of excess skin. They are popular non-surgical methods.
Can you do the gentleman stitch on those?
Along with injections that are claimed to break down fat.
So my chick's arms are so tight. Just saying.
So that's a new one apparently out there. The arm vagina.
So my chick's arms are so tight. Just saying.
So that's a new one apparently out there. The arm vagina. This could go along actually with the connoisseur, believe it or not, because this is
the custodian, the connoissorian. He eats old food. Is this fresh?
No, this is the little known history.
The little known history
of fruit roll-ups.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, wow.
You guys are all on board now, aren't you?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the first fruit roll-up was created by Ivan the Terrible.
No. But it's older than you think.
Is it older than Jesus?
No. The thin sheets of fruit treats known as fruit roll-ups have been a staple of supermarkets since 1983 when General Mills introduced the snack to satisfy the sweet tooth of kids everywhere. But
1983, so the Civil War had just ended.
Right. No, but the fruit roll-up has an origin that goes much further back, all the way to the turn of the 20th century, believe it or not. The small community of Syrian immigrants in New York in the early 1900s didn't have the packaging or the marketing power of General Mills, but they had the novel idea of offering an apricot-sourced fruit leather that they called Emmerdine.
Did you know that Frederick Douglass invented Razzles?
No. Wow.
Razzles.
All right.
That's the candy that becomes a gum.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you like Razzles?
I do. Yeah. As a kid, I used to like it. I would like, is this Razzle going to be a candy or a gum?
Yeah.
The world was at my feet.
And when it turns into a gum,
too late.
The flavor lasts like
the flavor's
10 seconds.
pretty much gone.
Right,
yeah. When a trade publication detailed the family's process in the early 1970s, it opened the floodgates for other companies to begin making the distinctive treat. Sunkist was an early player, but when General Mills put their considerable advertising power behind their fruit roll-ups, they became synonymous with the snack.
What's your favorite fruit roll-up flavor?
I always just went for the strawberry, which was kind of the first one that came out.
To me, it sort of tasted like a Twizzler a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I tried like the healthier version of the fruit roll-up, and Jace was like, "I don't like these. Can we get those?" And it was,
you
the
don't
traditional
like Mommy's kale roll-ups.
It was like a little.
They're
more...
actually not that bad.
Are they?
Healthier version.
Are they? I've never had them.
But when you have the original, which, is delicious, he knows the difference now.
Yeah.
Joray is still in business, offering kosher roll-ups that rely more heavily on fruit than the more processed commercial versions.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but Joray is Superman's father, right?
No, that's Jor-El.
Oh.
But I thought you were going to say Geordi, and he's on Star Trek Next Generation. But the companies have one more important thing in common. They both have the sense not to refer their product as fruit leather anymore.
Yeah, fruit leather would not be as tasty.
But I was not aware of the history.
I always thought it was like a sort of chemical thing that they put together in the 80s, and here it's sort of fruit. Parents will be down with this.
Yep.
You've opened up my eyes, historian.
Thank you. Please welcome Mr. Brian Posehn.
Yeah.
To the show.
You were on Big Bang Theory last night, and your character on the show is hilarious. You're a geologist, and
a rock nerd.
A rock nerd, and and I was talking to you off air about that show. And originally when it came on, I was like, I don't know, and then it became clear that there is a strong geek base in the writers' room
for
there,
sure,
because they were getting it all right, and that's what brought me into it.
Yeah, no, there's giant nerds in that writing room.
Right.
Sure. Yeah, there's guys from Futurama and places like that, and they're really smart and very geeky.
Very geeky, and they actually...
The cast isn't.
Really? So nobody on the show...
No, because I've been there a lot, and like the first couple of times we'd be hanging out, and like there was a comic book store actually on the set.
Yeah.
And I'm, looking at everything in there, and I was asking a couple of the guys, I was like, do you like this stuff? They're like, no, we go to Comic-Con once a year, and that's it. I'm like, oh my God.
They pull it off, though. Who's ever writing again, you say the writers are geeks, so that makes a difference, but... on that comic book set, and much to my wife's chagrin, I will point to things. I have that piece.
Wow.
She's like, oh my God, shut up, nerd.
It's really bad. Yeah,
there's a certain way you're supposed to read comics, and I don't know what that is. Are you supposed to look at the picture first? You're supposed to read the dialogue first? Can you do either or?
I cannot help you.
But I've heard that.
Figure it out.
I've heard that before.
I've never heard that.
Yeah,
it's confusing if you first pick it up, but if you start reading a few titles about where the panels are and where the word bubbles are.
Oh, right, the way the storytelling.
Yeah,
I always find that my eye goes naturally to where it's supposed to go, especially if you're dealing with good writers and good illustrators.
After you read a few,
the normal flow will take you there.
There's some Deadpools I could recommend.
That you wrote.
How many did you write?
45.
Wow.
Yeah.
Your stuff is exceptionally good. I have to tell you, I love what you do with the character, and I know we talked about the first movie, and you were happy with the outcome.
I mean, I keep thinking at some point they're going to use one of our characters, and if they do,
who would you want them to use?
Well, the woman we had in Mary Shiklo, which was, I would think would be a cool wife. It's so nerdy. But
no,
she's the queen of the vampires. And, I just think it would be a good juxtaposition for the character.
It would be very cool, but you know what? And here's the most telling thing is the case can no longer be made that this is just peripheral stuff. This right now, and I mentioned Thor Ragnarok before he came on. This is what is fueling Hollywood.
Oh, yeah.
This is it.
Yeah, there's not a lot of other big movies. All the big movies are geeky movies.
Right.
Yeah, for sure.
And also, the best ones and the most successful ones are the ones that are deeper and have more meaning and that are characters that are well written. And,
right.
And I was talking with Nick Murphy, who's he's a fellow nerd too, but these universes that exist beyond the movie, the characters that exist beyond the movie, they make the entire movie more compelling.
Right. And then, like, for me, as I was watching Thor, and they got it so right, part of my head was exploding because I was like, this is something I've always wanted.
Right.
And no one's ever gotten it right, but these guys are getting it right. Like, whoever's involved at Marvel and,
Well, Kevin Feige?
Yeah, but all the guys. Yeah, Feige.
So deal with this, and because we have been through, we're old enough to remember the failed Thor attempt on the Hulk TV series.
Right.
The guy who was basically like a beach bum, with a horrible plastic-looking hammer, and it was just all the failed attempts. Spider-Man basically rappelling down a building.
Right.
This was stuff they could never pull up. Now, not only are they pulling it off right now, they're nailing it to the original imagery that we loved to begin with.
Well, yeah, it had that Jack Kirby feel, and we're making this so geeky.
Well, speaking of geeky,
I love when I do a nerd voice when I'm being nerdy, like I need to.
Your nerd poker. This has gotten such a buzz. Please explain to people what goes on here.
Well, it's just Dungeons and Dragons, but I've always looked at D&D as like it's just a geeky form of poker because for me and my friends, it's more about the hang than it is the actual game. And that's what a lot of D&D nerds don't like my podcast because we play D&D, but we also mess around.
It's light and loose.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of dudes hanging out in a room.
And is it an ongoing story? I'm sorry, because I don't know. So,
yeah.
So when you guys show up every week, it continues from the week prior.
Yeah, and our dungeon master has to remind us because I have a short attention span, and I've smoked some stuff over the years.
Just a bit. Who surprised you? Who's come out of the woodworks as a D&D
Well, we
fan?
had on our show, we had Joe Manganiello on our show, and
that guy's wild.
My wife was like calling all her friends, like, he's in my living room.
He's Sophia Vergara,
come on
Magic
over.
Mike, and True Blood.
Yeah. He's super handsome.
Yeah.
Like me, we're all geeks, and we were all looking at him going, he's dreamy. And then he pulled out his box of figures.
Very much, Kath. So there was we just had the story of Dolly Parton's husband passing away, and she shared with that he helped inspired the huge song Jolene, which is, of course, about a woman who's trying to seduce a man and take him away from the wife and everything. But it turned out the story behind that was there was a bank teller, an attractive bank teller, and Dolly's husband, apparently she would flirt with him, and he thought that was kind of fun and would go in there all the time. And so she was, seeing this little flirtatious interaction. It was nothing serious.
No.
But it was enough to motivate her to write a song.
Yeah.
But she was the beautiful woman that works at that place that you go to regularly and you're going to encounter. And it's an interesting scenario and one that we might want to. Now, we don't have phone capabilities, but we still have Zoom. And if you want to chime in on this, you can text word Zoom to 39333. We'll send you a link, and then Marissa will see if we can get you on the air to talk about this. But there was this Threads post that Nick came across yesterday, and it's local. And I'm going to read this to you. It is from the user's name is ML Glenn, and I don't know who that is, but she says, and just posted on here, if you work at the Trader Joe's in Wayne, Pennsylvania, and are tall with dark, kind of wavy, curly hair, and we're working today wearing all black, please know that you're so hot, and I had to flee the store because I got so nervous looking at you.
Oh, my God, that's hilarious.
Hope you have a wonderful life being that gorgeous.
Oh, my God.
And if that wasn't enough, she did her own sketch of what the guy looks like.
Stop. Are you serious?
Look, Kathy, look on Nick's monitor.
Yeah.
It's like a stick figure. And it says, over the top, it says, welcome to Trader Joe's. And it's like a stick figure of the guy wearing all black, though she did put clothes on him. And she points an arrow to the face, and it just says, hot face. And then next to it, it has a measuring, stick of sorts that says tall. So he's tall, dark, kind of wavy, curly hair.
Now I want to go.
Super hot.
I want to see how hot this guy is.
Same. So, Casey, this came across my feed on Threads because my friend Tina was at the Trader Joe's also on the other day when this person, Megan Glenn, was there. And Tina said, I saw him too, and he was striking, and it led to this entire conversation about this dude.
Okay.
Wow.
Apparently, he's a little toxic. Some women noted that they had dated him over the years. Might not be best boyfriend material, but still very hot.
Still hot.
Yeah.
So it leads to the conversation of, is there a place that you go because there's a hot person that works there? And listen, places like Hooters and things like that.
Of course, that's what they're.
That's too easy.
An anomaly. Like I can tell you one. There's a place called the Juice Room on Germantown Avenue near where I live. They had the hottest staff there, and maybe I went for more juices
for an extra juice.
Yeah, but they were just healthy and wonderful, and everyone looked tremendous in the place. So again, it's one of those things that it may influence your decision to go. It's not like you're, conducting.
Yeah, you're really trying.
No, it's like, this is pleasant to look at.
But it may steer you in that direction because of that. So text word Zoom to 39333.
I used to go to, when I drove an Audi, there was a just like a service center. It wasn't, you couldn't buy a car there. You would just go to get your car serviced there. And I went a couple times, and this guy that worked there, he was so good looking, and much younger than me.
Sure.
But I was like,
it's not like you're like, oh, here we go. But you want to go. Doesn't hurt to go look at something wonderful.
No, and but I would get a little flustered, and I think I definitely told you guys this before. He was dropping my car off, and he was like, "Oh, your registration, whatever." And he's like, "Is it in the glove compartment? I can grab it." And he was on that side,
grab it.
and I was on the driver's side. I was getting it, and I was like, "Oh yeah." He opened it up, and my tampon came flying. Onto the ground.
And then is that when you looked at and go, I don't need that currently.
Steve,
wink.
I pretended like I didn't see it. He had to bend down to the ground, pick up my tampon, put it back in my glove compartment.
God.
I just turned my back and pretended like I didn't see it.
Oh, that's when you think someone's attractive. Oh,
but what if he turned
so
and he's
bad
like,
for you.
it's okay, it's natural.
Everyone
I eat these for breakfast.
Oh, jeez. Oh, my God.
Oh, it was awesome.
Oh, wow.
That's the most I would have died.
Yeah. Hey, listen, it's great when you know where the person works and you can guarantee that they're going to be there.
It's a little bonus.
Yeah.
It's not,
Listen, I used to go to it was I think at the time it was called Cali. It's now RP McMurphy's or whatever, but we went there every Wednesday night. Now, it didn't hurt that it was $5 to get in 25-cent drinks, but I went there almost specifically because there was a girl who would go there. She didn't work there or anything like that, and I've told the story. I tried to buy her a 25-cent drink a couple times. She said, no, thank you.
Dude, I have $1. I'll buy you 4 drinks.
Oh, that's great.
But I went there, pretty much every Wednesday night in hopes that she would be there.
So, but I mean, and then it can be something as innocuous as, again, like somebody at the Whole Foods, where it's not a pickup place, or it's not like, and it's just something that is, I can understand this woman's admiration for this man at the Whole Foods. It's just, it makes your shopping experience, or whatever experience, a little bit more, a little brighter.
I remember so much brighter. I remember when my kids had their braces, and we would go by the orthodontist office.
Dude.
The orthodontist had stocked that staff.
We're getting so many texts from people about orthodontists and dentist office.
What is it?
I don't know.
Well, it's great teeth, first of all. So it's usually when you're going to take care of your
No, but I remember walking in and just like my head was on a swivel. I'm like, oh, what? And her. And I was like, wow.
Well, you guys are talking about the women. Jace's orthodontist is a man, and he's he looks like he should be a bodybuilder.
Oh, really?
He's
Yeah.
fit, and he wears he doesn't wear the dentist scrubs. He wears
athletic tees.
Yes, tight t-shirts and sweatpants.
Like Vin Diesel.
Seriously.
It's about your molars.
I swear the guy.
It's about molars.
He is. He's so good looking and extremely fit.
Here's a text that says, I'm a teacher and I have some eye candy that works at my school. He is our security officer.
Oh, wow.
As well as a cop in the town. He is absolutely gorgeous. And I purposely go down into the high school, which is where his desk is located. I'm in the middle school, just so that it can come up with an excuse to go see him. And needless to say, he looks good in and out of uniform.
It's, you know what, I hear this also with a lot, and it's kind of the classic thing, is the UPS delivery, the UPS guys, that used to be part of the thing. That was the fantasy.
In their short brown shorts.
Right, yeah.
All right, we're going to go via Zoom. Marissa is going to pull up an individual. We are looking for Sabrina. Hi there. Sabrina, good morning.
Good morning, bitches.
Good morning, bitch. Thanks for...
I called it a bitch by you guys.
All right, so is this about you or a friend of yours?
It's about me.
Okay.
So I'm a happily married woman of 2 years again, and I always have a crush. It's just my thing. I always have like some crush going on. And right now I have a crush with a friend of a friend. So like we always get together in groups. And my husband will even be there, but there's this man, he's 21 years older than me. I think I work out my daddy issues with him or something. And even my husband will say, there's your boyfriend, and like, I can't even talk straight around him.
Wow.
I just get like dyslexic. Yeah. And I'm just like, oh, blah, blah, blah. And it's not even that he's like this hunk of burning love. Like he's just a regular Joe kind of looking guy, which is my type. But
yeah.
I find my intentions of like getting together with friends. I'm like, oh, so-and-so's going to be there. I'm in.
Yeah. And your husband has fun with it?
Well, he does. I mean, he doesn't always know, like, oh, we're getting together with this group of people because the guy's going to be there. But if he's there, yeah, he has fun with it. He's just like, there's your boyfriend. You get so nervous, like your tongue hangs out, And we just laugh about it because, like, he's the least jealous person I've ever met. I'm totally jealous, but it's just fun. I mean, you got to have, I always say you can look, you just don't, like,
Yeah.
care.
It is a little, again, I think it's a little spice of life, and it's something that is fun.
Thanks, Sabrina.
I know, but is it bad? I mean, like, oh, I'm going to get together for dinner with this group because so-and-so's there.
Yeah. It makes you feel good. I know what you mean. Thank you, Sabrina. We appreciate it. That's like Rochelle and Dr. Palmer.
Dr. Palmer, I've heard of this name.
She loves Dr. Palmer. And
He's so nice.
He's a super nice guy.
And what is he? He's a gynecologist.
No. ENT. There's a really big, long name for it.
Otolaryngology.
Otolaryngology.
I think that's it.
So Rochelle loves him.
Yeah.
And I joke about it just like her husband does, just like Sabrina's husband does. I'm like, oh, you're going to see Dr. Palmer today. He's great. I love the guy. But that's her little crush. Her little crush. Let me get Nick. There was another text that you had isolated, or is that gone? That's all right. Don't worry about it. We got another caller, or we got another Zoomer. We're going to bring Marie up, Marissa, if you could, please. So we'll go to Marie next. We lost our monitors. In here.
What the?
Yeah. So now we've lost our monitors.
Oh, perfect. It's going to be like a sit around with us.
Let me see. Marie, can you hear me?
Right, if you know where we work, just come to the parking lot.
Yeah, you know what? Just stop
Come
by.
outside with a microphone.
Yeah, we'll hang a microphone down from the window. We've got long cords. We do have that.
That works.
Right? And we'll just swing a microphone out by the street and let you guys jump in that
we've
way.
been ballsy
Jesus
doing
Christ.
phone-driven segments on Zoom, and actually I've been really liking
I have too.
the patch. Obviously, we want the... Wait. We have something back up on the screen.
Well, they're working on it until I see a human being up there.
Preston, we just launched a missile.
I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it.
So Megan, who posted this, Preston, she texted in. I'm going to give this number to Marissa. Marissa,
no, you can't.
I know, but I'm going to. We can try to call her like off air. The person's name is Megan Glenn, and so maybe we can Zoom with her.
Yeah.
She's the one from the thread.
She shared the
She's
post
the one
initially.
that talked about the hot guy at Trader Joe's.
Megan, Zoom us.
No, you can't even do that
I
right
know.
now. So, all right.
So let's.
All right, take a Super 8 film of what happened. Put it in a SAS and Salvador stamped envelope.
Steve pointed out one when we were bringing up this conversation. The gal at Montage Mountain.
Oh my!
Yeah.
Like if that were in proximity to me, Montage
I didn't
regularly.
see her.
Stunning.
I
did not
either,
see
man.
that.
Because
we
Casey
were
and I
all the way up top.
We were at the top. We missed everything, all the action at the bottom of the hill.
She was like a California blonde.
She was wearing all black, and I don't know what she worked for the mountain. She was in charge of something.
She was in charge of something.
In charge of boners. No.
She was really nice too. She was. I liked her.
Duh. I turn into Charlie Sheen.
Boners.
Yeah.
When I was at one of the Fish concerts in Atlantic City, I was sitting on the boardwalk waiting for people to arrive. There was this police officer from Atlantic City. She was I was like, I think I just might have to come back to Atlantic City and get arrested just so I can see you again.
Like, I have drugs in my trunk.
Oh, I think we're up and running.
All right,
Preston.
we got to zoom up again. So is this Maria? Is this Marie or somebody else?
No, that is.
Oh, no, it's someone else. Okay, so it's Melissa that we are going to go to. Hi, Melissa. You're on with us. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Sorry to bother you guys at work.
We are happy to have you. Okay, so what's your, you saw this attractive person and you couldn't help just returning just to see them.
Yeah, so this was actually years ago when I was a teenager and we used to vacation on Long Beach Island. And I would walk 30 blocks every night down to Mr. T's mini golf because there was a cute boy that worked at the counter.
Mr. T's mini golf. That's hilarious.
And I would take my cousin with me. He was about 3, so he was my excuse. I'll take Brian for a walk. And we would walk 30, and then I'd have to piggyback him home because, of course, his little legs were tired.
Yeah.
And my family, of course, my brothers, found out, well, that's why I was going. And they used to refer to this boy as Little T. But I never talked to him. I would go and moon over him and then walk home every night.
Yeah. There's many times during your life where this happens, and you can still fondly remember. Did you get calluses on your hands from all the mini golf?
I never played. I would just go and stand and watch.
Wow.
It's a great spectator sport, miniature golf.
Sure. They had the longest hole in the world.
I love it. And 30 blocks, dude. That's a
long walk.
Track.
Come on, 3-year-old. We're going 30 blocks.
I've never been to LBI. Some beach towns' blocks are longer than others.
Yeah.
So if it's anything like Ocean City, 30 blocks is
that's a long way. Yep. All right. Thank you.
It was a hike.
Thank you, Melissa. We appreciate it.
Have a great day, guys.
You too.
I like the term she used, to moon over them.
Mooning is exactly right. It has that, which it is, an innocuous sort of, you get a little doughy eye.
Yeah, and you know what? There is something, and the studies have proven this before. When you see a person that is attractive to you,
get a boner.
Well, you can get a boner, but your heart rate goes up a little bit, and there's something chemically that happens inside of you, and it makes you feel good.
It does. It does.
There was I'm trying to think. I haven't had anything like that in a long time, as far as knowing that a person that I find attractive works there and regularly go by. There was one woman one time when I went to go get a picture frame made at like Michael's or something like that, and this girl was just stunning.
Yeah,
and I'm like, well, maybe I should get some other things framed around the house.
I would like 500 pieces of styrofoam.
And I went back, and of course, she wasn't. I never saw her again. I saw her the one time.
Well, and when you were heading back, in your mind, you're like, yes, I'm going to go get something, but it'll be nice if this person's here.
Yes.
Yeah.
And part of me was like, this is stupid. What are you doing?
Yeah.
Were you just going to look at somebody who's good looking?
I think everybody, listen, if you have an option of going to, say, there's 2 Dunkin' Donuts that you go to, and there's a very attractive cashier at one Dunkin' Donuts.
Yeah.
I think you're probably more inclined to go to that one.
Yes.
Right?
I think it makes total sense.
And I wonder if you are the person, what if you're the person who is the attractive draw?
Yeah, you guys are creepy.
Oh, okay. All right. That's true, too. Yeah, we'd like to hear from you if you are that person and you think. So here's an example, and this is a way over the top example.
Okay.
Lauren Harris.
Right.
Multiple calendar girl for Preston and Steve. Actually, every single calendar did. Lauren was in, I believe. Remember, there was a guy that drove from the Midwest.
Yes.
To show up and get his hair cut by her.
That's right. Yes. Yeah.
And that freaked her out a little bit.
It should. Yeah.
But you probably know if you've got regulars that come around and linger a bit.
A respectful how was it described?
Mooning.
Right. Adoration is fine.
A respectful mooning is okay.
Yes, yeah.
So we have
like Kathy throwing tampons at a Audi dealership.
We have Megan now, who posted this original story on Threads about the attractive guy at Trader Joe. We lost her. Wait, no, there we go. Trader Joe. So we have Megan now. Hi, Megan. Can you hear me?
All calibrated.
Okay, so we just had our monitors crash and go blank. We had her up. We saw her for a moment there.
We're right on top of this. It'll be okay.
No, it's new. It's not new tech, but it's new for us using it in this way.
That's right. We're repurposing old technology for the purpose of your entertainment.
Nick, I recall you telling a story about going maybe to an ice cream shop all
Oh my
the
God,
time.
yeah.
Okay.
Baskin Robbins on Route 30 in Paoli, and I don't know what it was, but Preston must have been like the orthodontist or the dentist or whatever. But they hired hot girls to work there, and Steve, to your point earlier, like. You could get ice cream anywhere. You would always go to that Baskin Robbins. And the I don't know, looking back on it, maybe the owner was a little creepy, but it was all attractive high school girls. And when you are a lonely high school boy.
Oh, my God.
You know.
Oh, my, of course.
I would walk the dog over there because the girls would pay attention to the golden retriever.
All right, we're going to try talking to Megan again. Hi, Megan. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. First of all, thanks for joining us. We appreciate it. And so tell us about posting this. How long ago did you post this on Threads?
This was Saturday morning.
All right. And was this your first time at that particular Trader Joe's, or just your first time seeing this guy?
First time seeing this guy. It was like my third time there.
Okay. And so it was in your post. You said, I had to flee the store because I got so nervous looking at you. So it was one of those, your heart was just pumping, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I literally saw him when I was standing in the checkout line, and I said, oh, my God, out loud.
Oh, my God. I can't believe I just said that out loud.
Was he rocking sort of you mentioned him being all in black. Was he rocking sort of a goth vibe, or what was it?
No, we just had they were black kind of cargo pants and a black shirt. And he was literally just standing there minding his own business. And I was just trying to get, cookie butter and shortbread cookies. And I had to run.
How old would you place him, Megan?
Mid-20s,
Mid-20s.
maybe.
Okay.
You seem younger yourself. Are you in that range?
I'm going to be 30.
Okay, so has anybody any word of if I don't know how you would know this if he's received this information?
Yeah, he actually has. I was contacted by a friend of his and also his sister.
Oh my gosh!
And so he's been located. He is in a relationship. So
man,
there we go.
It was funny though, Megan, because I was following along on Threads over the weekend. My friend Tina was actually at the same store as you were on Saturday. She saw him as well. Our friend Fit Dad CEO Dave.
Oh yeah.
He commented on whatever.
So told me you guys were talking about it this morning.
Okay, so when these things take off, they sort of take on a life of their own, and you also it's weird when these things get shared publicly, because then you got a lot of information about this guy, some of which wasn't the most flattering information.
Yeah. So there was a rumor that he was kind of an unpleasant gentleman. But turns out that was another tall, dark, handsome man.
Oh, okay.
A competing tall, dark, handsome man.
Yeah. So apparently there's two tall, dark, handsome men in the Wayne Trader Joe's location.
Right.
One of them is a douche.
Well, listen, and it's all hearsay. We don't. People can write anything they want on social media. This guy could be the most loyal, wonderful person, and in fact has met the love of his life in a supermarket or a market. Were you at any point entertaining, in your flustered situation, were you entertaining the notion at all of approaching him or anything, or was that absolutely an alien concept?
Oh, that's an For me, that's an alien concept just in general. I just flee the scene.
That's your move.
That's how you react. Fight or flight.
She likes me.
Yeah.
No, listen. When I'm in my single days, if I saw someone who was clearly out of my league, forget it, dude. There's no way. I just couldn't handle.
Was that empowering?
The absolute preordained rejection I was going to get.
Nature is taking care of this one.
I don't need that.
Yeah. Once you hit that certain point, like I found my person, and so you can just, again, like you're going to a museum. Oh, that's gorgeous. That's amazing. But I have my wife. I'm completely thrilled. So on that level, it's just, again, it's that little flutter.
But yeah, and you know what is great though is if you and even though you are in a committed relationship and you're going to stay that way no matter what, just knowing that someone finds you attractive,
it's always nice.
Is pretty awesome.
Yeah,
you know, it's a nice thing to have happen. So.
Yeah,
is it?
Is it?
Yeah, I wish him and his girlfriend nothing but the best. They both did a great job.
Would you ever approach him with the notion of a throuple?
I can't even approach him with the notion of a double.
Yeah, getting the balls.
I hear you. No, I think I align exactly with where you are. Yeah, it was a moment in time, but look at what it's become.
So let me ask you this, Megan: does this happen to you from time to time, or is this like the rare occasion that you're like really struck by someone, a stranger that you don't know?
I mean, I think. I moved back up here recently from Alabama, and it was never happening down there. So it's the first time in a while that I've been like, oh wow.
Right.
But the fact that you were moved to actually, post, that says something. So, but I think a lot of people have. Those chance encounters that used to occur. What was it? Was it in the city paper?
Yeah,
missed encounters.
Yeah. And literally, it was like I saw you on the R5, and
misconnections.
Misconnections.
Yeah.
I used to read those.
Missing in action.
I post on misconnections, which I didn't know still existed, but I located.
You didn't need it. You found them.
Yeah. All right, Megan. Well, we hope you find someone just as handsome who
with cookie butter,
who is into you and cookie butter. So, but thanks for joining us this morning. We appreciate it.
Have a good day.
All right, you too. We'll see you later. Yeah,
that's wild.
That is, but it can it can definitely. I mean, I wrote down the song. Casey started to play a little bit of it, but like I remember when you have that moment, you see someone and you're like freeze for a moment.
Yeah.
Like, oh my God. And you're like, she's beautiful.
We're all susceptible to it.
Oh.
I mean, this is a case of a woman finding a man, gobsmackingly handsome. It's the way we react. We're visual,
I had it actually with Rochelle because we were at, and I already knew who she was. We had met, and it was a couple of years later that we finally got together. But I was at a nightclub. I was at Rivers Nightclub. I was working. I was the DJ. I was in the bar. And she was on the dance floor and like a light, like the actual light.
Yes.
In the room.
Lit her up?
She was lit up.
Wow.
And I saw her on the floor and I was like, ah!
Yeah.
Oh my God! Ah! Boner!
Oh my God.
But it was like the scene from Wayne's World when he sees Cassandra.
Yeah.
And it's Dream Weaver.
Yes. It's funny when I with Claire, my wife, she was rocking sort of an alt look, and she had a number of earrings in. And I remember she came in to do some stuff with promotions. She was an intern at the radio station I was working at, and I looked back and I went, huh. And that switch flicked. And I was like, oh, okay. I'm enjoying this.
You know what's interesting though about this story? I just told you guys about seeing her on the dance floor and her being lit up, and she was highlighted and she was almost angelic. I shared that. I remember sharing that story with her the first time, and she was like, oh, yeah, that's kind of. I was like, I am pouring my heart out to you. This is
I remember getting a restraining order against you.
This was years. We had already been married for years. And I'm like, the night I saw you.
Oh my God.
It was like you were highlighted. You were an angel.
She was like, is this story over?
Smell this. Smell this. Does this smell like cat crap?
Oh, what? You were in the same room as me that night?
My earth shifted on its axis. How about you, honey? I don't remember that.
Yeah.
I was like, remember, I didn't want to date you.
Yeah. The angels came down with trumpets. What about you? Oh, I was trying to remember my car was parked.
No, that was the night we finally solidify things.
Hooked up?
No, not hooked up, but she
Agreed.
I
to
got
it.
her number.
Was she not working?
I got her number.
I got her number. How do you like them apples? Was she working at a club you were DJing at?
That was years before. That was like 2 years before.
And that was a failed swing, and it was a swing and a miss.
I asked her out, and she lied to me and told me she had a boyfriend.
You know what's funny, Preston, is that my brother and his wife met 2 years prior to them actually getting together as well. So he saw, it's funny, man, like a lot of similarities. He saw her from across the room.
I'm dating Suge Knight.
No, like thought that he was, they both were attracted to one another, and then they just didn't have space in their lives at that point to get together. And then 2 years later, the stars aligned, and now they're married.
All right, we have time to go to one more person with this. We were just to reset. The girl Megan, who we were just talking to, had posted on Threads that she saw this guy at Trader Joe's who was incredibly handsome, and she just posted, "You are so hot. Who are you?"
And it connected with a lot of people who've had similar experiences.
Yeah, and the fact that Dolly Parton's husband just died yesterday, and he was the motivation for the song Jolene because of this woman he found attractive at the
bank teller
at the bank that she worked at. Yeah. So one more call. It's Charlie who we're going to go to. Yo, Charlie.
Rack 'em,
buddy. All right, what's up? You got a story to share?
Yeah. So spent a lot of years tending bar, and a place next roast beef in Springfield. I'm sure Casey's been there on more than one occasion.
Yeah, a couple times.
But a couple of servers in their late 30s. They noticed this young man come in, and the kid was stunning. He was a good-looking kid in his mid-20s, and they would just gawk at him. So they would come in once in a while. Whenever they did, or whenever he came in, they would stop what they were doing.
Yeah.
And just swoon. So one day he comes in, gets his takeout. I give him his change, and a quarter drops out of his hand. Before it hits the ground, he sticks his foot out. It lands on the top of his shoe.
Oh, my God.
He flips it up in the air.
I knew it.
Catches it, says thanks, and walks out the door. And the waitress just about fell over.
Did you see that?
Oh, my God, he's Superman.
The kid was so smooth. Of course, I go home. I tried it about 10, 12 times. No way in the world.
You figure if that's what the ladies like, but you couldn't do it.
Charlie's like, I'm going to master this, man. Oh, that's so funny, dude.
I love that.
Did he ever come back in again?
Yeah, once in a while he would come back in, and like I said, the servers, they would just freeze and watch him. Nobody was getting served when he was in the room.
Wow. God. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Charlie. Appreciate it, buddy.
Some people just got the thing.
Yeah.
I never had it.
They have it.
Yeah.
You have it. All right. So, all right. Well, thank you so much for the Zooms. We appreciate that. That is the way we communicate now.
Yeah. Yes.
Our phone lines are still down.
We're perfecting our cave drawing game just in case we need to fall back on that.
Well, we need a variety of things. Can and string, megaphone. We'll get it all together and find a way to have you on our program. We're going to take a break. When we get back, some bizarre file stories, if you don't mind. We'll share those. And then our good buddy, Derrick Pitts, chief astronomer of the Franklin Institute, is stopping by. We will be right back.
Preston and Steve.
He's more into Dungeons and Dragons than anybody I know, than anybody I've ever played with. Like, and Patton Oswalt used to paint his own figures.
Oh, my God.
But Manganello has, like, this whole, and they're alphabetized and it's super, like, OCD.
Did you start making fun of him?
I felt pretty cool. I'm like, look at this geek. I'm kind of the badass in the room. You know?
That's great.
What a nerd.
I don't understand it. And I've tried to play, and I've gotten really pissed off.
I think I'm too stupid. My attention span is
I'm
too
borderline.
Short.
I'm like, I feel like I'm in that room. I'm the dumbest guy in that room. And with my son's 8 years old, and he's not into D&D yet, but he's getting into all the other stuff, Star Wars and comic books. And he's already schooling me. Like, we're talking about Star Wars, and this is something I've liked for 40 years. And he knows more about it already than I do.
Well, you know, he enters into it, though, with the full catalog ready to go.
Right.
We had to get it through a nutrition and and incrementally.
Right.
And that's
and his hard drive hasn't been affected by anything yet.
Right,
you know
right.
what I mean?
But
his memory.
he's fully
his memory's
wired.
better.
Yeah, but it's part of the deal. The games are like you see them in the back of the comic book stores and they're playing. I'm like, man, it looks like it's so cool and you can get lost in it, but I can't. I would find myself playing with the figures too much, like the little, that's me. Like I remember the game Mousetrap as a kid. I never played the game. I just played with the Mousetrap.
Nice.
So it's all part of the deal.
Too dumb for Mousetrap.
I was too dumb for Mousetrap. So that shows you why I can't succeed at this. What are the games? What are the things are you into on that level? The D&D? Are you Magic the Gathering as well, or are they two separate camps?
It's not even that. It's like I'm so obsessive that certain things I've stayed away from. Like I never got into World of Warcraft because I just knew my wife would never see me again and would probably divorce me. And same thing with Magic the Gathering. I think if I got into it, I would have all the cards and I'd be on eBay buying them in the middle of the night. I got to get the wand of whatever, and
Yesterday, my wife is going through our closet. She's getting her coat to go outside, and she pulls out. I bought this jacket from the Rocketeer, Kathy, this leather jacket, because I got the helmet. She pulls it out and she goes, "What is this?" And it's those moments.
Well, it goes with the helmet.
It goes with the helmet. That's exactly what I said.
Wives don't understand that.
My son told me last night. He goes, "Dad," he's 17 years old. He goes, "Did you know that there's a rumor that if you stay a virgin until you're 30, you have wizardly powers?"
You're like, no, honey.
It was pretty damn funny. So that maybe they're holding out for that. Some of the geeks.
Maybe it's possible.
Oh,
I never heard that one.
Yeah, I didn't either.
I made it to 21, and now I'm
a little bit of close-up magic.
Yeah, I got pretty close. 7th level mage.
Did you get started in it by just like doing your own little fan fiction just for fun, and then
in comic books?
Yeah. And then start showing it to people,
No, I mean, I got in because I was into it, and I was already a comic, and so I was hanging out with Marvel guys and DC guys at Comic-Con every year, and they just became my friends. And then I did this other thing for Image first with my writing partner he'd grown up working at a comic book store out in Jersey, and when he moved out to L.A., he and I became friends.
Oh, okay.
Jerry Duggan, and we just wrote that book on our own. And then once we did that, Marvel kind of was like, "Well, you guys know what you're doing. Do you want to write Deadpool?" And the way it came up,
you must have crapped yourself when
I did. Yeah. But I still had to even though they wanted to give me the job, I still had to prove that I was worthy. So I had to give them the first year of stories. So we had to do work to actually get the gig.
I remember because they listen. There's the long-standing tradition, and it was very hard to get into that group. I remember the story of a guy who was a writer who ended up writing for Mad Magazine over the year, and that was revered. Mad Magazine to get in there, it took forever. It was like Parliament. Right. You almost had to go through that process. But once you were in, I mean, do they ever bring up the topic of other potential characters?
Oh, yeah, for sure. And I've been told I can do a Star Wars book if I want to.
Wow.
Or, any of the Marvel stuff. But it's just coming up with the idea because you don't want to just, half-ass it with that kind of thing.
Sure.
Because that was the thing with Deadpool always was I was worried about, making the nerdy fans mad. And Punisher fans, a lot of those guys own guns. So you don't want to make Punisher fans mad.
Yeah.
Ex-military dudes that are like, "Oh, you messed up Frank Castle, brother." And I'm like, "Oh, man."
You can't, Star Wars you can handle.
Yeah.
When a dude shows up with the...
Well, I don't know. Star Wars nerds are pretty hardcore.
When you go out, because you are doing so much, and we described you as a modern-day Da Vinci, when you go out and you're performing at comedy clubs, what is the composition of the audience coming to see you? Is it is it more nerds? Is it more TV fans of your TV work?
It's both. And I mean, I notice my fans because they look like me. A lot of black T-shirts and facial hair.
Right.
And
hunched a little bit?
Breasts, maybe.
Breasts.
Maybe they haven't taken care of themselves. A lot of doughy foods in their diet, I don't know. I'm not judging.
No, it's the more the merrier.
I've lost a lot, but yeah,
you look good.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
You're a big-time rocker. You been to any concerts this season?
I went to Tom Petty's last show.
You did? The Hollywood Bowl?
Hollywood Bowl, and then the
kidding.
following week he was dead, and there's no way I would have, if he would have said, "Man, this is his last show," he didn't seem, like 1 foot.
Were you so glad you went though?
Oh, absolutely. But that taught me. I'm like, I'll never say no again. Like anybody who comes through, I'll be like, that guy might die. So. Unless they're young. But, yeah.
Who's on the list? Who's on the got to get to list for you?
I don't even know. I mean, well, like if Floyd ever gets back together, or Zeppelin, or any of those, obviously. But there's not too many. Tom Petty was one of the only. I had never seen him, and I'm so glad I did.
Have you seen the Stones? Yeah, it was the same question.
Yeah, I saw them in the old days.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw them with Guns N' Roses and Live in Color in like 90.
That's a hell of a show.
Yeah, was it 1990, 1989
That was a triple bill?
Yes.
Yeah.
Ed mentioned Floyd. My youngest son is 15. He's into music, so I'm about ready to have the Dark Side of the Moon experience. I'm going to turn him on to that.
Right.
So we're going to go, and the way I remember listening to that album from beginning to end, we're going to just a dark room, light a candle, sit back, and
Ludes.
Ludes. No, we're not going to smoke weed, but we're gonna listen to that. I can't wait to turn him on to that.
And then he'll really like it when he smokes weed.
Right, exactly. This is step one.
Yeah,
we'll get to that later.
I don't know.
Just dip your feet in, and when I'm not around, check it out on your own.
Sure. Where's that experience coming from now where you could, that used to be till you talk about the religious experience of in the dark with the turntable and the whole thing, and I'm going to now in the darkness see the music, and that you don't get it anymore.
There's no albums anymore.
Yeah.
That's why. It's not going to happen anymore.
They don't do laser light shows anymore either.
I used to love laser light shows.
Those things are badass.
No matter who they were playing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It could have been Little River Band. It would still work. But maybe not.
Rush, yes.
Pink Floyd was made for laser.
I went to a
Laser
Rush
Floyd.
one back in the day.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, in San Francisco. Yeah.
I thought I went to Seattle
wasted.
Sounds, and it was awesome. It was Pearl Jam, Nirvana.
Oh, that's a good one.
Alice in Chains, Soundgarden. It was awesome.
The problem with the laser light shows is the seats were they're planetarium seats. So if you went late at night, you were going to fall asleep because they were
Right.
Yep, because you
permanently
laid back.
reclined.
But
Yeah.
they're probably better now. I would think there's been some advancements in laser.
You would hope.
Like, because back then it was just like they would write Rush with a laser and then spin it around. So you'd see what Rush looked like backwards. And you'd be like, wow.
Well, then they
It's
did.
amazing.
They did 3D laser lights
Yeah,
where you'd
yeah.
wear the glass. Do you remember that?
No,
Yeah,
no, I
that was
missed out
for a
on
brief
that.
period. Yeah.
Yes.
And so thanks for coming by.
Yeah,
again,
thanks
man.
for having me.
And
Always,
enjoy
guys.
your time in Philadelphia.
Thanks, man.
Brian Posehn. Anne Hathaway. Kathy, this is for you. You hate her.
Yeah.
She doesn't want the paparazzi making money off her baby bump, and so she took to Instagram on Monday to share a photo of herself rocking a bikini with her pregnant belly on full display. I've not seen this yet.
I did.
How's it look?
Looks pretty good.
Yeah, she look all right?
I think
She still looks annoying.
she's actually taken the time.
Annoying.
I'm with you.
She's taken the time to, I think, let people calm down about her.
Yeah.
You know? Like she's trying to stay out of the mainstream a little bit.
She wrote, happy 2016 to my beautiful Insta friends. So posting a bikini pic is a little out of character for me, but just now, while I was on the beach, I noticed that I was being photographed. I figured if this kind of photo is going to be out in the world, it should at least be an image that makes me happy and be one that was taken with my consent and with a filter.
She's right.
So she did it. Actually, it's pretty smart.
Who's she married to, or who's her boyfriend?
She is married to Adam Schulman. They got married in 2012.
And what is he? Craft services?
They've been together for 4 years, so before they got married. This marks the first time that Anne has publicly acknowledged her pregnancy since it was first reported in November. So
You know what? She's really good in the Batman movie. She does a solid job.
I didn't hate her.
Yeah.
But, Kath, I'm with you. She bothers the hell out of me. She really does.
Yeah.
Yeah, but look at you hated Sandra Bullock,
I know
and now
what-
you love her. In fact, your whole lifestyle is now Sandra Bullock based.
She's taken over my my Sandra Bullock.
Your ire?
My hate slot.
Your hate slot.
I have a couple.
That's
of those.
that's what Dennis calls it.
Yes.
Jesus, I see the hate slot.
Yeah, I can see the hate slots out.
We'll see how our luck goes with getting our lottery tickets.
I have a good feeling about it.
I do too. Are they saying that it could possibly hit $1 billion?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, because that's
Here,
what
let's see
happens.
what
They
it's up to.
start throwing some targeted numbers out, and then that causes
That fuels a surge.
the furor and
I'll be there.
not that.
I want to play.
Führer is also.
The Führer has heard.
Jesus. I hope he doesn't win.
That would be bad.
That'd be bad if Hitler won the lottery.
You know what? I would quit. I would retire.
Jeez.
I would get.
Then that would be a good thing.
All right.
I'd get a little place, go fishing.
Forgive and forget?
Yeah, You know what? I'll even hang out with some Jews. I'm wealthy. Who cares?
Oh, man.
Oh, my God. All right. Anyhow, the fervor.
Yeah.
Is that a better word?
Sure.
Yeah. All right.
The Führer has some bad memories.
Oh, God. Penelope Ann Miller, who we had on the show when The Artist, that movie was nominated.
Did you ever get to see that?
I did not.
You would enjoy it, really.
Really?
I know it's a weird conceit to have it,
It's a silent
fully
movie.
silent movie, but
I've seen scenes of it, and it looks entertaining, looks engaging.
it's
So
well done.
I would like to watch it sometime.
She has a full-on bad shot in it, too, which is amazing.
Full-on bad shot?
Yeah, that's how they used to do it in the silent days.
Nice beaver.
When they needed extra dialogue, they would move that around, too.
Move that around?
Well, you see it move, and then a card comes up that says queef.
Dude.
Wow, we took it in that direction.
Serious.
We had to because we're artists.
Did we?
Because we're artists.
Some people work in oils.
And it would have, when the word queef would come, have little quotations around it. Yeah.
And then the dog looked up.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
The way they used to do it in the classics.
I don't know that.
Somebody in the theater would be playing piano during that.
Ding, 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 and then the music would stop.
Come on, Kathy, get in on this.
No, it's all right. I'm good.
I don't even. Well, listen.
My God.
Some of that might be untrue.
It might be.
Or all of it.
All right, some birthdays today as we wait for your answer. It is the 18th day of January, and from the band Korn, Jonathan Davis celebrates. Right before he blows out the candles, it's all right, everybody. Here we go. And
That's their riff on Cha Cha Cha.
yeah, right, exactly. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Jonathan. Happy birthday to you.
All right.
So sweet.
Now just how old are
No, we're not going to do that. Jonathan is 45 today. Yeah.
And it's also, I think, National Brothers Week.
What?
Yeah.
What's going on?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you're a brother.
Yeah. Yes, I am. Right on.
Is
There
it
you go.
brother, B-R-U-T-H-A, or
No,
brothers?
You're a brother.
If you have a sibling.
I am the middle brother. I have an older brother and a younger brother. That puts me in the middle.
I'm the only brother.
Did you get into physical fights with your sister?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, she beat the crap out of me. She's 4 years older than me.
Wow.
Yeah.
And when did that change? When were you able to?
I remember specifically punching her one time and it causing damage, and I was probably like 14 or something like that.
That's hard.
Thank you, Kathy. Hang on. There's a shout out I wanted to do, and I almost forgot about this. This is from Mike Lloyd, who says, "Hey, Preston, can I get a huge, juicy shout out, the kind that Kathy likes, for my cousin's husband, Jonathan Malavolta. He just scored a brand new job on the Amtrak, and my family and I want to wish him all the best.
Nice.
And anytime you do it is fine. So here's a shout out. Always a great feeling when you get a brand new job. When you start a new gig.
Yeah.
Good for you, man.
And
Hi, Mike.
I wonder if they're actually on trains or if they're in corporate or what, because it's something romantic to riding the rails for a living.
Agreed. All right, so we're going to send a shout out to you, sir. Congratulations. All right, I do have some beat file stories, so let's get those.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Camelback Mountain. You can join Marissa, Casey, and Nick at Camelback Mountain's 20th annual Pond Skim. It's going to be Saturday, March 22nd It'll be the wildest end-of-season party on the slopes. Go to Camelback Resort. Camelbackresort.com, and you'll get all of the details. A dog in the Los Angeles area is recovering from extensive surgery after her veterinarian pulled 24 socks.
Whoa!
And a half dozen other items from her stomach.
Were there feet in the socks?
There were not,
Okay.
according to an Instagram post from the Corona Animal Emergency Center.
God, man, they eat stuff.
A 7-month-old Bernese mountain dog named Luna was rushed to the hospital after her owners noticed she was vomiting and had a firm, distended abdomen. The hospital wrote, "What we found was jaw-dropping." Alongside, they had photos of X-rays of her stomach and full of clothing.
And there was like more than socks in there.
Yeah, photos of her in recovery and a picture of the veterinarian, Dr. Jenny, posing with everything that was found in her stomach.
They're beautiful animals.
Including 24 socks, 1 scrunchie, 2 hair ties, 1 shoe insert, 1 small onesie from her intestines, and a miscellaneous cloth pieces.
Oh my God.
Yeah, the veterinary clinic confirmed that Luna had undergone a gastrotomy to clear her stomach and an enterotomy to remove the onesie, which was causing an intestinal obstruction.
We're looking at the pictures of the items. There appears to be a small European car in there as well.
That's crazy.
Photos of Luna in recovery show the puppy relaxing on a couch with a cone over her head to prevent her from licking her stitches, but she's going to be okay.
All right, maybe this is where my spoons went. We were talking about my spoons went missing in my house.
You've been missing
Maybe
those.
my dogs-
Reggie?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think Reggie's been eating spoons.
Well, you guys remember just recently, my friend Megan had to take her dog and they found 12 binkies in her dog's stomach.
Yep, they do it.
And it's a Chihuahua.
A North Carolina llama was officially declared the oldest llama in the world.
Yeah!
At the age of 27 years old and 250 days.
I don't drink or smoke.
White Top, the llama, who has lived since 2006 at the Victory Junction Camp for Children with Serious Illness and Chronic Medical Conditions, was officially named the oldest living llama in captivity and oldest llama in captivity ever by Guinness World Records.
It's pretty amazing. So it's kind of a support animal?
Yeah, Billy Joe Davis, the barn director, said he's so good with our campers that as soon as our camp days start, he just lays down and he doesn't get up until lunch. He'll just lay there and lets kids run up to him and love on him. She said he treats it like a job, and it is definitely his job. White Top spends his days surrounded by children at the year-round camp, as well as 9 horses, 2 goats, 2 rabbits, 2 miniature donkeys, a miniature Highland cow, 4
6
hamsters,
rabbits,
6
yeah.
rabbits, and the cow named Gus Gus.
Gus.
White Top's closest companion, by the way.
They say when he passes, they're going to eat him.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
No. What is the life expectancy of the llama? Did you mention that?
No, they
Okay.
didn't say, but 27 and 250 days is the world record.
Do they eat llama?
Llamas actually are cannibals. They eat each other.
Okay.
No, I mean, can you eat llama?
You
is the
can, but
question.
I've never heard of people eating llama
That-
or alpaca.
Damn, that's good llama.
Yeah, don't know. I would guess that somewhere in the world, yes.
Yep.
Here we go. As well as being eaten grilled, llama is also cooked in several traditional dishes in northern Argentina, such as different types of stew.
They're often served with
6 gerbils, 2 cats, a hamster, and a rabbit.
All right, the son of Buc-ee's co-founder, Don Wessick, if you're not familiar with Buc-ee's, it's a convenience store chain, very, very popular, is facing serious legal trouble after he was arrested and charged with possessing child pornography.
Whoa!
Mitchell Wasick, 29 years old, was officially charged with third-degree felony possession of child pornography in Travis County, Texas on Friday. The charges stem from an incident dating back to September of 2023. If convicted, he could face between 2 and 10 years in prison and a fine of up to $10,000 under Texas law. The latest indictment only adds to his growing legal troubles. In May 2024, he was indicted on 21 federal felony counts of invasive visual recording after authorities uncovered hidden cameras, secretly recording 13 unsuspecting victims at multiple properties owned by his family. Wow. And included footage allegedly shot in the bathrooms and bedrooms of a luxurious Lake Travis estate, a high-rise Austin apartment, a penthouse in Dallas, and a vacation home in Telluride, Colorado. So he had stuff wired everywhere. The disturbing case came to light when a group of friends who were visiting the Lake Travis home noticed an unusual charging port in the bathroom. One of them, an employee in cybersecurity for the Department of Defense, inspected the device and found a hidden camera embedded inside.
That's why when I go to the bathroom outside of the house in another location, I wear a hoop skirt.
The group removed the camera and, upon inspecting the memory card, found dozens of videos of themselves and others in compromising situations, using the bathroom, showering, changing clothes, engaging in sexual activity as well.
Wow.
Realizing the gravity of the situation, they turned the camera over to authorities. Investigators then discovered a total of 68 video files, many of which had been recorded without consent over a period of at least 2 years. Amazon records showed Wasik had ordered spy cameras. And it was as investigators combed through the digital evidence, they uncovered even more disturbing material, images of children who appeared to be prepubescent. Detectives sent the files to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, where a comparison with existing database revealed that at least one victim, a 7-year-old girl, had been previously exploited and her images had been circulated online.
It's just repulsive.
Further forensic investigations led to the conviction of another suspect as well. Before these latest charges, Wasik had already dealt with personal fallout from his previous arrests, and it didn't indicate in the story what those were, by the way.
So these Buc-ee's are kind of sprawling, right? They're huge, are they not?
They're big, and they're, the popular convenience store.
Right, and the swag that you get from Buc-ee's is kind of a kitschy thing to pick up.
Yep, exactly. So, dudes in some serious trouble. All right, we can't end on that. We're going to do one more story and wrap with this. A pair of underwear worn by President John F. Kennedy long before his time in the Oval Office has sold at auction in Los Angeles for $9,100.
These are my favorite underwear. The Phillies gave it to me.
They are my favorite.
The best.
Which, by the way, I have an update on those. So the ivory cotton snap fly boxer shorts featuring a hand-sewn label embroidered with the late leader of the free world's nickname, Jack, reportedly date back to his stint in the Navy during the 1940s. The presidential pants were featured at Julian's Auctions Spotlight History and Technology earlier.
Look at
this
that.
week.
Those are Maryland's bite marks.
The auction also included a black alternative brand hoodie worn on numerous occasions by
cool.
Mark Zuckerberg back in 2010.
I thought Kennedy had a hoodie.
No, he didn't have any hoodies.
It's my favorite hoodie.
When the tech titan was named Person of the Year by Time Magazine, while only estimated around $1,000, a modest bidding war drove the price up to a whopping $15,000.
Weren't there a pair of Hager slacks from LBJ?
The crotch down where your nuts hang is always a little too tight.
Meanwhile, one of the signature bow ties worn by Steve Jobs snagged an eye-popping $35,000, which is well above the estimate of $1,000. So some of these items go for a hefty sum, and that is what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right, we're going to take a break, and Mr. Derrick Pitts is scheduled to arrive. He is with the Franklin Institute, the chief astronomer. We're going to talk about a number of things when he gets in here, so we'll come back with him. Make sure you stay with us.
With your dad, didn't your dad give you all sorts of hell for that?
Probably, I don't remember.
That's how. That's how it was for me too. They didn't punch, but I remember the first time getting like seriously hurt, and I was like, okay, I'm not gonna
like
instigate
shoved or
this
something
anymore.
like that. Yeah.
Whatever it was, like I got hurt, and he was a little too strong for me. Then I'm like, okay, we're not gonna do that.
Yeah, like Kathy, I was the oldest, but then my youngest brother Josh started playing ice hockey, and that got him in really good shape and much stronger than me. And it was probably, I don't know, 12 or 13 when he was able to overtake me at that point.
We need to talk.
Yeah.
Wait, and how much older were you?
I'm 7 years older than he was, but I remember him getting...
At 12, 13, he could...
Yeah, because he started playing hockey when he was 6 or 7 years old.
Wow.
Those two things I wish I'd wrestled when I was young.
You had a 7-year-old beating you up when you were 14?
No, pay attention.
He was 17,
I
getting
like your
beaten up by a
girlfriend.
12-year-old.
I like your girlfriend.
Oh, he was getting the girls.
I'm going to take her.
Yeah. Josh was much cooler.
I'm going to make you watch.
He's 7.
Honestly, you would not think that a 7-year-old would possess the kind of strength necessary to beat up a much older. I guess at that point he was a man. But apparently the 7-year-old just throttled him.
Pierre might need some assistance.
What's happening?
The lid on his coffee is about to fall off, and he's got his hand.
I know, Pierre, you were a little sick, a little congested you sounded yesterday?
Yes.
Are you fighting something, or is it full blown?
No, it just, well, over the weekend I got some kind of a
Bishop Robert, by the way. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Your hat was pointed exactly in the shape of a Catholic bishop.
Wow.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm a bit disheveled.
Just a bit. His shirt is falling off.
What makes you say that, honey bunny? You dress me every day.
His hair is shooting out forward today, which is wild.
I'm a little scattered, which is not normal for me because I'm sharp as a tack.
Honestly.
50 bags in the Tommy Talk.
50 bags in the Tommy Talk.
And the Tommy Talk.
Yes.
There's a fresh one for
I think
us.
most people, when they see you like this in the morning, they assume West Point cadet.
Exactly. Thank you, Steve. Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate that vote of confidence from a fellow military man.
So today is National DJ Day, Disc Jockey Day.
I heard you. I only heard the last part of it, and I think you were alluding to my various meltdowns, were you not?
They're hilarious because
Marissa howls. The interns cower, and Marissa will just laugh in my face because I'll make a little boo boo, and then we'll be right back after this. Off mic.
Dude, you just said it. I was stretching. I didn't have my hand anywhere near the button. Lord.
Sorry about that.
Oh my God.
I meant to say
that's exactly what you do. Yes, mother effing.
Mother effing.
You just gave us a really dramatic presentation.
It just came right out.
Yeah.
That's what you get when you wake up in my body.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Really? And what's that?
My temporary tooth just popped out.
Oh my God, Steve's tooth just fell out.
Oh, that is too perfect.
I didn't know you had a temporary tooth.
Oh yeah. The postman did. Can you see that?
How did it come out?
I don't know.
You don't have food in your mouth. Nothing.
No.
Can you smile for me?
Shoot.
What are you gonna do?
Now we gotta look at that all morning.
Oh, knock it off, you.
Wait, can I see your tooth?
There it is.
I
don't want to see that. That disgusts me.
I can't believe your tooth.
Casey's losing it.
It feels so effed up.
Oh no.
Yeah, they put the post in and everything, so I gotta.
So what are you supposed to have an implant? Is that?
Yeah.
So that's there until
the implant will go in. It'll go in. So I guess I'll be going to Dr. Petula. I wondered why I was drinking hot chocolate, my coffee.
Did you feel it?
A little squirt came out. I'm like, why would that happen?
Oh my God. We should all just go home.
That's too funny.
Oh, hey, Steve. Thank you for my birthday present.
Well, you poor
about to Steve.
At least you're laughing at it.
Oh. Well, there are worse things that could happen, certainly. My nuts could have fallen off. Yeah, I'll have to take
man.
that. Yeah.
God.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Moving on.
Seriously. It's a Mickey Rourke look I'm rocking today.
Yeah, are we going to be able to do the show?
I don't know.
No, I think I can. You just might hear a few S's that sound a little bit.
I can't look at you. I'm not going to be able to have a conversation with you all day. Oh my God, we're falling apart. We are literally falling apart.
We just started.
Oh, it's
so early.
I'm drinking the mocha, and I'm like, wow, why is that dribbling? And then,
Wait, where is it?
What?
The tooth.
Marissa brought him a cup.
Who doesn't have a tooth cup in the morning?
Oh my God.
It's too funny.
Oh no.
There may be random moments of laughter today, of just in the middle of whatever we have.
I'm just glad I can't see me.
Or like you said, when he uses S.
Yes. Sassafras. That's all right.
Wait, but how does it? It just stays in normally.
It's secured in, so it's and that's until
not secure.
What happened was that I was chewing something last night. And I thought he might have felt a crack, but I'm like, no, it's fine. So,
okay, so that was
it's not a chewer. It's a,
no,
it's not a chewer.
No, it's a biter.
It's a biter. Yeah.
Do we need to maybe Chose sells like denture glue or something? Maybe we could try that.
All I know is that if I'm going to have any dental work done, I want it to be done through Chose.
Steve, I can't look at you.
I can't see it. The microphone's in the way, so I'm good over here. I can have a conversation with him. You guys can look at each other.
Steve finally saw it.
Did he finally?
It is pretty funny.
Hey, I got some apples. You like some apples?
You want an apple?
It's like your Billy Bob teeth.
Oh God!
Oh, you should put the Billy Bob
You
teeth.
should wear those.
I got some dentures for you.
In case you came prepared.
These have been in my mouth. I'm sure you don't want them.
No. Yeah. I think I'll pass on.
All right. Let's try to do the show.
Okay.
Where were we? What?
Gave away the.
You did the stupid question, right?
Crazy. No, I'm looking at some of these calls coming in. Yeah, we did the stupid question. So he gets Lego Marvel's Avengers, which is available for PlayStation 4, all platforms, PlayStation 4 and Xbox One. All right. So, dear God. All right. So at the box office this weekend, number one was The Revenant.
Yes.
16. Yes. I know, man. It's sad.
Your lungs are full of mucus. My tooth fell out.
Our pets' heads are falling off.
We're going to have to remind people of that all morning long.
It's too good.
Yeah. It's been a rough week for the ladies in Charlie Sheen's life following last week's revelation that his ex-wife Brooke Mueller is back in rehab. He's
For
now,
the, 15th time? 15?
There's
All right, you have to stop. He's not going to be able to get through the show.
I have to. Now I have to take it. I have to explore it for letters.
We're not going to make it through 7 a.m.
S's are fine, but F's are a problem.
Yeah. Farfignugan.
Oh, my God.
This is going to be the worst show we've ever done.
No, it's not.
No, that's saying
it's
a
going to
lot.
be brilliant. I could never, ever do live stage acting. I can't even do it on camera when you get multiple takes. There's no way.
We're hoping to one day master radio.
I'm so self-conscious of don't mess it up. That I will mess it up.
But when I was in high school, we started if you had a lead, you started in June, July, rehearsing your lines and everything.
I guess maybe if you have enough rehearsal. I mean,
Yeah.
anything I've ever attempted to do, I've had very little rehearsal on, and I'm like,
yeah.
Even when we, excuse me.
Again, here we are, perfecting radio.
Dude. That was.
You sound like snots.
I'm nervous.
That was mid-word.
That was.
That would have been your Colonel Jessup scene. You know?
Right. You can't handle the. Excuse me.
I've had to recently, go to the bathroom outside. When we were driving up to Maine and Boston this summer, I had to, my family went into McDonald's and I was outside with the dog. And I found it ironic that it was fine that the dog was peeing outside, but I actually had to hide the fact that I was peeing outside. But there are...
Dogs get away with everything.
They do. But there are... So, or tricks of the trade of, peeing outside. All right.
With this model, this life-size model that we have here.
Mandingo's twin.
We have two of them?
Dan Dingo.
Yes, we have Caucasian and we have...
Yeah, there's Mandingo and Dan Dingo.
So what you can't do is lean up against something like you're clearly, or hide behind a bush so you're clearly going to the bathroom. What you have to do is kind of be out in the open. You still want to shield your junk.
You want to have your back
Wait
to
a
the
second.
people.
All right, so describe the environment that you're in where you're pulling this off.
This is where people are, right?
All right, so people are there?
Where are you?
You are people. All right. You are people in a parking lot.
And never forget
parking
it.
lot.
All right. And then behind me is not people.
Okay.
All right. So I'm on my phone. Junk out. You can see my junk is out. I am now on a phone.
Now, no, there's no wires. We've never met before.
So clearly,
Look, watch.
I got one hand on the phone up to my ear, not talking to anybody. And then my other hand, which would normally be on my piece, aiming.
On your bird.
This hand is now up here,
You know what? It works.
Hold on, but don't you have to hold it? Won't it go wild?
No, it's not like a hose that
It's
you
not?
turn on at high pressure, Kathy.
Have you ever encountered one?
No. Still waiting for that magical night.
It's flipping all over the place.
It's a little bit crazy.
Walk a little bit.
So you're like Chris Angel.
Yeah,
You're like an illusionist.
A little bit.
Okay.
All right, that makes sense.
I don't know if I could do that technique or not.
I know what he's saying, though, because you're using the simple art of deception and distraction.
I had something I wanted to bring up. Do we all agree that that Kathy's a beautiful woman?
She is a beautiful woman.
Very, very attractive.
What are you bringing up?
What? Nothing that I think is
The odor?
bad.
The odor.
No, you have Kathy's got a pretty face.
Yes.
No question. But do any of us agree that Kathy does suffer from resting bitch face?
All right, Danae, you're smiling. See, that's the problem.
Yeah, that's the hard part. But if you catch her
not smile
when she's like doing work or on her laptop or something like that.
See, okay, and I'm interested to hear what you guys say because I would have never thought that I had resting bitch face.
And I might, yeah.
She's
making a face.
WMMR.
Thanks, Kath. We are always delighted to have this next guest in our studio. He is from the Franklin Institute, of course, and he's here to talk about several different things, especially the return of Body Worlds.
Very cool.
We would like to welcome the man, the myth, the legend, the one and only, our friend Derrick Pitts.
Yeah.
Chief astronomer.
Good morning. Good morning.
Franklin
Good morning.
Institute. Good to see you again, sir.
Good to be here.
Yeah, thanks for
having me.
This is fortuitous because last night we knew you were coming. What's on Turner Classic Movies? 2001: A Space Odyssey.
Perfect. I arranged it that way just for today.
You're good like that. We love you're well-rounded. You're the full package. So I was actually kind of surprised when Nick said that you were coming in, and I know we're going to talk about several things, but Body Worlds, you're known as an astronomer, but obviously you know everything that's going on at the Franklin Institute. Body Worlds is a wild exhibit. I've seen it. I've seen ones before, and it's incredible.
Wait till you see this one.
Okay.
You talk about wild. This is really wild. The reason why this particular exhibit is wild is because it combines so many different plastinates in like this new way of thinking about the human body in terms of activity. What's the body's structure like? The skeletal structure, the musculature structure, when it's doing different things. So if you're talking about what's the body look like when it's on a skateboard? What's the body look like when it's playing a guitar? What's the body structure look like when you're surfing? These different kinds of things that help you better understand how your body is put together. And the really cool thing about this is that our visitors can see themselves actually doing those things. And then when they go back and do those things at home, they can think about how they saw what their body structure is based on what they saw.
The mechanics of how the body works and the miracle that is all of it. I have seen Body Works and I love it. This is a newer iteration of it?
Yeah, this is a new iteration. It has 20 different plastinates in it and 150 other specimens of the organs of the body and things like that that are all plastinated so that you can see what they look like plastinated and separate from the body so you can see what they look like individually.
And it's not gruesome, but for people who are wondering, it's really enlightening to see it.
The way I say this, Steve, is that you go into the exhibit. If you've never seen this before, you go into the exhibit and you go, ew, that's really interesting. Let me see some more.
Right.
And that's what you end up doing. And what happens now is you're fascinated because you're seeing what you look like.
Right?
So that's a really cool thing. And it also goes really well with our brand new exhibit, Body Odyssey, so that we have like two ends of the spectrum of how the body functions and what it does during a regular day, and then what the body looks like on the interior when it's doing that.
That's awesome.
So, Derrick, for those who are not familiar with Body Worlds, I mean, this is real human tissue.
Yes, this is real human tissue. Yeah, absolutely. What's happened in this, what they do with this is they take a human body, a deceased person, who's given permission for this, of course, and they plastinate the body. Essentially, they replace all of the liquids in the body with silicone rubber. And then what can be done is the folks that build these exhibits then can pose the body in different positions, and then they cure the silicone rubber to make it stable, odorless, and posed. And it works out really, really, really well.
I bet your job one is the odorless part.
Yeah, first things first.
We're watching a someone who appears to be shredding a guitar. Bent back, and yeah, just the way the body works. I wanted to ask you, because if you're talking about the body and you're talking about Fantastic Voyage is a great, movie, and Isaac Asimov, I believe, was
Yes, that's right.
And that they go into the universe of the body in a small craft, and that becomes a universe to them. So the macro and the micro sort of meet in the body in a way to understand it.
Yeah, they really do. They definitely do. And when you look at this exhibit, the backstory behind the different organs of the body really helps to tell that story of the macro versus the micro, because it tells you about how do these body parts work in these instances where they're doing these different things. And you begin to learn some of the minutia of what happens in the body. So here's one thing, for example. I didn't realize this. I should have known more about this. But in your stomach, there are acids in your stomach. And most people think that those acids are there just to begin the process of decomposition and digestion. But the other thing that those body acids do is they kill off any other bacteria that has come in with what you've eaten. And that, of course, is critically important, right? So this is how kids can eat dirt.
Right,
Okay?
yes.
Because your stomach acids will kill this stuff off. So when you think about kids eating gross stuff, well, your body has already figured out that you're going to do that, and it's prepared itself for that. So that's just one example of that kind of thing.
It's fascinating. I was reading, I mentioned it on the air a while ago, about how when you're in the final stages of life, that the body knows to release chemicals that help you transition into death. It is an actual function of the body to make death approachable and less impactful to you if you're not hit by a train.
Yeah,
but
right. If it's not trouble.
Right. But those are fascinating aspects. Do you see the universe as operating in many ways like a body, or are there elements that translate?
It's really very similar. We're so much like the universe ourselves in that it's taken billions of years for the universe to get to the stage it is, after so many iterations of building stars and building planets and creating the elements that make up everything that's a part of our bodies. And our bodies have been doing the same thing as we've been on this planet, is that we have been developing. Our bodies have been developing to fit into this niche on this planet with this environment under this star, with these chemicals in this atmosphere. And it's been able to do that for its entire existence as an individual, from birth all the way through death. So all of those things that you speak of the body figuring out how to shut itself down at the end of life, that's all part of how it's developed over time to do that in a really smooth and cool way.
It's almost incomprehensible. Again, you think about the universe going on forever, but you think about how here, just within our own bodies, as you just described it, what the happenstance involved with all of this that makes it work the way it does, and it is something, and it's well represented with that.
Well, you know what? Here's the thing, though. It's trial and error, trial and error over billions of years.
Yeah. It's
so
amazing.
my wife is going to give me a few billion years of trial and error to get everything right,
and then you're out.
To do, and then I'm out. Right.
Is the exhibit up and running now?
Yeah, the exhibit's up and running now. It'll be around till September 1st.
Okay.
So you guys come over and see it.
This is one of the most popular exhibits ever at Franklin Institute, the Body Worlds, yes.
The first time we ran a Body Worlds exhibit in 2006, 600,000 people came to see it.
I believe it. We were
600,000.
We were one of them, my wife and I. I mean, it was one of those where you're like,
I can't imagine how meticulous it is you have to be to recreate this, to be able to create these human bodies from all this tissue that they've taken out and treated and now have to put back together. Any idea how many hours it might take to create one of these structures?
It takes 1,500 hours.
Whoa.
About 1,500 hours to do this.
Wow.
Right. And that's the whole process of, getting the body prepared and changing out all the fluids and, posing and all that sort of stuff. And then the curing also is part of this.
I remember seeing one because I saw Body Worlds decades ago in Chicago, and I thought if it wasn't there, then maybe I've seen renderings online or pictures. But I saw one of just the nervous system Just nerves.
Oh, yes.
Like,
yes, the nervous system, the circulatory system
It's
on its own by
insane.
itself. It is insane. It's incredible.
Yeah.
On two levels, though. The first level is, oh my gosh, you mean that's what's inside my body making all this stuff happen?
Yep.
And then number two is, how did they manage to get that out like that?
That's amazing.
Intact.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing. You have to see it for that reason alone to appreciate the very fine work that's been done by Gunther von Hagens and his team to bring this into existence. In fact, bringing this into existence like this has changed how we go about looking at the human body and understanding it, because you can look at these plastinates rather than having to, dissection is great and everything, but this is a different kind of reality of understanding how it all goes together.
This is probably an unfair question, but are you more fascinated by the micro, or macro, like going way out into outer space or way into inner space?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I'm fascinated with both, because what you begin to see when you dig really deeply into, the deepest physics of astronomy, is that there's so much happening at the quantum level of everything that it's almost like it's a snake that's coming back around on itself. So the macro on the one side, the deepest macro on the one side is meeting the micro on the other side.
Derrick, can you do me a favor and define quantum? Because I hear that word thrown around a lot, and I have an idea of what it means, and I'm sure that I'm way off on that. What is it? An easy way for me to digest what that means?
So what you can do with it is that you can think about, so we typically think of atoms and molecules as being the basic building blocks of the universe, right? But you can break those particles down to other particles like quarks and leptons and things like that. And that's typically where people stop. But you can actually break those particles down further and further and further. And at the very the tiniest level that we can get to right now is this quantum level, where the most basic interactions are creating what we can now think of as these upper level particles of leptons and quarks and atoms and molecules and things. So quantum is like very bottom level, the simplest kinds of energy, most elemental particles and energy there is. And those things build up to make the particles that we then think is the material of the universe.
It's mind-boggling. You mentioned a concept that actually is in The Incredible Shrinking Man. Richard Matheson wrote this book, which became a great science fiction movie. At the end, this guy is shrinking and shrinking and shrinking, and he has a revelation. He's standing in one square of a screen door that is the size of like an airplane hangar at that point. Right. And he says a speech at the end where he says, he describes as you described, it's a big circle. The biggest and the smallest meet, in terms. And he was not afraid anymore because he realized he was entering a different realm. And to think in terms of that, my brother's perpetually terrified by the notion that the universe goes on forever. Yeah. And I said, but Tom, you still have to pay your Visa bill. So,
of course, right.
It brings it all back into line.
That's true. And when you talk about quantum stuff, you're talking about an elemental level that is as far beyond, small, as far beyond the atomic level as the galactic structure of the universe is for us. Yeah. Going the other way. And, this is where the most elemental stuff of the universe happens.
It's amazing. Scientific discovery is just incredible, because when I was a kid, I'm sure we were taught that atoms were the smallest things.
Yes.
And then we learned that they're subatomic particles.
Yes.
And now you're telling me we're going even smaller than that.
We're going smaller.
And so, are we going to keep finding out that we can keep going smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller?
It would be great if we could. The problem is that we have to develop new means of measuring that small.
Right.
And then from being able to measure that small, we might be able to build new tools that allow us to see, or detect that next level down. Mm-hmm. And the other thing that gets done is we use what we've learned about this level of the next level down to illuminate the next level down.
Right.
So we use that as a tool to understand what's happening down below at the next level. So yeah, those protons, neutrons, and electrons that make up all the atoms and the particles, they are nowhere near the smallest things out there.
Again, that is just the stuff of science fiction and fascination that becomes hopefully science fact at some point. You had a question, Pat?
I was just going to say something that would tweak your brother's mind. I'm sure he's seen it before. There's a presentation called The Power of 10, which takes you from the smallest known to the largest known, and it's amazing.
It is amazing. Yeah, it really is amazing because, the world we live in is this world of material that we're so used to. But what you really don't get is that for the most part, any solid material we see is mostly space. It's mostly empty space.
It's the space between,
Right, so we think of it as solid, but it isn't really solid. If you get down small enough, then you see, as you say, standing on that screen that's so much larger than you are, then you see how much space there is in the universe. And there really is a tremendous amount of space. But there's also this tremendous amount of quantum activity that's happening down at these really low levels. And, there's this, you've all heard of the string theory idea that there are these vibrating strings that vibrate in different ways that resonate with each other that then create the particles that create the rest of the universe. But the question, of course, is, where do they come from? What makes them vibrate? What's the energy that makes them do what they do?
Right.
And so there's still further elementally that we have to try to get to.
How much of science is motivated by fear? And the reason I ask that question is there might be an asteroid that's going to hit us in 7 years. And so, how much is what we do as far as NASA goes or SpaceX or whatever motivated by the fact that we might need to prevent that from happening versus a new disease, the combat against COVID from, 5 years ago, like the way that world governments united and able to hopefully help to eradicate stuff like that. Like how much, when a headline comes across, does that motivate the scientific community?
It's really way more about curiosity than it is about fear.
I'm glad to hear that.
It's just far more about curiosity. It's like, oh, why is that? Oh, look, it looks like it could be doing this. And then you might say, oh, well, that's not a good thing. Let's see if we can fix that. And then there's the curiosity about, how do I fix it? Right? Because coming up with a solution, for a scientist, coming up with a solution is so satisfying. It's just so satisfying on two levels. First level is, I understand this. And then the next level is, I can do something about it. Right? So there's all that. And then, of course, doing something about it leads to, oh, now I have to build a really cool thing. How about a laser-guided missile with blah, 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 blah. It's like, that's cool. I'd like to have one of those at my house.
Well, I have a question on what, if you're just tuning in, Derrick Pitts, chief astronomer of the Franklin Institute, and he's talking about Body Worlds, the latest exhibition, which is available now. It's going to go through September. You can go to fi.edu to get your tickets, and you want to go to this because it's incredibly popular and for a very good reason. But I want to ask questions about the planets and the stars real quick. And speaking of fear, because Nick had mentioned that a moment ago, several months ago, there was concern about these drones that were in the area, that were flying around the area.
Oh, yes.
And the word came down that many of the people that reported seeing these were actually seeing standard features that are in the night sky. And I saw that as well. My wife and I were out on the back deck, and she pointed up, and we were talking about the drone. She's like, "There's one right now." I took a good look at it for a moment. I'm like, "Honey, that's Mars." And then I pulled up my little app and I showed her. I'm like, there it is right there.
Yeah.
But this past weekend, I was outside in the evening and I saw a twinkling in the sky. It was fairly bright, and I saw some red and blue type flashes, I thought. And I'm looking at this and I'm like, well, maybe that is a drone hovering up there. And I stayed outside for, it was a couple hours. It was a nice night out. I was just sitting outside. I have a hot tub. Anyway, and I watched it, and I noticed it had moved along with the rest of the night sky up. And I'm like, that's a star. That is not a drone. But I saw this twinkling, and stars twinkle.
They do.
But it was, I thought I saw red and blue twinkling. Is that an anomaly, or was I just seeing a star? What causes that?
I would say that you're among a rare group of probably 800 billion people who have seen that thing. That same thing.
Do tell.
So what you're seeing, that's the standard twinkle that you would see with stars. Here's the difference, though. The difference is that you were looking through a thicker portion of the Earth's atmosphere.
Okay.
You wouldn't even realize this, but when you stand outside and you look straight up, you're looking through the thinnest portion of the Earth's atmosphere from where you're standing.
Yes.
If you look out to the right or out to the left, you're looking through a thicker amount of the atmosphere because you're going...
The angle.
Right.
Correct.
You're going right along the surface of the planet, kind of.
Yep.
Okay. Well, all that air, all of those air molecules cause the light to bend as it's coming through. From that object out in space, the light rays come through that thicker atmosphere, and the different temperature layers in the atmosphere cause the light to bend around, and that yields the colors.
Okay. Because I've heard of red shift and blue shift before.
That's way out in the distant universe.
Okay.
That's way out.
Because I didn't think you can have either or, red or blue, from what I understand, right? And I was seeing red and blue, and I was like, that doesn't make any sense.
All this is just how the Earth's atmosphere affects the light that comes from stars and planets.
Okay.
Now, typically, the thing is that you would tell the difference between stars and planets in the sky, and you would say that planets don't twinkle.
Right.
And they don't because they're closer, they have more light. But if they get down low enough in the atmosphere, they will twinkle. But high up, no twinkle.
Yeah, that's usually I can tell. If it's not twinkling, I'm like, that's a planet, and then you figure out which one. So
I have to jump in with my question.
Yeah.
Because I jotted it, and I remembered, I saw this pop up, and I wanted to hold it onto it. WASP 127b has been found, I took this down, to have extreme supersonic winds reaching speeds of up to 33,000 kilometers per hour, making it the fastest planetary jet stream ever recorded on any planet.
Yow.
How do they determine that?
So the detectors that we use to analyze planets, I should say it this way, the basic tool that astronomers use to gather information about the universe is a spectroscope. And a spectroscope will allow you to look at the spectrum of an object, right? And just think of it as a rainbow. So it looks like you can think about this rainbow of information that comes from any object that's giving you light. Wow, depending upon the motion of that object, the spectrum can be shifted in one way or another, like red shift and blue shift. And so you can actually use this tool to determine if there are winds on another planet. And you can see by the shift in the spectrum how fast the winds are moving.
The bending of the light?
It's not the bending of the light. It is that if we take let's do it this way. Yeah. My fingerprints are unique to me alone.
Right.
Chemical fingerprints anywhere else are unique to that particular chemical. And so you can think of that as a standard. Okay. If the standard observing someplace else is shifted away, or if your observation is shifted away from the standard, then there's some activity happening.
Right.
Because it should match one right on top of the other. But if it's shifted a little bit, depending on which way it's going, if it's moving towards you, it's shifted toward the blue. If it's moving away from you, it's shifted toward the red. You can see this in the spectroscopic analysis of the atmosphere itself.
To me, it's fascinating that can be determined. I mean, not that I'm not terrified by 33,000 kilometer.
Well, here's the really interesting thing about it is that planet is at an extreme distance from Earth.
Yeah.
Yet we have a detector that can pick up that difference in spectral shift at that distance. So imagine how big this planet must actually look like in a telescope.
Yeah.
It's
minute.
10,000 times smaller than a pinprick. Right? So wait a minute. You mean we have instrumentation that can do this? Right. So now we know for sure that spy satellites can read the label in your underwear from 200 miles up.
It's never a question.
Easy.
Yeah.
That's never a question.
Yeah.
Right. That's never a question.
We are under surveillance. All right. So I'm going to hit you with another topic. We've got a conga line of asteroids. Everyone's talking about asteroids potentially, striking the Earth. I think, what was it? DJ22 and DV5. So these asteroids. I've heard the concept of rogue planets.
Yes.
Is this untethered planets, which kind of blew my mind. Because the difference between an asteroid and a planet, I always assume that all planets are in orbit of some
Most
sun.
of them are.
Yeah.
Almost all of them are. But there are some rogue planets that are sort of wandering around without a tether to some larger gravitational object, some larger mass. Right? So this is very, very rare. In fact, there are planets that are escaping the galaxy because they aren't tethered to a star.
What?
But that's very, very rare.
They're just like wandering off?
Yeah, just wandering off.
The way an asteroid might travel, or are they even more rogue than an asteroid?
They're even more rogue than an asteroid. But there aren't many of them. They're very, 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 very rare.
So are they eventually slingshot out of an orbit?
They're slingshot out of an orbit. They're captured by some other passing quote unquote, captured by a passing body. All kinds of, it's like interesting and odd things like that.
Huh.
Yeah, right. Now, again, there are not many of them. There are many, many, many more asteroids that are captured in the gravitational pull of the sun. And, you know, I got to tell you, there are a lot of asteroids out there, a lot of them.
Yes.
But the good thing is that NASA and other space agencies around the world have been working really hard to identify the big ones and now working on the medium-sized ones and eventually the smaller ones so that we don't have to worry about being smacked by an asteroid.
Yeah, I like that. Keep at that.
It's a really
Derrick,
good thing.
Derrick, I know we recently had a celestial event in the planetary parade.
Yes.
And can you explain a little bit about that?
Yeah, it's really simple.
Okay.
Yeah, planets. Planets orbiting around the sun, as we see them in our sky, are all along a line. And that line actually is, if you draw it out, is a curve over our heads from horizon to horizon. And then it goes down around behind the planet. Okay, so it's a circle. It looks like it's a circle around us. It's really a circle around the sun, but as we view it from Earth, it looks like it's a circle across the sky. So what has happened recently is that 7 planets were all in the evening sky between sunset and sunrise. Just happened to be that way. We also have to count our motion around the sun in this because that's what makes the planets, for the most part, seem as if they're sliding across this path across the sky. All right, well, recently we had these 7 planets all together in a line. The word parade came up from someplace, and everybody glommed onto that. And I think some people were expecting that it was going to look like, you know, what we saw for the Eagles, where there's planets on buses. You know, you could actually see the planets moving. And you actually can't see anything moving if you step outside for an hour a night. But if you watch over the course of a number of weeks, what you'll begin to see is that the fastest moving planets are sliding around the sky. And so that means you're looking for Mercury, you're looking for Venus. Then comes our motion that makes it seem as if the other planets are moving.
Okay.
But this takes months to happen. Now, what's rare about this? They said this is the last time this is going to happen until 2040. The last time it's going to happen between now and 2040 for the planets, all of them, to be between the setting sun and the rising sun in the morning, so up all night. But that doesn't mean I can't see these planets at any other time. Of course I can see these planets at another time. I can see them in the morning before sunrise. I can see them really late at night. They're going to slide around the sky to the point where I won't be able to see them for a while because the sun's glare is going to be too intense. But they're always there. And for all intents and purposes, they're almost always in a line. It's just a question of how close together are they?
It's true, yeah.
That's the rare thing, is when they're close together. So, you know, it's happening.
Yeah.
What's going on?
It's happening as we speak. There's
right
still,
now.
Yeah, okay.
And of course, there's no need to worry about this because this is a cycle that's been happening for billions of years.
Yeah.
One of the things you point out is as far as the times go of being able to witness these events, and I didn't realize until I got to know a guy who was worked in an astronomy department that astronomers are night owls. It is.
I guess you have to be,
That's
right?
when your show is on.
Used to be.
It used to be. Okay.
Used to be.
Do tell.
So nowadays, what I can do as an astronomer is, let's say I win some time on a telescope in South America in Chile. So what I'm going to do is I have an instrument package that I've built at my lab here in Philly. I'm going to take it down to Chile. I'm going to work with the technician at the telescope. We're going to mount this on the telescope. And then they're going to run it for me.
Okay.
Right? And I can sit at home with my laptop in my den and I can read from the detector on the telescope what my observation is.
Wow.
So you can now,
I can do it remotely.
Are you getting an actual long distance as if your eye was to the eyepiece feed?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yep.
Wow.
That's right. That's right.
Huh.
That's right. I can do it that way. Yes, we still spend time at the telescope, and it is still at night. Yeah, that's true. But if I have a package that I'm going to have doing a long-term series of observations whenever there is extra time available on the telescope, I'm going to send the package down there, let them put it on, we'll test it out, and then I can do it
It's
from home.
amazing. You don't even think of that progression that's made it obviously that much.
No, we don't think about that
Yeah,
at
that makes
all.
it more
because
accessible.
we still have the romantic idea of astronomer at the eyepiece of the telescope, smoking a pipe, observing the universe and seeing all this stuff in the eyepiece, when in fact, actually, these big research telescopes, there is no optical observing going on. There's no eyepiece for the telescope.
Wow.
That is not what's happening.
Okay.
That is not what's happening.
What is the largest one that still retains an eyepiece that one could, does that come to mind? What is the largest telescope with an eyepiece? See, monkey in the wrench.
I know the 100-inch Hooker reflector at Mount Wilson Observatory.
I knew a gal we used to call her 100-inch hooker.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This
back
is the
in
one with
day.
lipstick.
I knew I shouldn't have said that. I knew I shouldn't have said that.
Derek, you remember what show you're on?
Yeah. There is the cheap slut in Russia. Right?
There is that one, right? Yeah.
No, so that has an eyepiece. So yeah, but I mean, it does make sense. Remotely, you have access around. I assume now more than ever, you have access to all of the great telescopes around the world.
Yeah. But the thing about it is that if you're using a telescope that's of that kind of size, you're gathering photons, but your eye can't retain the photons that you're gathering long enough to build an image while you're there.
Right.
So what do? You put a camera on it and let the camera collect the photons for you. So if you're going to use a camera to collect photons, well, then I better put a spectroscope on this too, so I can capture the spectra of all these different objects. And that's really what astronomers are doing, is they're putting detectors on the back end of a big light gathering instrument so that they can get some data they can use. It's not so much about the image. I can do that with a camera on a telescope.
Derrick at the Franklin Institute, you guys do have viewing events. How do people find out what's going on?
It's been a little while since we've done a viewing event at Franklin. I'm thinking about what the viewing events are going to be for this year, in fact. But you can always come to our website and find out information about what we're doing about these events.
And how much would it cost for you to come over and read me a bedtime story? Because the way you speak, your delivery, I am so relaxed by the time you leave here.
I'm so glad to hear that.
Yes, and I mean that as a compliment.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You're an ASMR dream.
Oh, big time. Big time. Body Worlds Vital is now available for you to access at the Franklin Institute. Highly recommend that you do it.
20 new
20 new plastinets, 150 separate organs, all plastinated that you can see.
Amazing.
It's fabulous.
You can go to fi.edu and get the information and go see this amazing not only exhibit but facility that we have access to here in Philadelphia. It really is special.
Let's not forget the new Body Odyssey exhibit that goes along with it. I mean, if you haven't seen the new Heart exhibit yet.
That I haven't seen. Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah,
what exhibit? What is it?
You know, of course, our Heart exhibit.
Oh, Heart, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, we have completely redone all of the surrounding supporting exhibitry around it. It's a totally new approach that incorporates the heart. So when you come to see Body Worlds, you need to see Body Odyssey also. And they complement each other. One looks at the body this way, the other looks at the body this way.
That's awesome.
Can't miss it.
Yeah.
Great. Great combination.
Thank you for being here, Derrick.
Thanks for having me.
Love having you here. Chief Astronomer of the Franklin Institute.
Appreciate it.
Derrick Pitts.
Thank you. Thank you.
Body Worlds exhibit, by the way. All right, we are going to take a quick break. We'll come back in just a sec. Stay put, please.
Preston and Steve.
What? That's not bitch. I don't know what that is.
I don't know if I think she has resting bitch face. I see she has sort of I sit next to her in the office, and it seems just kind of neutral when you're doing your deal. I wouldn't say you look particularly bitchy.
We have a picture here of you, Kathy, just being
So do you think that looks
in a
bitchy?
neutral face? I think sometimes you look like you're a little angry.
Well, I think you're an a-hole.
Oh.
No, I'm
that.
just kidding. Now I'm gonna rest like this.
Yeah.
Hey, Preston.
That's worse. That's worse.
Kathy's mood is the toughest, I think, to crack. I thought you had your period last week.
Well, I was
that
gonna
was
say
so
that because you guys don't know. You don't know when I'm PMSing, which I cannot figure out why.
We just.
I guess it's because I'm always a bitch.
She was saying
I'll
something.
turn to you and say, "Is this the week you don't have your period?"
she would say something, and I look. Casey just goes, "Are you on your period?"
He mouthed it in the meeting. I laughed.
Kathy, you're.
But if I was PMSing, I wouldn't have laughed.
We are going to do a game that is called Young versus Younger. Okay? And what we're going to do is we're going to take the young, which would be members of the Preston and Steve show.
Yeah, right.
And the younger, our Preston and Steve intern staff. So it's very simple. We have Chris, and we have Aish, and we have Brianna, and we have Sammy who are here. And what we're going to do is Marissa made a list of various things from different generations. So there's abbreviations, there's terms, there are people, all from a different generation. I have things from the Preston and Steve show's generation, and I have things from the intern age's generation. All right, guys, the younger crew. What is a flash cube? A flash cube. Do we have all our answers written down?
Yep.
All right. Brianna?
Yes.
Okay. Chris?
I guess it was one of those scrolly cameras that you got at like CVS that you got developed when you used to go on vacation.
Like a box camera you're talking about? Yeah. Okay.
Disposable camera?
Yeah, disposable camera. All right.
Yeah. Is that right?
That is incorrect. All right. So I'm sorry, listener Matt, you lose. All right. Aish is playing for Bob on line 2. Aish, what is a flash cube?
A cube that flashes. I really don't know.
Be more specific. A cube that flashes for what?
Ooh, for a camera. Like a
I'll give her that.
Is it really?
She's right.
Yep.
Yeah.
And the actual definition is a cube with a bulb that attaches to each side of a camera and takes 4 pictures in succession. A flash cube. You used to stick it on top of the camera, and you would take the picture, and it would flash, and you could only use 4 then. You had to throw it away.
All right.
So we move on now to the young.
The young, ish.
You guys.
Sort of, minus Steve.
All right, what is this? What is a, what's a boif?
A boif.
Yeah, B-O-Y-F.
B-O-Y-F?
A boif.
Finished.
Okay. Nick, you are playing for listener Arnold. What is a boif?
It's your boyfriend.
Yeah, that's correct. Short for boyfriend. Yeah. Kathy, what do you have?
Boyfriend.
All right, Mary, you win too. Steve, what do you have?
Boyfriend.
That's right. And Casey, what do you have?
Boyfriend.
Yes, everybody wins. Zach, Joe, Mary, and Arnold. And that means 4 points for the young team. And let me see what we have here. What is a Rolodex? Oh. We are going to go to Aish, who's playing for listener Frank. What's a Rolodex?
A Segway?
No. Segway.
It rolls. Exactly.
All right.
Rolls across decks.
I'm sorry, Frank, you lose. All right, listener Ryan is playing with Brianna. Brianna, what's a Rolodex?
This is embarrassing. I said a game.
A game. No.
All right.
And then Sammy, you're playing for listener Dan. What's a Rolodex?
I put phone numbers in a rolly thing because I didn't know how to describe
I'll take it. Phone numbers in a rolly thing. I thought somebody was going to say a watch. You guys ready?
Yes, ready.
What is BYOD?
Okay.
BYOD. Jot it down and let's see if you know. All right, let's go to, first we'll try Casey out, and he's playing for listener Alan. Casey, what is BYOD?
It's bring your own. I wrote date.
No, that's incorrect. I'm sorry. Alan, you lose. Steve is playing for listener Mike. Steve, what is BYOD?
I wrote bring your own drugs.
No, that is incorrect. Mike is out. Kathy's playing for Gina. Kathy?
I got it.
What?
Bring your own doll.
No.
Kathy's a
Cow got in there somehow.
Good cow.
Nick,
I have 5 fingers.
you're playing for listener Paul. BYOD.
Bring your own dad.
No.
It's a drink.
Hang on. No. Let's ask the interns. Brianna, you look like you know.
I believe it's bring your own dog.
No. Aish, you know?
No idea.
Is it bring your own dip?
No.
Bring your own dip.
like a Super Bowl party.
How
like, bring
come
your
all
own-
these nobody knows these younger
dip parties.
phrases?
I think because maybe Marissa's not as young as she thinks she is.
It stands for Bring Your Own Device. An IT policy where employees are allowed to use their personal mobile devices and notebooks to access enterprise data and systems. Harper Lee, who wrote one of America's most enduring literary classics, To Kill a Mockingbird, of course, about a child's view of right and wrong, and waited 55 years to publish the second book with the same characters from a very different point of view, died at the age of 89 on Friday.
Yeah, I was surprised to see this.
Yeah. For many years, Lee, a shy woman with an engaging southern drawl who never married, lived
We were pretty much allowed to go.
lived quietly and privately, always turning down interview requests. She alternated between living.
She ran a laser tag place.
Oh,
yeah. That was her thing.
Well, you got to do something.
We were very fond of the game laser tag, which simulated actual combat without the actual casualties. Through the use of science and technology, you could stalk your prey and virtually assassinate them without causing any physical harm.
But the guns, they kind of go pew,
They go
pew, pew.
pew,
Yeah,
pew, pew, I got you. Commander Harper Lee reporting for Intergalactic Battalion.
Wouldn't that be the wildest thing? She ran a laser tag place?
Harper Lee's laser tags on Route 14.
No, she like did TV commercials for them and everything.
Yeah,
So
it's intergalactic fun. That's the sound of excitement.
Oh my! Oh God!
I guess they don't want to report on that part of her life.
Oh God! No.
Into the space shuttle. Next stop, fun.
This is terrible. So anyhow, she lived quietly and privately. She alternated between living in a New York apartment and Monroeville, where where she shared a home with her older sister, lawyer Alice Lee, who is the one
That's this one.
plays.
We were pretty much allowed to go.
Any of you guys read Ghost Rider Watchmen, the second one?
No.
It's
I heard it didn't get stupendous reviews.
It's too bad. Yeah. This is a terrible thing to say.
What?
She just should have done the one. You know,
well, I think this was wasn't this cobbled together without her consent?
That's sort of where.
Well, she actually
it was frustrating because
she wrote this before,
right? And then it takes place after, To Kill a Mockingbird. But I think it was one
In
of
a
those things.
future society where laser guns rule.
Takes a
Tell
turn.
you what, just spotted a Death Destroyer. Nice try, Glaxon. We figured out how to remotely turn your shields off.
I want to live with this for a while. I believe we had this gentleman in our studio at our old radio station worked at probably a dozen years ago or so.
I think to promote a movie, we're Up the Creek, right?
Without a paddle.
Come on! Son of a bitch!
Without a paddle with Seth Green and with Dax Shepard.
Yeah, that's right.
That's a fan.
Yeah.
All three were in the studio.
No, I don't believe you. You didn't get the name right.
I got the idea right.
No,
You're Up the Creek without a paddle.
Everybody,
I'm
this
a fan.
is Matthew Lillard.
Hi, everyone. You have a lot of people in here.
Yeah. We got some barbecue, too, if you're hungry, man. Grab a bite to eat.
You're awfully fancy.
We try to be.
Hey, how do you like doing the convention? I know you've done your share of conventions, and you have a couple of things that really put you in that realm between Scream and the Scooby-Doo stuff and 13 Ghosts and all that stuff.
I'm in a lot of bad movies that people like. That's what you're saying.
I wouldn't say that.
No, I'm in a lot of bad movies. There's no doubt about that. I'm in more bad movies than your average actor.
See, I don't think you can call them bad. You know,
you don't know the name of any of them. You make eye contact with me and you name off 10 without looking at that computer screen.
No,
don't do that.
I can't do
everyone on the air just turned off. Like,
Tell us about your involvement with Anonymous and what that was all
how
about.
crazy is that?
Yes.
It is the most famous I've ever been. It's like this week.
So Anonymous, this hacker
I'm
group.
so excited. Yeah.
What happened?
Hacktivists. These Anonymous are world famous hackers, and they hacked in last week to Donald Trump's outgoing message, and
On his
they
voicemail?
changed the outgoing message to saying something like in a Shaggy voice. I'm actor Matthew Lillard, who plays Shaggy on television. Go check me out at, and gave these 2 web pages that
That's really
but I was
funny.
like, somebody, I was directing something, and somebody came up and was like, you just hacked Donald Trump. I was like, amazing.
These are the
I
guys.
gotta tell you, I am so happy to be that guy. I'm so happy. I was like, anytime, bro, you want to roll and bring down the Trumpster, I'm in.
These guys are taking on ISIS too.
I think they're the new era superhero. I mean, look, they do some messed up stuff. I'm sure that people don't agree with everything they do, but.
Can I ask you though a connection? You were in a movie years ago, Hackers.
Sure, yeah. Hack the planet.
Do you think
Hack the
that's?
planet.
Do you think that's what the connection
I don't know,
is?
but I wish they would have said, hey, this is Matthew Lillard, serial killer from Hackers. That would have been like made sense. I think it was just like, hey, dude, what impression do you do? I don't know, I do Shaggy. And then some dude's like, all right, bro.
You mean there
Let's
wasn't?
do it. I mean, it was so like there was no. I don't
There was
think
no
a lot
committee
of-
meeting or anything
No, I
like
don't
that?
think Anonymous got together and said, "Well, who should we represent? What about the great actor?" I mean, I think that they were just a bunch of loaded up kids going, "Let's get it."
A couple of quick questions because you worked with some of my favorite directors, Wes Craven and John
bless his
Waters.
heart. Yeah.
Who just passed away recently. But you worked on Serial Mom with John Waters.
Sure, he was my first. I'll never. The first day of work I ever had by myself. The first note he gave me said, "Do it again, but don't do it so." Effeminate but he didn't use that word.
John Waters.
Really? Yeah.
Who's John Waters?
From John Waters. Like, do it again, but don't do it so effy. And I was like, I wasn't doing effy. Bro, I was not doing it. That was the first, to come from acting school to in John Waters' set and not so effy. I was like, it was the most humiliating kind of moment of my life.
Well, it's a great movie. It ended up being just
It is. My mom at the premiere, I was like, my first film, and we're in the black tie because it was this thing for a fundraiser for kids.
Yeah.
We're in black tie. My mom's in the back of the limo. My dad's in the back. And I get in the car, and I said to my mom, I was like, so, what'd you think? And my dad's like, I loved it. My sister's like, I loved it. And my mom's like, nah. So to this day, the only thing I ever remember is my mom going, it was okay.
Great to see you,
You
Matthew.
guys, thanks. I thought I was gonna be here for like 2 minutes. So thank you so much for revealing my life to the entire people
Actually,
of
wait,
Philly.
real quick, we have your first grade teacher right out here in the green room. Bring him in.
No.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Matthew.
Guy. I
Great to see you.
appreciate that.
Matthew Lillard, everybody. Ben Affleck and Jennifer Garner seem friendlier than ever on their family ski vacation with Tom Brady and Giselle Bundchen.
Okay, here's again. I think they're going to get back together.
Is that your Tom Brady laugh or your Ben Affleck laugh? What is that?
No. This is his new laugh that he wants to do on the show when he thinks something is funny, and I'm not kidding you. He told me this yesterday, and he displayed it for me, or he gave me a little treat, a little taste of it.
I can verify Kathy's.
WMMR.
Guys, I might have to run for a second. I just got a text that says that I have a toll road notice of toll evasion.
Dang it.
Okay.
Click the link, put all your information in.
Yeah, make sure you don't forget to put your social security number.
You have an unpaid toll bill on your account. To avoid late fees, pay within 12 hours or the late fees will be increased and reported to the DMV.
Listen, the only way to really bypass all that nonsense is to just put cash in an envelope and mail it. You can do that.
God, these scam artists. God, unbelievable. And that one's been going on for a while now.
You get those a lot now.
That's crazy. All right. You know what? In fact, I have something that kind of touches on that, but it's going to follow a lot of other things. I think we need to stream our mind here now.
My mind is a raging torrent, flooded with rivulets of thought, cascading into a waterfall of creative alternatives.
the stream of Consciousnessner.
Yeah, I saw this. Actually, it was funny that literally that text came up as Kathy was doing the traffic. But more changes are coming to drivers on the Pennsylvania Turnpike, including toll plaza demolition and new text-based traffic tools. So the Turnpike obviously launched the open road tolling in January, and now they're paid at the big overhead gantries, which, by the way, driving up the Northeast Extension to Montage, went through several of them.
Yes, absolutely.
I go through one on the way to work and on the way home every single day.
They really make things much faster.
But the tolls now paid at overhead gantries east of Reading and along the Northeast Extension, and that made toll plazas there obsolete, and they are being demolished. So I have a schedule for that.
There's a bizarre interest in just seeing the tunnels under the toll booths and stuff like that, and seeing, because there is this little subterranean setup that they've had.
Yeah. Not anymore.
Not anymore.
First this spring on the upper end of the Northeast Extension, and then in our area, according to Craig Shuey, who's the Turnpike's chief operating officer. He said in June, the Philadelphia area will begin seeing the demolition.
All right.
Norristown to Mid-County and Street Road.
See, you had just asked about the Mid-County tolls.
So those are going to be gone.
So we just went through yesterday, and Jay said to me as we're going through it, he goes, do people work in there? And so I explained the whole situation. And then same thing, he had the same question. Well, are they staying there or are they leaving? And yesterday, I didn't know the answer. Now I do.
I have to imagine that's going to speed things up tremendously.
I would think
just travel through.
Yeah. So because there will be no need to merge anymore.
Unless they leave all those lanes, like unless you're going from, a smaller amount of lanes wider and then back down. Like they're going to have to keep the traffic flowing.
Yeah.
That way, yes, that's true. My question is this. How long has it actually been 15 miles an hour if you're traveling through with your easy pass? I see people go through at 40 miles an hour.
Yeah.
I've gone through, I've never gotten a ticket.
I at least slow down some.
I slow down some.
Fly through those things.
Yeah, those people.
Yeah. Shut up, is that you?
I actually see how fast I could go through.
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding. No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
Look, I'm going to take off the side views, hon. Watch this.
But I think, like, if you're still going through the toll booths, but if you are just going under, like, at Mid-County, you can stay to the left. Like, if you're heading home, right, and you just stay at the same speed.
Yep. So the Ben Salem will be the last of the interchanges to get reconstructed. That's going to occur next year, 2026. So this summer, you're going to start seeing things like Mid-County and these other toll plazas. And I assume not just the ones that, like Mid-County interrupts the flow of a major, you're not exiting. Technically you are, but the Blue Route ends there. Right. And then you get on the Turnpike or the Northeast Extension. But I guess the little ones, when you exit off of the Turnpike and go through, those are all going to be gone too,
so
right?
when they, yes.
Yeah, I would
I'm
imagine.
assuming there's not a lot of work to do if you're just simply going to demo the toll booths out and repave that area, or is it much
way
more
more
elaborate?
than that. I think it's
So what
way
are they
more than
doing?
that. I don't know, but I think, but
Petting
like
zoo?
Well, no, where the Mid-County is, like Kathy was saying, it's a massive exchange.
Yeah.
They won't need it
It's
anymore
so-
at all.
They're
They're going to
so
have to.
wide.
They're going to have to close it off and put grass down. Maybe I don't know.
The only reason,
You know?
how long will that take to have any
it's gonna take a
suggestion?
while.
How many lanes are coming from different roads? Bless you.
Thank you.
And then how many lanes are they going to?
Yeah.
I mean, because essentially that's you
Yeah,
can't
so-
go from like 8 lanes to 2 lanes to 3 lanes. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean.
Yeah.
So they're going to figure that out. So it's going to start in June. Also coming later this month, the Turnpike is launching a text service that's going to let drivers stuck in backups know why the traffic isn't moving. That's one of the great disappointments or frustrations is when you
Pisses
sit in
me off.
traffic and you're just like, what's
What
going
is
on?
it?
Yeah.
What is actually happening? Is it an accident? Is there construction? So you will be able to do this. Is according to the Turnpike chief. He said, it's always frustrating when you're sitting in traffic in line and wondering, why is this stopped? I see nothing up ahead. We will tie them to our incident management system and provide real-time information about what is happening at that particular location.
I think it should be a live feed on a large screen showing the accident.
He said when the service is set up, drivers who text the word backlog will get an explanation as to why they see all the brake lights in front of them. So that will at least offer you some peace of mind.
If you're traveling on the northeast extension of the Pennsylvania Turnpike at that interchange, Preston, and you're coming down through mid-county tolls, and you're heading south, heading south on the northeast extension,
yes,
can you easily transition to the eastbound turnpike? Or do you have to get off at Norristown and then get back on to...
No.
Hang on. I very rarely do it. Get on the eastbound turnpike. Yeah, I know you can, but...
How?
You do have to. You have to get off at the mid-county toll booth, and then there's immediately an exit right after you get through the toll booth.
So you leave the turnpike and the highway, and then you merge back on?
Oh, no. There's an exit before the tolls that you can get on Turnpike east or west. It's very seamless.
East or west?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. So it's
on the north and east.
I'd have to show you. Are you looking at it right now?
Because I don't think that you can, but I'm confused.
No, you definitely can.
Okay.
Yeah, you absolutely can.
Oh, is it here?
It's here, Nick.
Yeah, you definitely
it's right
can.
here.
Okay.
And that's eastbound. Sorry,
Gotcha.
I'm pointing this out to him. And then this is the westbound lane right there.
So can you do all? You can do all of those. You can go.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
Yep. Absolutely. It should be done by 2026. As Ben Salem will be the last. That's when they get.
Does that mean the rumble strips are going to go away too?
Yeah.
We don't
no,
know.
because you'll still have technically still need. Well, no.
'Cause they're
You know
gonna
what,
take out
Casey?
the-
You're right.
Yep,
Why would you need them?
Yeah, you don't need them because under those gantries, you don't have to slow down at all.
You're going full speed.
And at the ones at the mid-county right now, they do have you slow down, but I think eventually that's going to go away. Burp, 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 burp.
And I'm just thinking now it's going to be way bigger than what we think as far as just pulling them down, right? Because Nick is asking questions about this. Like, there's probably a way at interchanges like the mid-county tolls to keep the traffic flowing, to say it easily. So I wonder if there is going to be some sort of reconstruction of the roadway, and where it'll bend or turn or go straight, in different parts.
There's enough space to do it in segments so that you could still have traffic flowing.
Right.
And then just do one part and you could manage that no problem.
In that general area, since we're talking mid-county tolls, when you're going Blue Route northbound, I see traffic all the time getting on to the Turnpike East. It's backed way up.
Always jammed.
And so if they could open that up, that merge onto the Turnpike.
That should be 2 lanes. I mean, that merge from northeast, or heading north on 476 to 276 east should be, because it is 2 lanes, and then it merges
goes down to 1.
Yeah, it
and
should be 2 the whole
that
way.
stops everything.
And then
They need to make that
opens back
2.
up.
Then they need to make that 2 the whole way. So anyhow, it's coming. They're working on it. All right, let me get to another thing.
The stream of consciousness.
I'm all over the place. Parades. Today, by the way, Kathy and I had the epiphany. It's Fat Tuesday today.
Yeah.
We had no idea.
Totally forgot.
And parades have been canceled in parts of Louisiana, possibly in New Orleans, because of dangerous winds that could reach up to 60 miles per hour in the area today. So they can't have people up on the floats and things like that. And
getting strangled by their own beads.
The chance to be blown off.
Well, I didn't realize it was Fat Tuesday. Does that mean today's the day you got to go get your Fosnacht?
Yes.
It is.
It is.
Fosnacht.
Yeah. All right, because the bakery around the corner from my house, they only
French Fosnacht?
French Fosnacht. They only serve it on Fat Tuesday.
Just one day.
Yeah.
That's today. You may have even missed out already.
And it's kind of like a donut, right?
Yeah.
Fosnacht.
I've never had one. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, it's a donut.
It's like in between a donut and a beignet.
Okay. I think beignets could be just a smidge sweeter. So maybe that's what a Fosnacht is.
What about a Shazbot?
That's a greeting on Melmac.
Actually, it's on
Pork.
So
Did you ever go to Ork on that show? Did they ever visit the planet?
Yes.
They did, okay.
Did they?
Yeah, they did.
Oh, okay. These are not conditions for people to be elevated on floats, they said. The wind also brings danger of flying debris like tents and chairs. In the city of New Orleans, police said the timing of the parades have been adjusted, and police warned that they'll cancel the events if wind gusts become even higher than anticipated.
That last wind thing that we had a couple of weeks ago, there was one of my neighbor's bushes was in my front yard. It was
the bush got torn out of the ground?
The bush got torn out of the ground, was in my front yard. And I was like, well, at some point it's going to be in somebody else's yard, so I'm just going to let it go.
This last Saturday, it was
heavy duty,
crazy gusty windy.
I had to lay my patio chairs and stuff sideways and bunch them up because then they usually don't move, but everything was moving.
My patio furniture was off of my patio. I have walls around my patio, so it got lifted up over the wall and was in the yard.
Damn,
it's pretty heavy duty.
Where I live, my backyard is like our parking lot here. For whatever
super windy.
For whatever reason, the way the wind, it's like a wind tunnel, and so my backyard gets so windy.
God, man, I've never even considered the wind being an issue for Cardboard Classic. Because that would be a problem.
That would be very bad.
Rain is always an issue if that's going to happen. But I never thought about 50, 60 mile an hour gusts. That just,
I mean, we've had every other issue.
Well, I know. If you combine it with a raging snowstorm, that's what we had that one year with the nor'easter tearing through.
Yeah. All right. Anyhow, they might cancel Mardi Gras today. So we'll see about that. All right. I'm going to tell you about a place in Jenkintown. It's called Bucket's Tavern. A long-standing dive bar. You ever been there?
Wait a minute. I have heard of this. No, I've never been there.
It's one of the area's few remaining smoking bars.
Yes, definitely never been there.
Until this weekend. It is no longer the case. They're finally ending the long-standing tradition for the first time in the 54-year tenure and 17 years after the institution of Pennsylvania's Clean Indoor Air Act. I don't know how they got away with it.
How did they elude that?
Well, because there are very few places that are still getting away with it somehow.
Buckets has gone smoke-free. The West Avenue bar closed last week to install a new ceiling and spruce up the place with the fresh paint, tables, and chairs. It reopened on March 1st. Kathy, in the midst of that huge fire, the SPS Technologies, they're like the only place that didn't close. Because they don't care about the smoke.
They were like, no biggie. Everyone come in here and breathe.
Yep.
I think some of the rules were grandfathered in, like if you had and you were allowed to smoking before the rule passed, and then I think, Steve, some of it had to do with percentage of food versus percentage of alcohol.
I heard about that, yeah.
And we talked to Preston a while ago about that place, John's on the corner. Was it John's? I keep forgetting the name of it. On the corner of Egypt Road and Audubon.
I forgot the name of it, but yeah, I know what you're talking about.
The part of the problem there was that the owner wanted to maintain smoking in that restaurant, and they were not allowed to do that.
Yeah. And that would make it a classy place.
So the owner, Joe Brahman, said it's just that time. He said, we have people come into our bar, turn right around, and walk out.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm not, if go outside. I think that's what they say, right? Go outside and smoke if you need to.
All right, real quick. So the act that passed in 2008 prohibits smoking in public places and workplaces, though it allows for exceptions. Private social clubs like veterans or foreign wars posts and parts of casino gambling floors. So I wonder if maybe they were able to categorize themselves as that.
As a private club,
And it also says tobacco shops and bars where food makes up less than 20% of their sales.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
Can also apply for exemptions to the act, so they had to apply for it.
So the managing partner, Matthew Martin, said that while the tavern's employees were excited for the switch, they approached the move pragmatically with their most loyal customers. He said, we care about our regulars, and we discussed it with them, but we let them know it's time for us to make the change. And he said, we feel that they'll be back. They'll just go outside and smoke like they do everywhere else.
Yeah. So there is a cigar bar in Media called Pairings.
Now, obviously, you can smoke there.
Yeah. But I think that they serve food there too.
Well, then maybe it has to make up less than 20% of their income.
Okay.
So they hand you a cigar and a lobster.
So it's ultimately a business decision. Barman said there's more smoke. There's more non-smokers than smokers. It's a percentage. Kids today, they didn't grow up with smoke. Their parents didn't even smoke. As of last year, just 11% of U.S. adults smoke, according to a Gallup poll.
Wow.
The lowest since the firm began surveying cigarette use in 1944 for adults 18 to 29. That number drops to only 6%.
Yeah, it's substantial. So the business that they might get is going to offset what they might lose, or at least that's the idea.
Here's a random post from someone that says, if you're a young person, it might be hard to really understand this, but the whole world used to smell like cigarettes.
I literally saw this yesterday. I saw that same post yesterday, but what's crazy is that it was posted in August. So why did that show up in my feed yesterday, and then Sam must have seen it too?
Don't know.
That's weird.
It's so true, though. It was, you just you would go out and you would come home and everything, your hair, your clothes, your purse, your jacket. That's why in college we used to go out in 12-degree weather with no jackets because nobody wanted their jacket to smell like smoke when they got home.
There's a great short sequence in the movie The Help where she goes and applies at the newspaper to work, and everybody's smoking, and the guy who manages it does not smoke, and he's like someday they're going to find out them things kill you.
That's Kath, I'm watching Landman, and Billy Bob Thornton's character smokes all the time.
All the time.
And so he's smoking in his car, which is not, I smoked in the car as well. But what was funny, Press, is he was smoking with his right hand in the car. And I was like, that is a commitment. I don't think his window was down at all. Like
Right.
he was actually using the ashtray.
It's a cash-only bar at Buckets, by the way.
Of course.
Still cash-only, yeah.
What decade are these guys in? Cash and cigarettes?
I bet you for some that's sort of quaint, and they like that.
They were briefly featured on the Goldbergs. Adam Goldberg grew up in Jenkintown, and at some point or another, he tried sneaking into
Buckets.
Into Buckets. So he wrote that into one of the shows.
It's wild, man. I like the way a cigarette smells. I do.
Do you?
A burning cigarette.
I'm not a fan.
Yeah.
So I can kind of relate. I don't like a smoky room.
Right.
But if I'm outside and I walk by someone and they're having a cigarette, the smell can be somewhat pleasant for a moment.
Yeah.
If you're surrounded by it, I don't want anything to do with it.
Sometimes I remember one time we were at an event at Club Risque, and they have professional level air skimmers, but everyone was smoking. It gave me acid reflux. Like I literally was on stage. We were doing one of our contests, and I was holding Kathy a carton of milk. Like a quart of milk that I was drinking out of.
When smoking went away in bars and restaurants, it was like the greatest day of my life. I was like, is this real?
Did you ever try it?
Yeah. I mean, as a kid, I tried a cigarette. Never liked it. Never got addicted. Never was even like a
Good for you.
smoker when I was drinking. Nothing.
I was I'm having my house painted right now, and I was cleaning some stuff out just to make room, and I found pictures of me smoking. And it's so weird to see me just casually holding a cigarette like it's just natural. And I haven't smoked in, how old's Carter? 22? I haven't smoked
22
in that many years.
Yeah.
I saw a video just last week of me in college. It was, I don't even know, it was like the TV production. They just made like a little reel of all the students. And at one point, you see me standing by the window. I'm in a building at school smoking a cigarette. Looking really cool, by the way.
You must look very cool.
Yeah, man.
I was a world-class smoke ring guy, too.
Yeah.
I can still do it because I still smoke cigars from time to time.
All right.
So I still got my chops.
Yeah.
You can still do that.
Oh,
with you mentioned you quit smoking when your second child was born. That is, for me, or was, you don't really find it that much anymore, but the worst when the baby or the baby's hair or the baby's clothes smelled like smoke. And you're like, they're just smoking in the car with the windows up or inside the house or whatever.
We definitely had that growing up. My parents we'd be in the Ford Falcon. I remember going all the way back, windows rolled up, winter. They both of them
ashtrays in every room.
I remember one time we were taking a long drive, like a 10-hour drive with my family, and my uncle Tony was in the car with us, and he fell asleep sitting straight up with a cigarette in his mouth, and it burned all the way down.
Oh my God!
To the filter, had a long ass ash on the end of it. I just remember looking over and seeing that. I will never forget that.
Case the ashtrays. I mean, in elementary school, that's what we made in art class. You made ashtrays for your parents.
Yeah, exactly.
Here you go.
You're right.
Here you go.
Yeah, there were ashtrays in the armrest in airplanes.
That's right.
I remember one year my best friend's sister bought their father a super huge Zippo lighter. The top comes
giant novelty looking one. Yeah,
because you're smoking so much.
Here's completely different observation, but it has to do with antiquated stuff. You mentioned the ashtrays in cars and stuff. Believe it or not, over the weekend I watched On Golden Pond.
Oh, it's great.
It was on near the beginning. I'm like, I'm going to watch it, see if it's still great. It's still great. I loved it. But there's a scene where Katharine Hepburn is in a hurry because Norman and the kid are missing.
Come on, you crazy bitch.
And she gets out. She's driving a station wagon. She pulls up and she gets out and she doesn't take the keys out of the car. She puts it in park, gets out. And I hear from inside the car,
Because the keys were still in?
The keys were still in the ignition. Do you remember that,
absolutely
Steve?
remember that,
So you wouldn't accidentally lock your keys in your car.
Right, yeah.
Some of them would make a noise if you had the door open and the keys were in the
You dumb
ignition.
bitch.
You dumb bitch.
You left the keys in the car.
Screw you, no, man.
One of these days while you're sleeping, I'm going to slit your throat. Do it. I beg you, you old crazy bitch. Do it tonight. We'll go to bed early. Oh, happy day.
Take you out of your misery.
Just do it. You're all talking, no action, you stick.
Shove a loon down your throat. Choke you to
I'll
death.
gladly do that.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh, it was Walter was the bass, right?
Well, Walter, yep.
Yeah.
That is correct. It was a trout, actually.
Trout.
Yep. Mhm.
Beat me with it.
Yep. Crafty old son of a bitch. All right. I do have another thing I noticed. No, wait, I'm not noticing. I'm streaming.
What the hell's going on?
All right, so settling an age-old debate once and for all about whether or not you can wash and reuse plastic zip-top storage bags. Ziploc says, yes, you can.
Wait, but so like in the sink, you're
The
going to wash it
disposable
out?
bags, yes. So if you can safely wash and reuse their storage bags, and presumably other similar products as well.
I can see this. Initially, I bristled at it, but there's very big ones with a solid mechanism on it, and you put something in it, and it's like, am I going to throw this away? It's perfectly good plastic bag, so I wash it and then I iron it.
Good for you.
Yeah.
You know what else you can do is you can just put a little bit of water and a little bit of dish soap in the plastic bag, seal it, shake it, rinse it out. It's nice and clean and ready to be used again.
It's a good idea. I was thinking about this actually not that long ago, and it wasn't out of a saving money respect. It was like, I'm just using this one time and then throwing it away.
Seems like a waste.
Environmental
You
thing.
go down to the park and feed it to animals.
Yeah. I'd save the plastic grocery bags. I try not to use them every time, but when I do, I save them. I bring them home. I use them for other things like bringing whatever. If I got to bring some extra stuff into work and it can't fit in my briefcase, I put it in there.
I found an Acme bag that I really like, and so I usually don't. I usually just get the paper bags. Yeah, but I'm like, I've been remembering this bag because it looks sort of stealthy. It looks black. Wow, it looks almost malevolent.
So you have to be sure to clean them properly with warm soapy water and then dry them completely. There is one caveat though. Bags used to store raw meat, fish, eggs, or allergenic foods should be tossed out.
What about deadly medical waste?
That's okay.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, okay.
No, dry goods are the best for reuse.
Where's
while
my anthrax bag?
Sticky or greasy foods make the bag difficult or impossible to clean. We bought silicone bags. Which are they're more durable than the plastic. No, they're not fun bags. They do use those in fun bags, but no, they're silicone bags and they're essentially they're reusable plastic bags.
Yeah,
they're just a little more durable.
I have enough to wash. Like I don't want to wash anything else.
I know. I'm the same
I mean,
way.
it's a good idea instead of putting all this plastic into the landfill, but
Do you know what I did for Cardboard Classic? I threw a couple of toiletries into one of those large Ziploc bags because it's just one night.
I do that when I travel in my suitcase. So if anything like breaks open, it's in the Ziploc.
It's in that sealed plastic bag.
Yeah.
You use glass containers, Kath?
I use glass containers.
Because obviously you can
How do you
wash those
pack your bong, Kathy? We know.
Oh my God, I had a dream that I was smoking a bong.
Really?
And I had,
Oh my
that's
God.
right. Wait, and it was like filling up and I was like, I don't want this. Yes. And Preston, you were there and I was like, here, take it.
You're the pothead.
Wait a minute. You dreamed about me?
Oh, no, it was the bong.
So all right, so here, Preston's the pothead. Here, give it to him.
I feel so relaxed. You want to hit?
Ziploc, for more sustainable options, Ziploc suggests using silicone zip-top bags. Of course, they recommend Ziploc brand Endurables silicone bags. I have no idea what brand we use, which are dishwasher and often safe up to 425 degrees. Wow. Okay.
So over the holidays, we did something called Favorite Things, and it was
Like Oprah.
Kind of, but it was a group of girls. Instead of doing a Pollyanna, we did Favorite Things, and you brought 3 of your favorite things for everyone in the group. So everybody got like my 3 favorite things, and then I got whatever.
That's pretty cool.
One of them, and I had no idea, didn't know anything about this. One of the girls gave us IKEA Ziploc bags. Apparently, it's a thing.
Yeah.
And everyone likes them. And so, we got a bag of IKEA's.
What differentiates them between
Are they disposable?
Yeah.
Yeah, disposable
Okay.
bags. Yeah, I mean, just normal. Steve, I think it's the top, like how it actually closes,
Seals.
so it doesn't have the little zip
Right,
that
yeah.
you would move. It's just the one that you squeeze, which normally, right, like the other one is better, but these, I don't know.
Not bad, huh?
Yeah,
How
and
many
it had
people were at this party?
It had look. This is it, and it had like a fall print on it with
that's cute.
leaves.
Yeah. But how many people were at this?
5.
All right. And so how much money are you spending if you're buying 15 items for 5? You know,
It's cheap crap like this.
Well, okay, so it was it was stuff like this. So how
but
much
was
is
there a dollar limit? Sorry,
Yeah, I forget what the dollar limit was.
Because I love this idea.
Yeah, I think it was maybe like, I don't know, like $25 or something like that, per whatever. So
Can you invite Casey to the next one?
yeah, sure.
All right.
Somebody texts in and said Plymouth Township is banning single-use plastic bags
Yes.
in April. Okay.
Yeah, they are, and they also banned like the straws and stuff like that. So if you go to any coffee shop, you're not getting the straw.
I do keep. Rochelle got these great, reusable bags, and they have a little pocket where you can scrunch it all up into a little thing. And they're very small.
Yeah.
So I keep like 4 or 5 of those in my car.
They're like ball bags.
Yeah, they're like ball bags. Yeah, it's just like that, and fun bags.
I love the Target bags. The one over here on City Line, if you go to that Target and you get, you get a drive-up order, they give it to you for free. I think normally that you have to pay for them, like a couple cents, I don't know, 10 cents or something like that.
All right.
But if you get a to-go order, they bring it out and you can
Could you
take
go
it.
in and buy it and then say, can you walk this out to my car?
Now I have an overabundance of reusable bags.
Yeah.
Because I never remember to bring them.
And then you get more.
Yep.
I have about
the same thing.
200 red Wawa bags.
Yeah, we have a ton of reusable bags. I need to donate some of them.
Throw
and
them
make
out.
Some room. No, I will not throw them out.
Didn't we have Preston and Steve ones? For camp out a couple years?
We did. Yeah,
Those are great.
And in fact, that's something we should take. And do we do that at Keenan's? Because Jersey doesn't allow.
I thought we did it at camp
on that
out.
for a while.
I could be mistaken.
I don't know, but we need to take some of those down to Jersey.
We were going to do beach syringes, but we realized that might be an issue. Yeah.
You can just find those on the beach. All right, let me stream something else here. So, daylight savings time kicks in this weekend. It starts 2 a.m. on Sunday. We spring forward. We lose an hour, which usually sucks.
Annoying.
Yep, and it'll last until November. The change can significantly impact our sleep-wake cycle and potentially raise the risk of serious health conditions like heart attacks and stroke.
Do you feel yourself getting a little whomped with that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Occasionally I do. Mostly I don't because I don't sleep much anyway.
I also notice a difference in fall. I feel
refreshed,
better.
Yeah,
when we get to gain an hour, but losing the hour, it does kick me in the ass for about a week or so. Takes a couple days before it starts kicking me in the ass, and then it lasts for about a week, and then I come around. So the time change can affect when we feel hungry, how tired we feel, how we tie. And even our concentration levels as a result of disruptions in the body's natural circadian rhythm, which is kind of like our internal clock. Fortunately, there are some steps that we can take to minimize the impact on our schedules and bodies.
I want to hear this.
This is according to Dr. Alcibiades Rodriguez, the director of sleep medicine at Grossman School of Medicine.
Oh, that quack.
Here are the tips to ease into daylight savings time. Number 1, make sure you get morning light. That bright morning light helps boost cortisol production, signaling that it's time to rise and shine, boosting alertness, and even setting us up for a better night's sleep.
Don't you love that when you wake up at 3:30 and the morning light is peeking through the windows?
Basking on your face.
It's warming you up.
What a lovely way to get up and start
a big
the day.
glass of Postum.
Oh, my God.
Preston, time to wake up. You're needed in the Shire.
It's funny watching my family when they do have to rise super duper early, and I see them later in the day. I'm like, welcome
Here
to
you
the
go.
party,
Here
pal.
you go. I remember Claire was driving me someplace. Maybe it was to work, so my car was getting worked on in the morning, and she goes, "Wow, there's no one out on the streets. There's no cars parked on the." Yeah, it's like, this is my world.
Yeah. Stop signs, they're just a suggestion.
right.
At
Just go.
3:30 in the morning. So now these are dumb suggestions or ones you know already. Adjust your sleep schedule.
How?
Start getting used to the time change, but now by hitting the sack 15 to 20 minutes earlier.
Yeah, you're going to do that.
And waking up 15 to 20 minutes earlier every day this week until Sunday.
Drink more alcohol.
Maintain your bedtime rituals. Sticking to a consistent nighttime routine helps the body adjust to daylight savings time more smoothly. Healthy evening habits include avoiding caffeine and alcohol late in the day. Stopping screen time an hour before bed. Not exercising or eating 2 or 3 hours before bedtime. And make sure you have a dark sleep environment as well.
This is all kind of standard.
Yeah. So anyhow, it was kind of a waste of time.
The stream of consciousnessner.
Let me give you something else that may not be a waste of time for you.
Something that's not a waste of time.
This is it's a TikTok thingy thing.
It's a waste of time.
Yeah, these are for people with babies and who want them to get a full evening sleep.
Oh, yeah, which is always the thing. When parents always obviously you guys have all kids, a blessing when a kid will sleep through the night, correct?
Yeah, and there's it doesn't happen sometimes.
Yeah, so you get a mallet.
Tired moms and dads are giving their babies a spoonful of butter before bed in a new trend that some claim
go to sleep, you big fat baby,
help their kids sleep through the night. So it originated on TikTok, and those who tried it say that it helped their toddler get a full night's sleep. They call it a genius parenting hack. It's simple. You give them a small square or spoonful of butter before putting them down at night.
Here, eat this stick of butter.
Plenty of parents who have had success with the technique are sharing it on social media.
What are the medical ramifications of spoon feeding your baby butter?
Didn't you have was it your fraternity that made people eat a whole stick of butter?
Yeah, we had to make cake in our stomachs.
Make cake in your stomachs?
Yeah. But I didn't actually have to eat. For as much as I love butter, I don't like the idea of eating butter.
Just butter.
Yeah.
Well, I'm researching this because I don't believe this TikTok challenge.
Yeah, the experts are saying it's a bunch of garbage.
Okay. Yeah. And they're saying that you can get the same effect if you cook it into the baby's food instead of giving them a slab of butter. But it also says that it's not true.
Why don't you give them a shot glass full of A1?
Right.
You know what's actually pretty good? Speaking of butter, bare bones butter. Obviously, butter on bread is good. Yeah. But do you ever put butter on like a saltine cracker?
Oh, of course.
Yeah. Really yummy, right?
So my dad would do the make a snack, saltine cracker, butter, and garlic salt.
Yeah. And then put it in the oven.
Yeah.
For just like a minute or two.
Yeah.
It's
boom.
Excellent.
It's actually my mom still eats that today. Like I'll go down to her little area or kitchen and
butter
she'll
on
be sitting there.
saltine?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. And in fact, I did that one time because she taught that to me and my dad was like, "What the hell are you eating?"
Boy, cut me a switch, you little cracker eater.
I could go over some things that my dad eats.
I've told you guys our snack around our house for ages was you take a sleeve of well, not a full sleeve, but like a half sleeve of saltines, crunch them up into a cup, and then pour milk in it and eat it with a spoon.
That one I eluded me.
I ate it like crazy as a kid, and I told you, like, I don't know, maybe 7-8 years ago, I tried it. I'm like, this is disgusting.
What the hell did I see?
Yes.
Most recently, we had it was someone's birthday, so my mom got a birthday cake, and my dad was eating a piece of cake, and we looked over, and he was pouring his red wine on the cake.
What?
I love your dad.
You know what?
Nobody's-
It's better this way.
No one
Excellent
says
work.
anything. We just look over and watch.
Red wine?
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing appealing about that at all.
These Cocoa Puffs taste so much better in wine.
What kind of cake?
Like a white?
I forget.
I do forget because I didn't have any, so I'm not sure what it was, Nick. I can't remember.
I would do it with chocolate cake.
Pour
That's a
red
baller-
wine and chocolate cake.
That's a baller move.
Well, chocolate, like a dark chocolate and wine pairing would work.
Yep.
Yeah.
But do you actually mix it
no,
together
I
on
would
the
not
same
do that.
plate?
I
I'm
don't
just
drink-
wondering
I don't
how
drink,
I would
so-
do it. Like, would I prefer dunking my cake in the wine or pouring the wine over the cake?
Almost like an Oreo and milk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come
And
on, school.
You will often find a wine glass filled with fruit. No matter what wine he's drinking, he puts fruit in it.
I got to hang out with him.
Really?
Yeah.
We should try that some morning. We should try these things. We should try wine and cake. We should try milk and crackers.
I love it.
Yeah.
And then also, let me ask, because I was just talking to my friend Vince, who his dad makes wine all the time, and I was trying to ask him like how cost effective that is. When you make your own wine, how much does that end up costing you per bottle?
Okay.
Yeah, what's the end result? Yeah, it's a good question. I assume, I know a lot of people that do it, so I assume
it might just be a hobby thing.
Yeah,
and
you're
not
not
necessarily
saving money doing it. You're doing it for the hobby aspect of it and like creating something at home.
Okay.
I have 10 gallons of wine. Yeah, I can see that.
But it's a bad hobby. I'm so sorry to interrupt.
No.
It's a bad hobby if it's going to end up costing you $20 a bottle.
Well, I
you
liken
know?
it to the story when I got the juicer. Claire and I are like, we're going to have the healthy option here is we're going to make our own juices. It took Preston for 1 8-ounce glass of juice was about $40.
Okay, so defend your friend though. If he's not doing it to save money, I mean, your hobby costs you money.
No, you're right.
You know what I mean?
You're right.
So, but he's probably seeing if he can make great wine or not.
I had a friend
And most people can't.
I'm sure.
who was fermenting beer, and he had the whole rig, and he was actually pretty good at it. He had to set up in a large closet in his living room. Something happened, and I don't know if this is a thing, but it over-fermented and it detonated.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, and it blew beer and yeast all over the inside of the closet. Yeah.
Okay. So, back to the giving kids a little pat of butter before bed.
Eat your butter. Here, eat this salt.
Experts aren't buying it. Experts aren't buying it as a sleep aid and warn that butter could do more harm than good in some cases. Nutritional therapist Hannah Love says that it's a waste of time, and baby nutritionist Charlotte Sterling Reed reminds parents that social media is full of misinformation and that butter isn't recommended to help baby sleep. Reed points out that butter could even be a choking hazard.
Yes.
So little kids, giving it to them on a spoon is not advisable.
Did your mother ever give you a teething pork chop?
No.
Yeah.
No, she was not in that camp.
We got really lucky. I mean, we had 3 kids under 4, all right? Like, we had 3 kids in 4 years. And the youngest was, like, the best sleeper. Like, she would sleep till, like, 10. You know
That's
what I mean?
awesome.
Like,
One of my nieces had her kids routinely sleep like an adult,
Yeah.
like go to bed and then sleep a full night's sleep.
my neighbor, she said to us that if she could guarantee that her next child would sleep like any of ours, she's like, I'd have one in a heartbeat, because like her only child, she literally had to put into a car seat and drive around the block in order to fall asleep.
I mean,
every
that
single night.
it just robs you. I've seen parents that are putting up, what do they call it, colicky? Is that what it is?
Colicky children?
Colicky,
Yeah. Colic, yeah.
So that and they're just, there's no energy. They're just getting killed.
You drive, you
Off
go,
a cliff.
You go crazy.
Come on,
essentially.
let's go drive.
Yeah. All right, we got to wrap this up. That's all I have time for.
The stream of consciousness there.
Good stuff there. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We will come back and we'll share bizarre file stories, which is what we do around this time of day. So stay put. We'll return in moments.
Preston and Steve.
Alongside of them both when this was presented.
And I think I'm pretty sure I just walked away. I'm not sure how I responded.
No, you kissed me.
First there was
Kiss me on the mouth.
a painful grunt from Kathy, and then she walked away.
This is material you've been working on?
He's jealous because he thinks Marissa came up with a new laugh, so now he wants one.
Really?
That's what I think.
I'm not jealous.
But is that why you're doing it?
Is that Marissa's new laugh?
Marissa. Well, actually, it's gone away for a little while. I think maybe Marissa was hanging out with some people who laugh like, and she developed that.
Marissa has a supersonic.
Yeah. Oh my God. When she actually, when you crack up, it is so loud it hurts.
And that's all it is.
Yeah.
That's her genuine laugh. It's like just a squeal and then it's
loud
over.
and convulsive and
But it's segued to
why don't you laugh like Burgess Meredith is the penguin?
So now we have Casey's new laugh.
No, but
go ahead, let's hear it.
No, so the genesis of it was I was watching the red carpet for the Grammys on Monday night.
Yeah.
And you had these 2 talking heads on the TV.
Who were horrible.
They were terrible. And somebody said something that wasn't funny, and then they both laughed. And then so I was like,
So that was your mocking laugh.
that was my mocking laugh. I was there with my kids.
Well, I tell you what, laugh authentically if you think something's funny in your regular, normal laugh, and then you can float that in occasionally in a mocking fashion.
All right.
All right.
The other option would be too dumb to go with.
I'm a wheeze laugher.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely. That's, you got me when you hear.
Yeah.
I saw this story, Steve. You'd offhandedly mentioned Dachau.
Yes.
I did. I picked up on that, but I wanted to flesh that story out before I moved on to the Hitler stuff. But 2 historians have claimed that they have proof that Adolf Hitler suffered from an embarrassing secret medical condition. In their new book, which is called Hitler's Last Day, Minute by Minute, historians Jonathan Mayo and Emma Craigie claim that they have discovered medical records proving that the fascist dictator had a condition known as hypospadias, which results in abnormally small and deformed genitalia, sometimes referred to as micropenis.
Micropenis. Hitler had micropenis. So this on top of what you had reported, I think, about a year and a half ago, that he had incredibly horrific gas problems.
He had real intestinal issues. He was a vegetarian. Which
Tiny
actually
penis and gas.
They didn't know at the time actually exacerbated his problem.
Sure, yeah, he was
tiny penis. He had one testicle. This dude, no wonder.
This was a despot in the it's a perfect mix of what goes into making a completely deranged lunatic.
I honestly wonder how much of his demented view on the world had to do with the medical problems he had. He obviously had mental problems as well. But
it was just, but it was all listen, if this is all as true as they're saying it is, that's certainly a stew that creates this kind of lunatic.
Hitler himself is believed to have had 2 forms of genital abnormality, an undescended testicle and a rare condition called penile hypospadias, in which the urethra opens on the underside of the unit.
What?
Yeah. Recently,
I pee out of a small hole near my taint. Time to invade Poland.
Wow,
I'll show you what it's like.
he declared it. Recently, a German historian also claimed they had evidence that Hitler only had one testicle. By the way, there was a song in 1939 called "Hitler Has Only Got One Ball."
What?
Wow. Who sung that?
Want me to read you the lyrics?
Yeah.
Right. Hitler has only got one ball. The other is in the Albert Hall. His mother, the dirty bitch, cut it off when he was small. Hitler has only got one ball. Goering has 2, but very small. Himmler has something similar, but poor old Goebbels has no balls at all.
Wow.
That was a song in 1939.
Who sang that? Bing Crosby?
No, it was Weird Al Yankovic.
Really? Yankovic.
Yeah.
The earlier. God almighty. That's heavy duty for that time.
Yeah, big time.
The dirty bitch?
Yeah, I guess so. I don't think it was recorded. I think it was one of those sing-along in a pub type of songs.
Not like an MGM musical?
No, nothing like that.
Ta-ta-da-da, that filthy bitch. Honestly, though, you couldn't exact the kind of revenge you wanted to get on a Hitler. I mean, what could you do that would equal the horror that he exacted upon the earth? But it's also a little comforting to know he had microphallus.
Yeah, it is. It's kind of comforting to know. My son the other day, who I guess is learning about some of this stuff in social studies, had came to me and he said, you know what, there was a guy that apparently saved Hitler when he was a child from drowning. And he lived with the guilt later on with the fact that he saved a mass murderer. But how would you ever know?
And
how would you ever know? And you would be living with the guilt that you let a child die.
And you saved at that point, which is probably, we don't know if all the things that were in place to make him what he would be were there at that point. You could have saved a completely innocent, which is probably the case, child at that point.
Yeah.
And then the influences of life, realizing he has a super tiny dong and farts a lot.
Right.
Yeah.
I've got issues.
Yeah, apparently. Well,
I wonder if he had put a cork in his butt, if it would have finally popped out.
It would have made his genitals larger.
In fact, I'm putting my division on this. I want a longer unit.
Charlie Sheen claims that a testosterone cream was the reason for his bizarre behavior back in 2011.
Oh my God.
That's what did it.
Yeah, right?
That was it. It turned me into a warlock. A freaking warlock. I hate. That's the thing I hate most in his vocal. I don't know.
That's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
He explains in a new interview with Dr. Oz that was a very specific period
of Tin Man.
Period of time that did feel very out of body and just very detached from all things real.
Almost as if he was completely deranged.
He said, I felt superhuman during some of that. He said it was
a freaking rock star.
A lot of highs and lows. Well, he did ride on a Mercury surfboard.
Mercury surfboard.
Yeah.
I've been riding it on a Mercury surfboard.
Like the Silver Surfer.
Yeah. He said I was taking
Fantastic Four.
I was taking a lot of testosterone cream, and I think I went too far with it. It was kind of like a borderline, not roid rage, but roid disengage. The former 2.5 Men star also addressed his violent torpedo of truth, defeat is not an option tour, saying that's the stuff that I do look at and cringe a little.
Oh, good.
It was nice to give people a bunch of slogans and T-shirts and all that. But the rest of it was a lot of work. There were things about that person that were empowering, that were vibrant, but I didn't like the anger. I tend to be victimized by my anger at times. It was, I felt embarrassed watching that stuff, watching him implode like that. And then,
You were embarrassed for him.
Totally. That was it. I was embarrassed for him. They did when his first night at the Tower Theater, one of the first shows was at the Tower.
Might have been local, yeah.
And it was just like apparently from what I heard, it fell apart. It didn't have any direction, and it was just embarrassing.
Jeff Ross told us he stepped in and did one.
Yeah,
he would have this touring sort of group of people, and then when he went to every market, he would bring in locals, and he would, for a large portion of the show, just sit in a chair on the stage
and talk
and ramble.
Yeah, and not really have an act per se. So
and it's not comedy and it's not drama. It's just rambling.
Yeah,
it's like Lake Wobegon days.
Yeah, exactly.
Frickin' Lake Wobegon.
We need to do a letter of the day. I understand, Casey, you are the keeper of said letter.
Yes.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, in the Preston and Steve.
Jesus God.
Holy crap.
I thought he fell.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's hippie Terminator.
Faster than a speeding bullet.
Bust through that door. Hair all slick back, shades on, looking crazy cool in his black jacket. Oh my God, he's about to pass out. Quick, somebody.
Stand behind.
Hold that man up.
Help me, Jesus.
Help me. Dear God.
All right, well, the music's already playing. So
I know it.
Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by the letter
G is in great.
Hell yeah. All right, so tomorrow we give away a pair of tickets in the Comcast Sportsnet suite for Jimmy Watson Flyers Hall of Fame night on Monday, this coming Monday, including a parking pass, 2 CSN prize packs, and a visit to the broadcast booth during the game. Is he passing out or is he trying to read?
Did you run from the elevator?
Did I? What?
Did you run from the elevator?
What?
I ran the whole way.
Yeah. You ran from home.
You were dedicated.
Well, I had that new sweat removal procedure, so I don't sweat.
Yeah.
You're good.
So,
Got the mirror dry.
got it. I'm dry. Mouth is dry. You know, when your mouth is dry, you're pretty high.
That's right. Thank you, George. Holding puppies can be attractive to some people, but a new study reveals nearly half of women are attracted to men holding fish.
Okay.
Men holding fish?
I saw this yesterday.
What?
Like holding a bass or like a bag with a goldfish?
No, like a bass.
Like a trophy. Like you caught a really big bass and you're holding it out and you're displaying this thing proudly.
Yes.
So why are women attracted to fish holding men?
Well, this is from a fish app called Fish Brain.
Oh. Okay.
WMMR.
All right, we will now share some stories of the bizarre.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, we'll start with this one out of Japan. There is a bounty that has been placed on anyone who dares to leave a negative review of a ramen restaurant.
A bounty?
Yes. The owner of Toyojiro in Kyoto has placed a cash bounty on the heads of those who rip his restaurant online.
Kill you.
The cash reportedly will be paid to anyone who successfully identifies those who complain about the restaurant or the customer service it provides. And on Instagram, the owner said straight up, if you write a stupid review, we will find you. We'll beat you up.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right.
Is it you who is lipping off about that ramen? By the way, I love ramen, and there's loads of ramen restaurants in
I've
Japan.
never been to a ramen restaurant ever.
It's one of my desired goals of getting to Japan and trying all their ramen.
Yeah, and for as much ramen as I've eaten in my life, and for as much as I love it, I want to try like cuisine ramen.
Just don't give this guy a bad review.
Yeah. In addition, those who blow in the unhappy customer with personal information location are willing to take action against them will be paid about $650.
To beat up somebody who gives a bad review?
No, it says who blow in I guess who just tell them about it.
Who give them a Hummer?
It says those who blow in the unhappy customer with personal information location.
Oh, okay, I got it. So if they give you the doxing information.
Yep, exactly. So there was some coitus interruptus of the violent kind at a sex party inside a London mansion. 3 men were stabbed at the Marylebone Mansion, which incidentally is the same place that Bonnie Blue shot her 1,057-man gangbang earlier this year.
So somebody was stabbed there?
Yeah, at this latest sex party, drug dealers were suspected of operating on the premises. Around 7 in the morning, a group of men allegedly stabbed horny partygoers after a fight broke out.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, you go there for an orgy. And
it's the worst orgy ever. I got stabbed.
4 men in total were taken to a local hospital to have their injuries tended to. None of those injuries were reported to be life-threatening.
Giving them a bad Yelp review.
A New Jersey woman is charged with running a prostitution ring out of her massage parlor in Morris County.
That's weird.
An interesting name. Her name is Soon Bang.
Soon Bang.
Yes.
Yeah, I like that.
She's charged with second-degree...
wink, wink.
Money laundering, third-degree promoting prostitution, and engaging in prostitution. Soon Bang, also known as Cindy.
This is my assistant, Julie Jerkoff.
Offered special illicit services at the Oasis Spa. They found a large stash of cash that investigators believe was made through prostitution.
That's cash.
Yashun Lee of Flushing, New York, was also charged with engaging in prostitution. In 2023, New York Governor Kathy Hochul said Flushing was the epicenter of trafficking for the entire country.
One of the great names of a town, Flushing.
Flushing. It found that women were transported sometimes weekly from Flushing to massage parlors throughout New Jersey.
That's horrible.
Yeah, it is. Tourist behaving badly season seems to have started a little early in Rome this year, with 3 visitors from New Zealand getting in trouble long before the summer sunshine could be blamed for giddy behavior. The trio were spotted and stopped Sunday night as they started to wade into the famous Trevi Fountain in central Rome, a frequent magnet for trouble when peak season crowds start to gather in the city. As they were being escorted away from the area, one of the tourists, a 30-year-old man, wrestled free from the police and jumped into the fountain as the authorities gave chase.
That happens fairly often, people getting into the fountain, yes?
A few times a year.
Yeah.
So alcohol was definitely involved. He was fined about $500 and banned from visiting the Baroque landmark for life. The Trevi Fountain, constructed in 1762 as the mouth of an aqueduct, underwent a $330,000 cleaning in 2024, during which it was drained so workers could repair marble chipped from millions of coins thrown into it each year.
Isn't that interesting? I always thought that fountain was much older than 1762.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So taking a dip in the fountain has been an aspiration for many tourists, inspired by Federico Fellini's 1960 film La Dolce Vita,
Hey.
During which Anita Ekberg waded into the waters in an evening gown and purring to her paramour, played by Marcello Mastroianni.
Do you want to play with my boobies?
To join her. About a dozen tourists are fined for dipping everything from their toes to water bottles into the fountain each year.
Water bottles.
There was one time when I almost broke the law and jumped in some water. Steve, it was at San Simeon.
Yes.
Hearst Castle. The swimming pool outside looks so inviting. It looks so beautiful. You just want to jump in it.
Staggeringly gorgeous. And then they have one below that is the indoor one.
It's amazing.
It is amazing.
It's like gold plated.
Yes.
It's just incredible. And they said Yeah, there's a fine if you jump in there. It was like $500. I'm like, might be worth it.
Yeah.
So.
Casey, look at the pool. This is the
my
pool
God.
inside.
Is that not stunning?
It has separate areas off to the side.
You can swim into.
Just awestruck.
Are you allowed to swim in there?
No.
No. Not
This
at
is
all.
this is basically Citizen Kane's house.
Oh.
I forgot what celebrity was dating. It was a guy who was dating a member of the Hearst family.
Chris Hardwick.
It was Chris
Yeah,
Hardwick.
yeah,
They're married.
Okay.
He did swim
and
in it.
he got to swim in it.
Yes.
Yeah, I remember that story, and I was very jealous. All right, last story for the Bizarre File. Pet store goldfish. Not only surviving the harsh winter conditions of Lake Erie, but they are thriving. The United States Fish and Wildlife Service posted a statement to Facebook Tuesday warning fish owners of the potential dangers of releasing goldfish into Lake Erie.
They gotten bigger.
The post included a photo of an enormous goldfish that was caught in Presque Isle, Pennsylvania, during an electrofishing survey. According to officials, goldfish have been found to be hardy and can thrive even in the cold waters of the Great Lakes.
That's pretty amazing. I always thought they were kind of weak.
Nah, they're almost like carp. Like they just can live. They can.
I'm gonna
survive.
live.
While goldfish are introduced to a body of water, it can have several consequences, which include turning the lakes and waterworks into murky messes, breeding quickly, steal food from native species of fish like catfish and bluegills and carp.
Isn't it amazing though that they retain their vibrant color?
Yeah.
You thought that would have like evolved out of them and because I'm sure it makes them an easy mark, but they're still as gold as ever.
Can also spread disease and degrade water quality. And so they said, if you can't keep your fish, rehome it.
Bitch.
Just don't let it loose, bitch. And the post was made in observance of the National Invasive Species Awareness Week.
That's a great week.
Which fell in the last week of February.
We really focus on that week.
Yep.
So
And that is what I have in the Bizarre File for you. All right, we will take another break. Some music news is coming up. We'll get the lesson question and the trash on top of that. So stuff for you to win, my friend. We'll be right back with it.
Preston and Steve.
Yeah, that's
they have a
why.
vested interest in it.
But they analyzed Tinder photos, all right, used by 18 to 35-year-old men in Florida.
Oh, well, there you go. There's a lot of fishing in Florida.
Yep, exactly. And they found that 22% chose a photo of themselves posing with a recently caught fish.
I saw a hunk holding a fish. He was so sexy.
Researchers then polled more than 1,000 members of a college sorority to see how they felt about the
Look
photos.
at this dude holding the fish. He's like a Chippendales dancer.
And they
I don't think the fish has any friggin' thing to do with it.
Be holding a severed head.
Hey, I saw a picture of a guy with a 12-inch dong holding a flounder. Man, fish are sexy.
This guy is no shirt and he's completely sculpted. I mean, he's cut up as you can possibly imagine.
I normally wouldn't give this guy the time of day, but he's holding a flounder.
I didn't even know he was holding fish.
Yeah.
Here's a pile of dead kittens.
Yeah. Looks like he has an otter in his pants.
So they polled these college sorority sisters, and they found that 46% said they found the photos of men with the fish sexier compared to those who had photos without fish.
Get Henry Fonda. Put a picture of Henry Fonda from On Golden Pond up there.
Hold him, Walter.
Am I getting you turned on? You see my droopy man boobies? And my chicken gobbler neck? Am I getting you all hot and horny?
He'd be holding a trout, right?
Yeah.
Which is Walter, the one they caught in the movie.
Are your panties swimming yet? Leave me alone, you crazy old bitch. I'm going to go turn on some chicks. See him with his shirt off and the jeans.
The study was...
I pooped myself. I had a bran muffin and the motion of the power boat made me defecate. Loosen my bowels. And he always had that pain, that old guy pain look.
Yes, you're right.
There's about 7 different things that are incredibly painful going on in my body right now. They start just above my taint, and then it's ending right mid-chest where I'm currently experiencing a full-blown heart attack. Along the way, one of my nuts hurts. There's something in my stomach. I don't know what's going on. And I think I have a tapeworm.
Can I see that pain look again?
Let's go down and go after the big bass in the pond. You know how the old guys say, I'm going to go look for the remote. Am I sexy? I look hot, don't I?
All right.
The great thing about my wife is that she shakes so much I get handies whether I want them or not.
Come on.
Oh, my
No, man.
God.
That was not intended to go to completion. And I just called. That's my morning win.
Oh. An unintended handy is this morning win.
I mean, we can wrap it up on that note.
Yeah, I think we're good.
Men holding fish are sexier
Yep,
than
there
men
you
who
go.
are not holding fish.
Who knew?
That's something I noticed, and I thought I'd share that with you. Japanese great tits, particularly vocal song. Japanese great tits.
Okay.
All of a sudden, Kathy heard that.
Yeah.
Particularly vocal songbirds.
Oh, like
That's
a
a bird,
titmouse.
okay.
Like
Yeah, it's a
titmouse.
bird.
Yeah, a titmouse.
A titmouse is a
Wow.
bird,
Yes.
not a mouse. Yeah.
And
right.
a
Come
Japanese
on, you filthy-minded
Now I'm
bastards.
bored again.
and Japanese great tits are birds.
That's cool.
Not on the sites I go to, but proceed.
They also use compositional syntax in their bird calls, according to a new study published Tuesday in the Journal of Nature Communications.
So the Japanese tits are smart.
Yeah, great tits are talking. I mean, they're actually speaking to each other,
Wow,
which is
I'm
pretty
amazed. They seem to be sort of roundish and fleshy.
Yeah.
No, the birds.
Well. Yeah, look at we're looking at a
They are
picture.
kind of round.
Roundish and fleshy.
Look at this picture of great tits of a great tit right here.
What is that part in the front of the great tit that sticks out a little bit from the rest of the great
That's
tit?
the beak.
the beak.
It's not a nipple.
No.
They're
It's-
hairy too.
They're not hairy.
They're fuzzy.
feathery.
They're fuzzy.
You know
fuzzy.
nothing about
They're
Japan.
fuzzy
Yeah.
tits.
So anyhow, this is the lead study author, Toshitaka in Suzuki.
Look at tits.
Said in an
favorite bird.
Said in an email, our study shows for the first time that birds, like humans, use the rules of syntax to chat with others. This finding reveals an unsuspected degree of semantic complexity in avian vocal communication.
To what level do they say? Do they liken it to like a porpoise, or I mean?
I can only speak about the tits.
Okay.
Birds twitter, chirp, peep, warble, and sing to communicate the location of food of a food source, to warn the danger is near, or to woo mates.
Oh my God.
That was. You two didn't even look at each other.
No.
You just both went for it.
Please welcome Patrick Warburton to our program.
Preston, Steve, gang. Thanks for having me here.
Good to see you, sir. Thank you for being
Good to be here.
But I love. I'm a fan of your voiceover work. I mean, I have kids, and they're turning into teenagers now. But from time to time, the TV will be on, and I'll just hear your voice pop up. And I mean, in Mr. Peabody, you were hilarious in that as well. You get quite a bit of work in that field, don't you?
Yeah, I've been doing, since I started about 15, 16 years ago, I had two great opportunities. One was to do Buzz Lightyear in the TV series because Tim Allen wasn't going to do it. And Kronk in The Emperor's New Groove.
Yes, yeah.
That was interesting because I didn't do voiceover work. And I just got these 4 pages of a Kronk and an Yzma. And Disney's very secretive with their stuff. And I had to look at this, and you got to figure out what this character sounds like. But first, if it's animated, you got to figure out what the character is. Like, I don't know if he's an ogre or a robot or a giant or what. It's
Once that's established, do they kind of leave you to your own devices to sort of hash it out? Or does a director say, we want it tonally to sound like this, or
no? See, they don't know.
Okay,
they don't know what a character sounds like until they hear it. You know, they can see in the storyboards what it looks like, what he looks like, and this and that. But they want somebody to come in and show them what the character sounds like.
They rely on you as an actor to kind of
to bring
give a
something to the
subtext
table.
to it. Wow,
Right.
okay, that's cool.
So I was looking at it, and all I knew is he's a big guy, and he was sort of a reticent henchman. And I thought, well, you know, he probably doesn't sound dark or this or that.
Yeah,
he seems kind of sweet. He likes to cook, so. You know, it all kind of came down here. And this became a little goofy. He likes to talk to squirrels. You got to be well versed in all the woodland creatures, not just the squirrels. Squeakity squeak.
It's great. I can actually now. There's like 40 characters going in my mind that pass through.
Can I ask you one question about Putty on Seinfeld? Whose direction was it, or was it your idea to just stare off into the distance? Because you got so many laughs without even saying a word some of the time, and it just was you just sit there and be kind of a brain dead idiot.
I'm going to take credit for the just staring and Putty was it was just a guest spot, and really it was just a means to an end. It was just a guy who stole Jerry's move because Jerry told him about it. And
Right.
I thought I had to bring something else in the room there that maybe like a different direction with this character that they hadn't seen. Because if you look at it in the writing, the guy doesn't seem like he's
particularly amusing, right? I mean,
yes, or perhaps even missing a few marbles, I guess, as they say. So I just kind of made him, a little bit clueless.
You need to see his face right now.
Yeah.
He just went into putty mode.
Yeah. And because I think a lot of guys went in there and they're like, I don't even do that or whatever, like Tony's and Vinny's.
Right.
I just made him just a big idiot.
You made him more superficial than was she, and because the cast was, and that was her whole thing. They were very superficial people, and you exceeded her, and she didn't know how to deal with it. The
Steve,
character,
but Putty was spiritual, and don't forget that.
Spiritual, yes, he was deep.
He wouldn't steal the paper because he wasn't going to hell.
No, absolutely.
Yeah.
Your association with Seth MacFarlane on Family Guy and the Ted movies and all that stuff. When did you first meet him? How did that start?
It was just a pilot or a first pickup for this show, and I looked at it and I thought, can I do this? This is terrible.
It's so passionately wrong that there's a certain charm to that it's so committed.
Yeah.
That makes it uniquely, I think, lovable. Does that make sense?
I still have to keep explaining satire to my parents. My dad, because they're so religious. My dad was almost in tears one time. He left a message on my phone. He said, in a future episode of Family Guy, God is sitting in a lazy boy chair next to a bottle of lotion, getting ready to masturbate. I wish you would get off that show. Click. And
my God. But I've seen you publicly sort of, say there sometimes you have difficulty. I mean, they have to be happy that at least you voice some reservation periodically to keep harmony at home.
Sure, at times. But I mean, the greatest irony is that I donate. I send money. I got to send money my parents' way, and so we helped them out a little bit here and there. But my mom can't stop donating to her charities. I'm like, Mom, if you're asking for money, you can't be donating. Right. One of her charities is Parents for Quality TV, and all they try to do, my mother's signed petition.
Just came right out of my mouth.
You can't help it.
I've been doing it for 20 years. All right, so what you need to do is text the word Zoom to 39333 if you know, according to Charlie Sheen, what is mommy showing to OnlyFans. Text Zoom to 39333. We'll send you the link and then you jump in and we'll see if we can get you on the air. All right, let's do the trash.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, while we're hooking all that up, we will get some stories from Mr. Steve Morrison. What's going on, Steve?
Well, Preston, legendary porn star Janet Jameson has filed for divorce from her wife, Jessie Lawless, after a year of marriage. Jameson says she grew sick of Lawless balling up pieces of paper and attempting to make three-pointers into her vagina.
Oh, my God.
Kanye West continuing his anti-goodwill tour by wearing a swastika T-shirt while out shopping in L.A. on Thursday. West was reportedly on his way to a screening of what he called his favorite comedy movie, Schindler's List.
Oh, my God.
And finally, Kourtney Kardashian carrying a sign with others in protest over the dumping of Malibu-fired debris in a landfill just outside city limits. Kourtney, who's never protested anything in her life, was incorrectly chanting, "Hey, hey, ho, ho, Santa Claus is coming to town." That's your Hollywood.
All righty, we will attempt to speak to a person via Zoom who thinks they know the answer to the question, according to Charlie Sheen. What is mommy showing to OnlyFans? And we have a person on the line. So as of now, it's Kevin we have. Hey, Kevin, how you doing, man?
What's up? Good morning.
Morning, buddy. All right, so we are going to see if you know this. According to Charlie Sheen, what's mommy going to show on OnlyFans?
Her beaver.
Her beaver. You got it, Kev.
It's much more fun to see them say beaver.
And to see his reaction as he's laughing. All right, Kev, hang on the line, bud. I don't know how you hang on the line. Just stay where you are. Marissa will get your information.
Don't move.
We're going to set you up, and we are going to give you a pair of tickets as MMR presents the Summer of Loud, Wednesday, July 23rd. Freedom Mortgage Pavilion and features Kill Switch Engage, I Prevail, Beartooth, and many more. Tickets are on sale via Ticketmaster. You can go to WMMR.com for more information and another chance to win those tickets.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Brought to you by Rita's Water Ice. So nice when Rita's comes back on. You just know that the spring and summer.
We went last night.
Oh, did you?
Yes,
nice.
we did.
Well, Rita's is now open for the season. Treat yourself to an iced custard gelati or frozen coffee pick-me-up today. So we will begin. I have a number of different things to share with you. Let's go with this. The Offspring has unveiled their supercharged worldwide 25 tour set to kick off on March 5th in Belo Horizonte, Brazil. And it's not going to be a small affair. The band's inviting a lot of their friends to join them, including special guest Amel. Is that how you say that? I don't know. And the Sniffers, Sublime, Rise Against, The Damned, The Warning, Leukemia, Simple Plan, Jimmy Eat World, and Newfound Glory on various dates. Some dates around here that will be popping up over the summer. They're going to be playing Montage Mountain.
Well, that's very cool.
July 20th. And then just 9 days after that, they will be at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. It is...
you can see them twice.
July 29th. So pretty cool, yeah. It'd be wild to see them at Montage.
Yeah, in that facility.
On that stage.
It's not that stage. It's the stage down the hill.
Yeah,
where the
theater.
Where the concerts are.
Yeah. You know, you can see the building from where we are. Yeah.
I didn't go by that from where we are. What do you mean?
So when you pull into where the lodge is, there's sort of that driveway that you make a right down below that. There's like a full on concert stage.
Wow.
It's similar to like the Shed in the Camden.
All right,
smaller,
excellent.
but
Well, they are playing the gig there, and then at Freedom Mortgage. Alanis Morissette is headed to Las Vegas, and she's doing her first ever residency. The Alanis Morissette Vegas 2025 residency will take place at the Coliseum at Caesar's Palace, and it will.
Hey, you look like a hippie chick.
It will feature 8 performances from October 15th through November 2nd.
I bet you that'd be a good show. Atlantis has so much great stuff.
Agreed. Tickets go on sale to the general public on Friday at 10 a.m. Pacific time.
I just found out she follows my wife on Instagram.
Wow.
Alanis Morissette.
She likes her artwork.
I guess, yeah. And so I was like, how do I ask my wife to ask Alanis to come on our show?
Yeah, reach out.
Yeah, let me try it. Hey, Andrea, can you ask Alanis Morissette if she'll come on the Preston and Steve show?
What I should have done was ask Preston to ask
Thank you.
Andrea. Yeah.
Hey, Nick, can you ask Preston to ask Andrea?
Dear Andrea, this is Alanis. No.
I guess I was...
I'm actually texting Andrea right now, so if you want, I'll ask her.
Oh, great. Yeah, I was more interested
And
in...
you can tell Kathy to stop it.
How to figure out how to ask Andrea, or how Andrea should ask Alanis, I guess.
Yeah, that's true. All right, so
mention David Faustino.
It should come as no surprise that Beck is planning a different take on a tour. He announced a series of orchestral concerts for the summer, collaborating with local symphony orchestras across North America. He did that here, didn't he?
I think he did, yeah.
He did that here. The tour begins July 15th in New Haven, Connecticut, and includes stops in major cities such as Montreal, Toronto, and San Diego. I didn't see anything in our general area. Each performance will feature unique arrangements of Beck's extensive catalog, including hits and deep cuts from albums like Odelay, Mutation, Sea Change, and Grammy-winning Morning Phase. Tickets go on sale Friday, 10 a.m. local time. And then, finally, decided to bring this up. A new auction aptly titled Punks, Monsters, Smut, and Madmen, a countercultural cross-section, features dozens of items that live up to its name. Among them are a pair of blood-signed underwear that belonged to late shock punker G.G. Allen.
Wow.
And strands of Kurt Cobain's hair.
Jeez.
Potter & Potter Auctions.
That's freaky.
Is holding the sale at their headquarters in Chicago on March 6th. So it starts, is that today? No, that's the day after tomorrow. Yeah, dude, G.G. Allen was weird.
Yeah.
Among the other standout items are a storefront awning, for CBGB's.
That's very cool.
Nearby gift shop. So not the actual club, but I guess it was right next to it. But that'd still be pretty cool. As well as an original piece of CBGB's dressing room wall. I'd like to have that, among other artifacts from the legendary venue.
I wonder if the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame would bid on any of that.
The G.G. Allen underwear is described as blood-signed and inscribed personal underwear. Underwear briefs belonging to G.G. Allen, signed in blood over the fly and inscribed with, and it says, quote, "Suck my ass, it smells."
Okay.
All right.
That's what Ralphie found the secret message was with his decoder ring, right?
Suck my ass.
Suck my ass, it smells.
It smells. It's on the reverse.
It's a crummy commercial.
If the strands of Kurt Cobain's hair seem familiar, a similar sale took place in 2021 where 6 strands of his hair were sold via iconic auctions. That lot ended up selling for over $14,000.
Up next is a pair of blood-soaked underwear with the message that says, "Suck my ass, it smells." Guy doesn't think it's the wrong
Somebody's got to, officiate the auction.
That sounds interesting.
Mm-hmm. So the...
Martha Stewart.
So, going back to the Kurt Cobain hair, there were 6 strands that were sold in 2021 for over $14,000. The description on the new auction matches that one of 3 years ago, with both listing Tessa Osborne as the person who cut the singer's hair. However, the new lot only contains 2 strands of hair, indicating that the person who purchased the initial lot may be selling a portion of what they got.
You'd be surprised how many. There was a guy who dealt in notable historical hair clippings.
Sure.
And I mean, there's a lot more out there from like George Washington and going back. I mean, there's a lot of stuff out there.
I wonder if Kennedy, because Jackie Kennedy cut some of his hair when he was in the coffin.
And he says, "Yeah, some of Jackie's pubes."
And I don't.
That's true, right?
I wonder what ever happened to that. If she just kept it and it's in the family, or if it's in a museum somewhere. I have no idea.
Kept clippings of deceased. Are there any?
My dad's here.
Your dad's here?
Yeah.
I have actually our dog Chelsea. Some of her fur, and with a little tribute to we have her at the house. Nothing from a human, though.
No.
Yeah.
I have my baby hair. It's in my baby book.
Yeah, I think I do too.
Yeah.
We got a bunch of teeth.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I have all the teeth. Well, I know we talked about this before, but what the hell am I supposed to do with these
Candy,
teeth?
I was thinking the same thing too. I found them not that long ago. I'm like, what are we gonna do with this?
Dude, put them in
disgusting.
a plastic egg, and you have a little egg shaker.
Oh my God, it's so weird.
Yeah.
I want to give them to Jace and be like, here's your teeth.
Save these for you.
I just don't know whose. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like a big collection of teeth.
Well, I might have like a couple of bags that have names on them, but for the most part, I have
obviously only one, so his name is on it, but also I have how he lost the tooth.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so like one was they were trick-or-treating and he tripped and fell and the tooth fell in the grass and we found it. One was, whatever. Oh, one was, remember he ran in his Flash costume, tripped and fell face first into a wall.
I remember that. Yeah.
Man.
It was actually
that was that tooth.
You need a separate plaque for each tooth and then a little description underneath of what happened, and then hang them up on the wall.
Though one of those charts you see in a dentist's office, you could put each tooth, where it would go.
Other items in this auction, no teeth, but they include lyric sheets, posters, CDs, and vinyl, including some signed by the Ramones and Dead Kennedys. So that is called Punks, Monsters, Smut and Madmen, a countercultural cross-section with underwear that says, "Suck my ass, it smells."
Suck my ass?
And that's what I have in music news. All right, we're going to take our final break. When we return, we'll get our letter of the day for the Word of the Week prize, and we'll see what Pierre's got cooking for you this afternoon. Stay with us.
Preston Preston and Steve.
Actual petition says to get Family Guy off the air.
So you weren't joking earlier when you said
joking.
that.
No, I was not joking. No.
Oh
no.
my God.
So I go, Mom, if you can't see the irony, I give you money, Family Guy money, and you take it to get Family Guy off the air. She goes, well, I have a responsibility to the Lord and I don't care.
Oh my gosh.
I waited until I was 50 years old before I decided that I wanted to sing and be in a band.
Wow.
Now I have a Pearl Jam cover band. We're the Bearded Pearl Clams.
Yes.
Yep.
Well, this station specifically was called out on stage locally by Eddie Vedder himself, and Nick was mentioned on stage by Eddie Vedder himself.
Right here.
Is he acutely aware of your overarching fandom?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I probably met him, now somewhere around a dozen times, and he's been super, super cool. He let me write it. I met him backstage once in L.A. and I got word that this is in Los Angeles, so everybody was there. Sean Penn and John Krakauer, and there's 200 people backstage. But somebody grabbed me and said, "Eddie knows you're here. He wants to see you." So. I go back there and he goes, "Yeah, you got to write a set list." And he gave me his email. I wrote a set list. What? Yeah, and then I brought my son to his first concert, but his first Pearl Jam concert, and we were there. And
for the set list you wrote?
For the set list.
Well, all right.
Holy crap!
What they open with?
Well, they didn't open. There are about 33 songs, 35 songs in the night.
Yeah.
Probably about 27 of them were my set, So
Oh my God!
They didn't open with it, so I didn't know what was going to go on, They opened with Long Road, which should have been on my set list, but it wasn't. And then I forget what the next song was, and then they did Alone from Lost Dogs. I was like, oh, wow, was on mine. And
so
then,
you thought maybe?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah,
and then a few more started rolling out. And
how much time and effort did you put into writing that set list? I mean, did you think it out? Oh, this will flow great into the next song, or did you just put a bunch of songs you liked on there?
I just put I pretty much just put a bunch of songs.
Okay,
that I liked. And I had some friends that I know that are hardcore.
So did you weave
the
in?
rest of the show is courtesy of Patrick Warburton.
Did you weave in hits and rarities and did
Yes.
you? All right. So as a Pearl Jam fan, you had it in the back of your mind. I got to I when they were in town, I asked him to open up with "Release," which was my favorite Pearl Jam song, and he said,
yeah.
right, but he said no. But
Who do you think you are, Patrick Warburton?
right. But he asked later because he was crafting the set list when he came in and did the interview with us when Eddie did that, and there's a song called "Comeback," which was on the last record, and I asked him to play that, and they did. So I don't know. This is I'm totally geeking out when talking to you about this, but I'm really glad you can appreciate it because as a Pearl Jam fan, it means a lot.
I was at a show one time. Well, this is the show when because my wife just knows how ridiculous it is, and we're backstage and Eddie gave me his Social Distortion t-shirt and we're walking back to the car and I haven't said a word. And but my wife knows I'm just beside myself. He just gave me his email. I'm going to write a set list. He gave me his Social Distortion t-shirt. And right when we got to the car, I just looked at her and I held the shirt up and I sniffed it.
Of course.
and then I looked at her with this terrible frown on my face and I go, it's clean.
Now be honest.
Brilliant.
Is it your whoopee now?
Ladies and gentlemen, Patrick Warburton.
Yeah.
Thank you for being here. Why'd you staple this in the right-hand corner?
Because if you notice, I messed up the left margins, so I couldn't staple in the left.
Okay.
Wasn't it for a church event too?
It was.
And isn't the left side evil?
Correct.
There you go.
That's why I did that.
The left side's evil?
Sure.
That's
The
why
left side is
That's why if you
evil.
write with your left hand, they used to hit you with a ruler to make you right.
Did they really? Yeah, that's right.
yeah.
That's right. I remember hearing that left-handed people were considered
something
touched by the devil or
wasn't
something
good,
like
yeah.
that.
The word "sinister" is from the Latin meaning left.
Shut up.
Oh.
And I think when you get your communion, you're not supposed to get it with your left hand. You're supposed to get it with your right.
I always do the chuck
No,
it.
they put it in your left hand.
Yeah, you're supposed to put your right hand on top of your left.
Yes, like this.
Not your left
Have
hand.
you been doing it wrong all these years? Kathy, you're evil.
This sow is mine.
Your mother is going
Oh
to
my
have a
God.
few words for you today.
She probably will. I'm going to ask her. I
My
don't think I
daughter's
believe you.
been seduced by the dark side.
Because you pick it up then.
She does everything right. She eats tomatoes to avoid anal cancer.
Because you pick it up and feed it to yourself with your right hand.
I don't know.
You know, that's what I
listen,
always thought.
I don't know.
Okay.
Because it doesn't feel right to pick it up with my left.
Right.
But I had been doing it, I thought, the opposite way.
Go have mass in Ireland.
They're living a lie.
Right?
Yeah. They just, like a Mississippi
oh, really?
poker dealer. Yeah.
One of these days, I'm just going to go and pick it out like with my fingers. He goes and hands it to me, and I'm not going to have him
Can I
place
pick
it.
my own?
Yeah.
Can I pick my own?
No, not
I
that
wanted
one.
that one.
The game we're going to play is Young versus Younger. All right, so, and we use that term young.
Oh, I crack up at this.
Loosely.
Yeah. I don't fall anywhere within the realm of younger-ish.
Marissa came up with a list of terms a while back that pertain to different generations, okay?
She did a good job.
She did a really
It's
good
hard,
job.
yeah.
So there are some terms on here on the younger list that might be a little fresh and new for us, the show members of the Preston and Steve Show, to know exactly what they mean. Now, vice versa, we have a list called Young, which is really old. And it's a list of terms that are kind of from an older generation. Not going way back, but something that we here, the members of the Preston and Steve Show, would definitely know what they are. But we want to see the younger members of our family, the Preston and Steve interns, if they know. Our interns playing this morning, we have intern Aaron. Hello, Aaron.
Hello.
How you doing today?
I'm great. How are you?
Excellent. And Aaron's just learning how to use a microphone.
She's a video chick.
I wasn't thinking about it.
How long have you been here, by the way?
Since August.
Wow. Okay. All right. So she had the microphone like backwards. Not quite backwards,
that
but
bad.
pointed the wrong way. Then we have intern Sam. Hello, Sam.
Hi.
Sam, you're one of our, I guess, amongst this crew, one of the newer ones, right? How long have you been here?
Since September.
Since September. All right. Just shortly after Aaron then. And then we have intern Chris, or 11, right?
Yep.
And where did you get the name 11 from?
At the Camp Out for Hunger at the Papa Shot Challenge, I scored 11 points.
That's all he
Which I think is like an all-time low.
Yeah, 11 points.
Stephen Hawking got 13.
And Chris, you've played this game last time.
I did.
You did pretty well.
Well, we all stunk.
Yeah.
All the interns stunk. I guess I was the least stinky.
Okay, so and we've done this only once before, and also joined us last time. We have intern Brianna. Hello, Brianna.
Hello.
And how long have you been here?
Since January.
Okay, all right. So you're the newest of the crew.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Well, we're going to try this out. And we're going to see how it goes. I have 8 callers on the line. So here's what we're going to do, guys. Because playing for the Preston and Steve Show will be Steve, Casey, Nick, and Kathy. I have the answers here, so I cannot play, and Marissa's in the other room.
For the same reason, Alex Trebek doesn't play Jeopardy.
Exactly. So I'm going to throw out a term. You're going to write it down. We'll give you a few seconds to write it down. Then I'm going to have to ask for an answer, no matter what it is. Okay. Mm-hmm. All right. Let's go with this one. Butt chugging.
Butt chugging.
Yes.
Butt chugging.
Yes. BUTT. Chugging.
I wrote drinking beer through your gaping anus.
Ah, and you know what? You're correct.
Yes.
Alcohol enema for faster intoxication.
Yes.
That is correct. Nick?
Drinking a beer after it was poured through an ass crack.
Ah, incorrect. So Steve is the only one that got that right. Okay, let's go to our interns, and it's younger. I'm going to give you a word from a previous generation, and let's see if you can figure out what this means. Malarkey.
Malarkey.
Let's go to Aaron, who is going to be playing for listener Fred. Aaron, what do you have for malarkey?
I put bull crap.
Bull crap. Yeah, we'll accept that.
Right. Yes.
It's meaningless talk or nonsense. That is correct. So that means that listener Fred wins Big Short on Blu-ray, I believe.
Yes.
All right, and then let's go to Sam, who's playing for Ed. Sam, what do you have for malarkey?
I also had crap.
All right, yes, we'll go along with that, too. Let's see. Chris, what did you have written down?
I put nonsense or crap.
That's it. Yes, absolutely correct.
They're rocking it today.
We'll get a prize for Matt on line 7. And then Brianna, let's see if we can do a clean sweep. Brianna, what did you say for malarkey?
I'm the only one that got this wrong. I said nickname after a famous actor.
Nickname after a famous actor.
You know, Malarkey?
No. Do you remember an actor named Malarkey?
No, it just kind of sounded like a famous last name. I don't know.
Okay, all right. No, that's incorrect.
Oh, very Malarkey-esque in that performance.
Let's see. We're going to do an acronym, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Thought. THOT.
Oh, I know this one.
Thought. T-H-O-T?
That is correct.
Oh, man.
All caps, T-H-O-T, thought. Do you guys know what it is?
I didn't
Don't
know
say it.
I didn't know it stood for something.
I do.
Okay, all right. So
I think I know.
A couple of the youngers know
I'm
what
thinking
this
through
is.
this.
Let's go then to Steve first, and this is for listener James. Steve, what is thought?
Touching horse ovaries tactfully?
No, that is incorrect. Sorry.
Oh, man.
I will not tell you what the answer is until I get a correct answer. That is incorrect. Sorry, James. We got to let you go. Hold on, Casey. All right, so Casey is playing for Alec on line 2. Casey, what is yours? Thought?
Too hot ovaries testicles.
No, sorry. Incorrect. That is wrong. 10:41. The Preston and Steve show coming to a close for the day. Another fun one today. Want to thank everybody for being patient with our phone issue and zooming in if you had contributions, of which we did very much so, and thank you for that.
We appreciate that, taking the time to zoom in. It's a nice, way to get through this.
Yeah. I need to, I should grab the theme song to the TV show Zoom.
Zuma, zoom.
I want to Zuma, zoom.
We probably have that.
It's a great song.
Yep. I think we do.
Called Boston, Mass. 350 Boston, Mass. 02134. Send it to Zoom.
We're gonna zoom, zoom, zooma, zoom. We're gonna zooma, 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 zoom. Everybody's doing it, everybody's moving it, everybody's writing the show.
Hey. Okay. Enough of that.
And then they go through the kids.
I would like to thank Mr. Derrick Pitts.
Yay!
Chief astronomer of the Franklin Institute, for coming by here this morning. We talked about all kinds of stuff. We went micro to macro, as you said,
things, I'm smart.
Steve, and we even talked about physical stuff because Body World is what they're promoting right now.
Yes.
The original exhibition of real human bodies, but this time they have 20 new bodies. It looks really wild, and you can get those tickets at fi.edu. Would like to get a winner for Tattoo Day, by the way. It's time to reveal that. We had people text in the word tattoo. That still works. You can text.
It's amazing that it does.
And we'd like to congratulate Simon Rosenbaum from Philadelphia. And we're going to give Simon a $350 gift certificate to go to Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. And he can get this Preston and Steve themed tattoo. It's his heart's desires. You can locate them at 1729 South Street in Philadelphia. Great people. They do wonderful work. Artwork samples, by the way, at floatingworldtattoos.com or on Instagram at Floating World Tattoos. We'll do it again next week. Pierre Robert is here.
Greetings.
Nice to see you, man.
So, did your phones don't work again?
Nope.
No.
Because Jackie tried the new phone number last night on a contest, and it worked.
Okay.
So maybe it only works during his show because he has supernatural vampire
Maybe that
powers.
must be it. No, we've been told stay away from it for now. You may have a different directive. I'm not really sure.
All right. So, well, I have tickets to give away, so we're probably going to do it via some text way.
Okay.
That's what Eric had suggested yesterday, because you could go to a super high number and the computer texter thing will pick it.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, that thing.
Yeah, that's scientific.
Yeah.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Sounds right.
I think so. So I will have a pair of tickets for The Offspring and Jimmy Eat World and Newfound Glory, a show we announced yesterday on Tuesday, July 29th, which you just referenced in Music News. But I guess we'll do it on the texter.
All righty.
All right.
That sounds like a deal. Can we get a letter from you?
Yes.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
E as in exterminator.
All right, we are going to give away on Friday $500, and that is from Marvel Television's Daredevil Born Again vigilante lawyer Matt Murdock and former mob boss Mayor Wilson Fisk are back in an all-TV MA series, Daredevil Born Again, now streaming, and that is only on Disney+.
May I mention that there's a new episode of the Comic Book Gurus that focuses in on Daredevil Born Again, which just dropped yesterday. I'm the guy running the thing, but the Comic Book Gurus give you all the info you need to know to get up to speed on Daredevil Born Again. It's Comic Book Gurus YouTube channel.
Fabulous.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Would that be the occasion where, if you hadn't watched the first season, you could check in with you?
The word is you could. This would certainly help you, but the word is you could start watching the series because I loved it. I loved the 3 seasons were sensational. But you could pick it up and start running with it. Today, 2 episodes are dropping in this new series.
I see.
Yeah,
because I get.
But the primer would help.
Yeah, well, I sometimes forget where episodes have been if I've been away from a show for a while.
Yeah.
So I wish I had like a cliff notes of every episode.
All right. Yeah. This kind of gives you the general direction of where the story is going.
I'm going to guess there's a recap, right?
Oh, I would assume, but they say technically it is. It is in the same family, but they're not doing a direct lineage to the Netflix stuff. Totally, it's the same.
Maybe not.
Hell, I don't know.
They'll hold your hand through it, though.
Yeah. Sometimes I have to watch 2 or 3 shows before, even though I've seen them already, to catch up. All right, that's where they are in the story.
Well, you can pick up. They say I have not seen it, but you can pick up and start running with this series as if you've never seen it before.
All right, that's what I needed to know.
What's up on your series today?
Thank you. We'll have X-Men Triumvirate.
Right. X-Men Triumvirate.
Yeah. I don't know where that came from.
It's okay.
But we'll have a continuing celebration, which we started yesterday and went over really well, of Women's History Month. So more songs by lovely ladies of rock and roll. A block of Metallica for Jason Newsted's 62nd birthday.
I knew what that was.
And
Pina Colada song.
I played it on Friday for his birthday. When was his birthday? His birthday was last week.
Friday, yeah.
And I played it. God bless me.
Or Thursday, yeah.
For all those who loved it.
Lovely ladies.
I went out and scratched my nails against a chalkboard, which is infinitely preferable. But nonetheless, and yes, we will do for Chris Squire's birthday. He would have been 77.
Oh, wow.
All right, let me thank the fine sponsors of the Preston and Steve Show, brought to you today by Dunkin'. And the Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors. Also brought to you by Live Casino Hotel Philadelphia, voted best casino by the Philadelphia Inquirer. I'll tell you in a second. Tomorrow's Wednesday. Fox Good Day, yes. We also, okay, so this is why I was giggling. It says George Wallace, phoner.
Phoner. Oh, yeah.
No.
How are we going to do that?
We have no phones.
Zoomer.
George Wallace, Zoomer. Tomorrow morning.
Maybe.
Marissa, do you want to add something?
Casey, we should be good.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Today was our non-phone day. We may have a phone tomorrow.
Okay.
We have one phone.
That phone number.
Have you tried a telegraph?
We did.
We were talking about that earlier.
We did Morse code. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. That is it. We are done. Rage on. Have yourself a great day. We will see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.